Good evening, everyone. I'm George Herbig, Chief Forecaster here with Weather Now, Kentucky. We have some intense storms starting to knock on the door of the western side of the state. I do think, yes, we now have a tornado warning that does clip the western side of Kentucky here. So, welcome on in here if you would not mind. I'm going to say this a gazillion times tonight, so you might as well go ahead and get it out of the way. If you wouldn't mind, please hit that share button at the bottom portion of your screen. That shares it on your news feed for any of your friends and family to view it. It can help save someone's life tonight. So, thank you very much. We appreciate you guys that share the broadcast out for us and help us to kind of get those things rolling in. I want to start by saying for those folks on TikTok as well, we only cover Kentucky. So if you're looking for information about a different state on a night like tonight, please go and find coverage somewhere else. We love you and appreciate you tuning in. But we only cover Kentucky. We'll only take care of our Kentucky family this evening. So thank you guys again. I appreciate all those folks tuning in. Let's go ahead and pull up our live radar. Tonight, you're going to see me have the headset on because we actually have our alerts working correctly here. So once you hear different sounds tonight, there may be different warnings or watches issued. So I'm going to keep the headset on tonight to make sure that I can hear everything just like you can. I'm kind of getting some things fixed up here. Give me just one moment. Okay. I had to text our guy real quick. The cameras are going in and out, so I want to let him know they're not working again so we can get those up for you guys so you guys can see those. All right, let's go ahead and take a look at the radar. Then we'll go through the model data real quickly, and we'll kind of show you kind of what we're seeing here. So, we obviously have a very significant line knocking on the door of Western Kentucky. Just going to take you through here. The yellows that you're seeing are your severe thunderstorm warnings. Keep these in mind tonight. The pink that you're seeing on the screen are your tornado warnings. The oranges, or kind of burnt orange that you're seeing here, I know sometimes they're a little bit difficult to see. Those are your considerable threat or destructive severe thunderstorm warnings. So those are your 70-mile-per-hour winds, 80-mile-per-hour winds. We've already seen a few of those warnings out to our west. As you can see here from the pop-up, 70 miles per hour. That's knocking on the door of, Paducah, Clinton, La Center, out there in the western corner of the state. So we already have some absolutely rocking thunderstorms just scooting across. And unfortunately, along with the Storm Prediction Center, we also expect that these storms should tick up as they continue to enter western Kentucky. The reason for that is they really haven't gotten into, they're just now kind of starting to get into the better wind fields above our heads. About a mile above our heads, the jet stream tonight will be moving anywhere between 80 to 100 miles per hour. Those winds are allowed to mix down to the surface because these storms are strong enough to pull them down. Not all of those winds will come down, but about 50 to 65% of those winds will come down from above the ground and come down to the surface and mix in with the storms. And that's what causes our 70 to 80 miles per hour wind threat. So for those of you that are going to ask inevitably, is this storm system dying down? Do we expect it to weaken? Is this a bust? No, I mean, if anything, it's been exactly what we have expected it to be so far today. For me, there's been more tornado warnings so far today than I expected out to our west. Now, that said, I don't expect that to be the case inside of Kentucky. I've mentioned all along, I think our main threat is by far going to be damaging winds, but a couple of tornadoes are possible. So again, this is going to be a long night for a lot of you folks throughout the Commonwealth. Now, looking at the outlooks here from the Storm Prediction Center, I'll go ahead and pull those up for you so you can kind of see what the latest is on those. Not a whole lot has changed. And then we'll look at the model data so you can kind of see into the future, okay? But I just want to kind of take you through here real quickly. By the way, for those of you that happen to be in the corner out here of Kentucky, you are under a tornado warning. So it's kind of a heads up on that. We do have a level 3 out of 5 risk for much of the state. Basically, getting close to I-75 there, just east of I-65, and then back out to the west is a level 3 out of 5 enhanced risk. Now, on the old SPC system, people have already mentioned that this would actually have been a moderate risk for much of this area. This is the new SPC system that doesn't get as high on the risk tables for a lot of these events. But nonetheless, I want you guys to just know this is a very impactful event. By the way, thank you guys again to everyone that's sharing the broadcast. You're probably going to help save someone's life tonight, so thank you very much for your help with that. I truly do mean that. You would actually be surprised how many messages we get about people sharing the broadcast and someone found the video and it gave them some critical information. So thank you again for those of you that are helping out with that. This yellow area is a slight or 2 out of 5 risk. Now, I don't want these people in this yellow area to think, oh, we're not in the orange, we don't have to watch out. No, we're still expecting widespread 60 to 70 mile per hour wind gusts throughout that area. It just may be a bit more isolated and not maybe as high on the scale, 80 that we're talking about for the enhanced area. This green area is obviously at the lowest end of the risk zone. It's also been removed from the hatched areas as well. So this is where the storm line should die. But until then, it's going to be quite rocking through much of the state here. So again, for those of you, I know there's going to be a lot of people. I've done this for a long time. There's going to be a lot of people that are asking, do I need to pay attention to this? Do I need to take cover? Do I need to find shelter? I mean, for 90% of the state in that yellow and orange area, yes. Even in that green area, right? How many times have we seen these storm systems carry on that wind threat even beyond the yellow area? So, I mean, my advice to anyone in the state tonight that may be hearing my voice, if you live in a mobile home, RV, any structure basically that is susceptible to wind damage, you need to find sturdier structure tonight. You can see that off to my left on the left side of the screen, that entire storm line is warm. So it is not an exaggeration that many of you will see damaging winds throughout the state tonight. Again, this storm line will eventually start to die, but that probably won't happen until closer to midnight. The storms that are going on in western Kentucky right now are having no effect on the environment. So if I go over here and show you this map, this basically shows us negative energy and positive energy for fuels for storms. I want to mention that tonight, it doesn't really matter how much fuel we have for storms. I mean, it could be 0, it could be 500. It doesn't really matter because these storms are so wind driven. We're not really looking at the fuel tonight. Okay, you can see there is some negative energy here, but actually, if you go back to a few hours ago, there was negative energy there as well, and there was more of it. So if anything, these storms have helped to kind of bust the cap in western Kentucky. So for those of you that may be relying on this storm line to weaken this storm line, that's not going to be the case. I want to put this into motion and kind of show you what I'm talking about here. So starting back here, this is back toward about 6:30. You can see the gap in that storm line, right? It's probably about 100 miles wide there, maybe a little bit less. But you see the gap between the kind of the main front line here and this crap that's happening out in front, right? If I go to click to now, that gap has closed, and it will continue to close because this back line is like Kyle Busch, the middle of a NASCAR Cup Series. It's sprinting to close the gap as fast as it possibly can, and it's going to absorb this storm line. And when it absorbs that storm line, we'll get cell mergers to occur, and we'll get rapid rotation to occur as a result of that. So again, we're not expecting that storm line to really have much of an impact. This storm line in the back is just so powerful that it's not really going to matter what's in front of it. It's going to absorb what's in front of it and have a field day with it. So that's kind of where we're at right now. Once again, I want to tell you folks out in western Kentucky because you are up first. So tonight, we're not going to answer a whole lot of questions. What's going to happen in my neck of the woods, guys? We spent the last 3 days doing that to you. Live broadcast, rapid updates, posts, graphics, everything under the sun. You should know by now what's going to happen in your area or what the risks are in your area. If you don't know by now, pretty much the entire state is under the same risk. Damaging winds are the number one priority. There is also a tornado risk. There might be several tornadoes throughout, Kentucky and Tennessee tonight, mainly in Tennessee. A couple of which may be intense, EF2 to EF3. That is possible, but not likely in my eyes. So just know damaging winds are by far the main priority of concern tonight, but there is the possibility for some spin-up tornadoes to maybe take advantage of some of that extra wind energy and get a little bit stronger than they typically would in a line of storms. So tonight, how this is going to work is the areas that are under the gun are going to be talked about the most. I may briefly look ahead at times to other areas and try to give you a heads up. But for example, if you're in Lexington right now, I'm not going to talk about you too much because obviously you have several hours until that line of storms gets to you. So each area that's under the most immediate impact will get the respect that it deserves, just like it will for your area when your area becomes under that impact zone. So I hope that makes sense, and I hope I don't, for lack of better words, piss anyone off by doing that because I know everyone wants their questions answered, and we try our best to do that. But on a night like tonight where, an impact to life may be expected or potential, that we want to make sure we're covering those areas in depth and that everyone that could possibly tune in from that area has all the information that they need at that moment. And that same respect will be given to your area when that storm line approaches you. So I hope that makes sense. So just again, I wanted to reiterate that. Let's go. I'm going to show you the model data now. Just kind of show you kind of the future here. It's not going to be 100% perfect. Let me turn off the warnings real quickly so it kind of gets off the screen. You can kind of clear up the screen here. This is not going to be perfect, but it will be close-ish to kind of what we're looking at for tonight. So let's back that up. That goes so fast. This is valid for 6 p.m. Let's go ahead and get that scooted on over here. This is valid for about 8 p.m. or so, but you can see it's pretty close. So it's not too far off. Those supercells continue to jump out in front, but eventually, as you can see here on the model data, by about 10 p.m., those cells that jumped out in front, that crap that we talked about out in Western Kentucky, that begins to get absorbed into the line. And once they absorb into the line, that line creates a nice, organized, kind of very even front there. That's where the damaging wind threat really kicks up. I mean, really kicks up. So again, this is, Owensboro, Madisonville, Hopkinsville, Oak Grove. I think we'll see these storms take a jump up even after they enter Western Kentucky. Just because, again, when we see those two lines to come together, we know they can sometimes, at least briefly, strengthen up quite a bit. So advancing this forward to about 11 p.m., we'll see that storm line is now starting to knock on the door of Litchfield, Bowling Green, Franklin, Elizabethtown, Brandenburg, Breckinridge County as well. And you can see those cells have been fully emerged at that point. And this is where the damaging wind threat, I think, peaks. In my opinion, this is where it also meets the best winds above our heads. It's where all those cells have merged into one. If this model is correct, by the way, this is where, in my opinion, the damaging wind threat probably peaks out. And then it's beyond this that the storm line begins to weaken. But because the storm line is so powerful, it's going to take it a while to weaken it back down to just a regular thunderstorm line. So we got to keep that in mind. Even though I'm saying it's weakening after this point, it's going to take it a while to kind of come back down to earth a little bit because it is so powerful. Advancing us forward about midnight, maybe 1 a.m. ish. You can see what I mean here. So see how that line kind of comes back down a little bit. You see all the purples and kind of the darker hues that are inside of this line. It looks a little bit more cellular. Now, if I click forward 1 hour, once it crosses I-65 there, you see some of those purples are coming back down into red. That's showing, at least on the composite reflectivity here, that the storm line is starting to kind of take a step down. But once again, it will still be quite windy and a bit powerful. Thank you, sweetheart. Oh, that's okay. Thank you. I love you, baby. I forgot my charger inside, and so Bree just brought it to me. So I'm going to get that hooked up here in a minute. So again, this is where we kind of expect that storm line to begin to take its step down, but it will take a while before it loses that wind threat. So advancing this forward to about 1 to 2 a.m., you'll see that storm line is now approaching the Lexington, Danville, Columbia, Albany, getting up toward Owenton and Crittenden, that kind of area there. Advance this forward to 2 a.m., you'll see that storm line now takes another step down. And, coincidentally enough, this is also where the risk begins to drop down on the SPC, if you remember that. So again, just kind of keep that in mind as well. Oh, my model reset here. Let's go ahead and get that queued back up. This is valid for about 3 a.m. or so, maybe 2 to 3 a.m. Again, the timing is not going to be perfect on the models here. That storm line is starting to bow out again a little bit. It may see a brief tick up somewhere around, Irvine, McKee, London, Somerset, Whitley City, Maysville. It may briefly tick back up again once that lower level jet kind of kicks back up. But it should still remain just a damaging wind threat, in my opinion, because you can see some of the bows in there. Advances forward about 4 to 5 a.m. Again, it's going to be a long night for me and a lot of you. That storm line it's pretty much dead at this point. So again, you can see that's around Hazard, Whitesburg, West Liberty, Paintsville, Louisa, Pikeville. This will still pack some wind punch, probably 50 to 60 miles per hour. So you may still get a severe warning or two in this area. But when you're comparing it to Western or Central Kentucky, it's in a much weaker state. And then by about 5 a.m., it exits the state altogether and becomes a moderate severe event for the East Coast. They may even have a tougher time than we are tonight. So, hopefully they stay kind of all together out there. So once again, if you are just now tuning into the broadcast, we do have several damaging warnings knocking on the door of Western Kentucky. A portion of this line is warned for 60-mile-per-hour winds going down here toward Charleston, East Prairie, Missouri, knocking on the door of, let's call it Bardwell, Arlington, Lost Center, Kentucky there. 70 miles per hour on this wind threat here. And then, of course, you have that tornado warning on the southern side that would track through if it continues on to Hickman, Clinton, and eventually Mayfield, Kentucky. So, again, that's kind of what we're looking at there. I'll get to a few of the chats now, but once again, I want to remind you folks, the time for forecasting is pretty much over. At this point, it's nowcasting. You should all know damaging winds are the main threat to you tonight. There is the possibility of a tornado or two as well. But once again, that seems to be like on the lower end of the scale. I don't know why none of our cameras are working, so let's just go ahead and throw on the Louisville camera there, just to have something up. I don't know why those are not working. I want to welcome everyone in. Thank you to everyone that's sharing the broadcast. Thank you to everyone that's liking the broadcast as well. Thank you very much for your help with getting this message spread out here. Let's go ahead and read out some of what you have here. Someone said, thank you for all of your information and coverage. We appreciate that a ton. They canceled tons of school tomorrow already in Northern Virginia. Will the rain in the front lower the severe chances? No. I do want to also mention that the severe window is pretty much just going to be for the front edge of the line as it gets to you. Once that front edge of the line gets to you, I'm talking about this back line here. Once that front edge gets to you, you have about a 20-minute window, then your severe window is shut. So that's kind of what we're looking at there. It's like Derby. You know, everyone kind of builds up for the most exciting 2 minutes in sports. It's kind of similar here. The severe window is only going to be open for the first 15 to 20 minutes of this front edge of this line. That's pretty much it. Any idea of power outage changes? Obviously, with the winds being anywhere between the potential for winds being anywhere between 70 to 80 miles per hour, you're talking about the possibility for widespread power outages. Am I safe to stay home in BG? Again, my advice to anyone throughout anywhere in Kentucky tonight, it all depends on you guys. You have to know what you live in, right? This is all about kind of you. You have to. I'm going to be honest with you guys. You're going to get a very straightforward George tonight because that's how you save lives. Okay, so this part's up to you. You have to know what you live in, right? If you know you live in a weak structure or a mobile home or an RV, anything like that, obviously you probably want to find some sturdier structure for tonight because those weren't made to handle winds above 60 miles per hour. If you live in a brick or concrete home, most of you will be just fine. But again, that part's kind of on you all. You kind of have to know what you're living in, right? If you can't find a shelter near you, I know I've seen several posts from several governments and EMAs throughout the state already kind of mentioning that they do have shelters that are opening once that storm line gets closer. But if you can't find a shelter, of course, a gas station works, Walmart. Just you kind of have to figure it out, right? You kind of have to. You want to be behind concrete or brick or something of that nature. Obviously, a mobile home doesn't have that, or an RV doesn't have that. So that part, unfortunately, is kind of on you all to kind of figure out that one. Walmart, Cole. Honest question. It seems the past 5 years or so, the wind that has come with just about any storm has been at a much higher level. I could be wrong. But is there a reason why we're seeing so many storms with high winds? It's probably just recency bias, if I'm being honest with you, because we've always had wind threats in Kentucky. But yeah, I mean, I think just the overall the severe weather has kicked up the last 5 to 7 years. We can go on all and all all night about why that's occurring. But this broadcast is more about just kind of paying attention to these lines of storms. How long will you be at risk when the storms hit you? That front edge, it'll be about a 20-minute window. It'll be about a 20-minute window. Here, by the way, I see a lot of people folks asking about tornado odds. Here is the risk map from the tornado risk map from the SPC. Almost every major city or medium city in Kentucky is listed, so surely you could find somewhere near your location or your location on this map. This yellow is 10%. This brown is going to be your 5%. Green is going to be 2%. And then a regular green is going to be 2%. This hatching indicates the possibility for a significant tornado, which is pretty much over all of Kentucky. Again, don't hear that and freak out because, again, I think your wind risk is still by far higher. But if anything does spin, it has the potential. Wow, a huge, hang on, huge, considerable threat warning here. This is coming out of Western Kentucky. Let's go ahead and look at what we have going on here. The National Weather Service in Paducah has a severe thunderstorm warning for southwestern Pulaski, Alexander, Fulton, Carlisle, Hickman, Ballard, Mississippi, Scott, New Madrid, southeastern Stoddard County. Again, the hazard on this one's going to be 70-mile-per-hour wind gust. So here we go already. The first warning inside of Kentucky is going to be for 70-mile-per-hour wind gust. The impact is expect considerable tree damage. Damage is likely to mobile homes, roofs, and outbuildings. So once again, 70-mile-per-hour wind gust. Tornado possible tag on that bad boy as well. Let's go ahead and take a look at that line and see what we're all. Yeah, wow, we have some very vibrant burst in here. So again, it looks like pretty much this entire box here. I mean, we're getting a 75-mile-per-hour reading up here. This is just going to be on the west side of Wickliffe. This would track right into Paducah. So for those folks in the big city out in Western Kentucky, Paducah, heads up, 70-mile-per-hour wind gusts are part of the line that's going to be in your area. I'm going to go ahead and put the tracker on here so we can see that as well. This is a pretty cool tool by WeatherWise. There's that tornado warning on that spot that we were just looking at. You can kind of see it see how it just gets brighter right there in that nice. Let's go ahead and take a look at the reflectivity here. Yeah, see how it has just a little bit of that bow right there, just a little bit of that bow. And that's kind of what we're looking for is a backward C within the line. A little bit of that bow right there, indicating that there may be some rotation occurring here. I want to say there may be several missed tornadoes tonight because when you're talking about, unless it's very evident, when you're talking about tornadoes occurring within a line of storms, it is extremely hard to see those on radar. So there may be some missed warnings tonight across Kentucky. There goes that tornado warning across the screen there now. Got no correlation drop on that. That's good news at least. Go ahead. I just want to take those winds back up again. Let's go ahead and take a look back at those. Yeah, we're getting an 80-mile-per-hour reading now. Again, this is no joke tonight, guys. This is not a joke tonight. I know those last few systems were a bust. This one will not. You're already seeing it. Again, please take the precautions necessary. The good news is, for most of you in Kentucky, you still have some time to take precautions if you haven't already. So make sure you have fresh batteries in your flashlights, your weather radios, so on and so forth. You know, kind of the basics on getting ready for a storm. We got some, I mean, that looks like it's strengthening even more. Am I wrong? Yeah, we're getting an 84-mile-per-hour. We may see this warning get upgraded. We're getting an 84-mile-per-hour wind gust on reading on the WeatherWise radar there. It may not be exactly 84, but it's probably darn close. Again, for those of you, that's going to head right into Paducah. If that continues on there, I want to take this back off here. Let's go ahead and put our storm track on here and kind of show you what we're looking at. This is a pretty cool tool by WeatherWise. It'll allow you to automatically detect the storm speed there, as you can see. And now we have our time of arrivals over here. So in Paducah, you have 45 minutes. Ritalin, you have 48 minutes. Metropolis, you have 40 minutes. Again, so a lot of you have 40 to 45 minutes to get ready for this storm, which means you should be inside or at a storm shelter or at the lowest, most interior portion of your building, whatever it may be. Because again, when you have a 70 to 80-mile-per-hour wind gust, even if that's not a tornado occurring, right, that's hurricane force winds. It will cause damages to buildings, and anyone that's caught outside may be injured. So make sure you're staying indoors, off the roadways if you can. We now have double tornado warnings out here in Western Kentucky. Let's go ahead and look at what we have going on out here. Let's go ahead and pull that off for just a second. Turn the storm track off for just one moment there. Let's go ahead and take a look into the velocities here. Yeah, we just have another bulge out. I mean, these winds are just insane. They're just insane. It would be right here. It would be right in here. Maybe this is what they're warning. Again, I'm not going to lie to you guys. It is really hard to see rotations when it comes to QLCS events on radar. I'm not even going to try to hide that fact. It is pretty difficult. I think it's going to be for this outflow or this inflow that's happening here on this notch. I mean, either way you slice it, though, this is just a wall of 70 to 80-mile-per-hour winds that are heading into Western Kentucky right now. For those of you that may be asking as well, I get this question quite often. These are moving at about 50 to 60 miles per hour right now. These should speed up. That warning's probably just gotten upgraded. By the way, the storms that are in front of this, for those of you that may be seeing storms in front of this, these are non-severe right now. These are not impacting the environment. Just a heads up. I'm going to plug in my phone real quickly. I know I haven't read any out because we've been very busy here, but I see your all-star donations. Thank you guys very much. I appreciate you. Again, for those of you on TikTok, we only cover Kentucky. Oh my gosh, I forgot we have a camera out here. Is the camera working yet? Oh my gosh, it's back up. We have a camera out here right in the middle of this tornado warning. Now, it's really hard to see because it's not at the greatest angle in the world, but look at those clouds. That is screaming. There's inflow occurring out there. There is inflow occurring out there. That's what that's screaming. But why can't you guys see the camera? There it goes. This could be the first time we ever catch a tornado on the live broadcast, if this camera can catch it. Doesn't that just look ominous? And again, this is going to be for out there in Western Kentucky. This is technically engaged Kentucky, as you see at the bottom portion of your screen there. If I turn on the HAZ cams on the WeatherWise radar, you will see it's up here. See what that little H logo is. It's looking back toward the storm line right now. I don't know why it says no alerts. Obviously, there are alerts. There they go. Guys, right now we are looking. What is that update? Rains in effect. A severe squall line capable of producing both tornadoes and extensive straight line wind damage was located near Charleston, moving east at 60 miles per hour. Okay. We're looking in the right area right now. Again, right now we're looking at the camera in Gage, Kentucky, which is just in front of Paducah. So for those of you that are in Paducah, if you're looking at what's on the camera, this is going to be what's coming into your area about 15 minutes after it leaves this camera right here. Right now we are looking into a tornado warning storm that's probably about 15 minutes away from this camera, but look at all the activity you can see out in front of it. Look at the lightning show that you're seeing. Even though this is probably 7 to 10 miles away from this camera, look at the lightning that's happening with this storm. My goodness. I'm waiting to see if we see anything maybe dropping down at all with this. Again, this camera is about 7 to actually we can measure. This camera is about 25 miles. I was way off on my guesstimate. About 25 miles from the actual warned part of that storm. And you're still seeing already all that rotation and circulation that's happening. That inflow is kicking in toward the storm line. It's pulling those winds back toward the storm line. And you can just see those clouds look pretty scuddy already. Again, guys, for those of you asking about what's going to happen in your area, guys, we spent the last 3 to 4 days warning you about what's going to happen tonight. I ask that you go look at some of our past videos or posts. They will let you guys know what's happening. Right now, we are obviously going to cover the immediate impact areas, and that same respect to your area will be given to you when the storm line approaches you. For right now, if we're not talking about you right now, that means you're not under an immediate impact. That's basically what you need to know. If we're not mentioning your city right this second, you're not under an immediate impact. Oh my goodness. Okay, we have a little bit of time on that, so let's go ahead and switch back to the actual radar here. Hopefully that camera continues to work and I didn't just mess it up. The cameras have been very sensitive tonight. Very sensitive tonight. Looks like it's back down. Okay. Just texting our stream guy to make sure we can get that camera to be a little bit more. See if we can get that camera to be a little bit more stable there. Okay. Tornado watch has been issued. Let's go ahead and see where that is at real quickly. A new tornado watch has been issued. It now does include pretty much all of central Kentucky. Let's go ahead and get that posted out here for the folks that may, be oblivious to what's happening right now. It does happen. So bear with me while I get this posted out, if you guys do not mind. And if you guys want to see it yourselves, I'll leave it up on the screen here. Tornado Watch has been expanded. The tornado odds are significantly lower on the new watch. You can see here the tornado odds about 30% on the new watch. The wind is about 80%. If you come over here to Western Kentucky and look at that watch, it's about 80% on the tornado likelihood and 90% on the wind likelihood. So again, that kind of shows you as the storm line moves to the east, a little bit after it enters Kentucky, the tornado odds really drop down quite a bit. So again, that's kind of some more proof right there that the tornado odds should come down. How long does this go to? 3 a.m. Eastern time. She many crickets. I don't think we'll need it that long. Let me get this posted out real quickly, and then I will get back to covering things with you guys. Trying to handle a lot of stuff tonight to make sure everyone is taken care of here. Just trying to make sure everyone's taken care of. This warning has been updated down there in Western Kentucky. Okay. Getting this posted out right now. Okay. Text my team real quick. Okay. Again, guys, on TikTok, we only cover Kentucky, my friends. All right. We pull this back up here, and then we're ready to rock back into this. Sorry, I like to make sure I get those things posted so anyone that may be blind to what's happening somehow at least knows there's now a watch that's been expanded here. We can go ahead and read the bulletin off here for you so you guys kind of know, but it's pretty much the same thing. A couple of tornadoes possible in that new watch zone. Widespread damaging winds and isolated significant gust to 80 miles per hour is likely. So it's not only possible, but likely now, according to the Storm Prediction Center. The summary: a severe squall line is forecast to rapidly move east to northeast across the watch area this evening into tonight. Damaging gusts will likely be the most prevalent hazard, but a couple of tornadoes are also possible with embedded mesovortices within the squall line. That's just Boeing segments. Fancy word for Boeing segments. Okay. All right. We got that right out for you guys. I'm going to check back in on the radar down here because I want to make sure we're keeping an eye on this. If you want to see exactly where that watch is, once again, that has been posted out. You can go look at those posts and kind of get some more ideas on that. That camera went down again. Are you serious? You gotta be kidding me. Come on. Worst comes to worst, we could pull it up on here, but the storm line's still pretty far away. And we have a lot more clarity on our end, so I'm trying to get it to where it's working on our end, but it's being a pain in my butt tonight because of course it is. Why wouldn't it? Why wouldn't it be? Will it extend any further? That's probably 50-50 at this point for whoever was asking about that. I think you could argue a severe thunderstorm watch probably may be necessary for Eastern Kentucky. I don't know about a tornado watch. Okay. Let's go ahead and take a look back down in here to Western Kentucky where we actually have some very concerning warnings happening right now. Once again, we still have those 70 to 80 mile per hour wind gust stretching all along this line here. 76 is the reading up there heading in toward Lost Center here soon. We're coming back down a little bit, back down to 60 to 70 miles per hour down here. In Western Kentucky, it's still around the 60 to 70 miles per hour as well for that area toward Clinton and Bardwell. So all those areas still have quite the wind gust to endure. This front edge line, for anyone that may be seeing this, for you folks in Murray, Benton, Princeton, Marion, Morganfield, up toward Henderson. If you're seeing this front edge of this front line here, this has been non-severe most of the night, or all the night, and it should continue to stay non-severe. What did Shree say? Oh, that's pretty. All right. Wow, look how many considerable threat severe thunderstorm warnings there are. Again, the difference between considerable threat and regular severe warnings likely going to be for 60 miles per hour on the wind scale. Considerable is 70, and destructive is 80. And look at all these orange. These are all considerable threat warnings, just all throughout Tennessee and Western Kentucky right now. The northern side of the line that says southern Illinois that may clip the northwestern portion of Kentucky is starting to weaken a little bit, but it will re-strengthen once again once it fully makes this merge here. You can see it has started its merge with that front line there. As you can see, some of these branches kind of reaching out, connecting here. Once that happens, the storm lines will briefly weaken a little bit, and then they will rapidly pick back up once that merge is complete. So again, kind of have to keep an eye on that. So for you places in Northwest Kentucky, you may get a little bit lucky out of this and kind of maybe miss out, which is always a good thing when you're dealing with 70 to 80 mile per hour winds. I don't think any of you will complain too much about that. I'll turn that tilt up a little bit now that we're getting real close to that radar. Again, if you're just now tuning in here, we still have tornado warnings active, considerable severe thunderstorm warnings active as well. These are all entering into Western Kentucky at this time. I'm trying our best to get our camera back up here, but quite honestly with you, the camera's gotten so dark anyway, I don't even know if it would actually be able to see anything out of it. This is the camera out of Gage, Kentucky, looking back into the tornado warning storm. As you can see on your radar here, where the H is, that's where this camera is, and it's looking back into the tornado warned portion of the storm right now. So again, we're kind of keeping a loose eye on that camera. RJ says just lightning. Well, yeah, you have to remember the base of the storm is still 20 miles from that camera. So the fact that you're seeing that lightning from 20 miles away kind of tells you already how severe that storm is. Will the watch be extended to Mount Olivet? Again, it's you have to kind of wait and see, guys. If I had to bet, if there is a watch for Eastern Kentucky, it would likely be severe thunderstorm watch. How does Northern Kentucky look tonight? How does Georgetown look tonight? How does my area look tonight? How does Danville look? Again, guys, I have to tell you tonight we're not really answering questions about what's your backyard looking like. We spent the last 3 days doing that, so hopefully you guys know by now. None of the forecast has really changed. I've been pretty much the same message the entire time here. Tonight we're really covering the areas as that line is going through. Those are the areas that we are covering because they are under the immediate impact of some destructive weather. That same respect will be given to your area. Emery, please don't do that. You're taking up the whole chat. I'm just going to go ahead. Emery, I appreciate what you're trying to do. But that is you're taking up the whole chat there. I can't see anything. But again, we're going to give the respect to the areas that are under immediate impact, and that same thing will be given to your area as well when those storm lines get to you. Okay, far western Kentucky that borders Missouri and Illinois, you are now completely blanketed by tornado warnings out here. This is ridiculous. Um, 4 tornado warnings in a row here. I mean, they're all pretty valid. They're all pretty valid. So you have this rotation here. It's happening just to the north of Mound City. A lot of arrows, a lot of boxes going on here, guys. This is a very chaotic radar. But just kind of stick with me here. You have this rotation here. It's heading just to the north here, northeast into Oscar, Monkey's Eyebrow, Bandana out there in western Kentucky. You have this rotation here just to the west of Wicklife. That's going to head into eventually in toward Paducah in about 30 minutes or so. And then you have down here toward the very southwestern corner. I don't know if this is really rotation, but this is definitely some intense straight line winds. 86 miles per hour is being picked up by the radar. Look at that lightning on that camera. 86 miles per hour there, being picked up on the radar. It may not be exactly that big, but man, that's now 4 or 5 times we've seen over 80 miles per hour being picked up on the radar. Just incredible, incredible levels of wind that are occurring out here in Southwest Kentucky right now, and it's pretty much going to be for everyone out here. So again, that's Clinton, Hickman, Arlington, Bardwell, La Center. You're the first ones up, and then after that, go ahead and get your safe places kind of ready there for Paducah, Redlands, Simpsonia, Mayfield, Farmington, Wingo. And then immediately after that, it'll be Murray, Hardin, Benton, Grand Rivers, Salem, Elizabethtown. And again, that's Elizabethtown, Illinois, not Kentucky. So for the folks in E-Town, don't forget yet. And we may have a little something on this front edge line here. We got a little bulge happening here. Let's go and take a look at the radar. Nah, that doesn't really match up. Never mind. Doesn't really match up. At least not yet. Look at this storm lines. Look at these two storm lines, though. And this back one is going faster than this front one, and it's trying to race to it, and it's trying to catch it. Basically, a race that's happening right now. Thank you guys again for all the shares on the broadcast. We appreciate you guys helping us spread this information out, helping to protect lives. Thank you for doing your part. We appreciate you guys sharing and liking the broadcast so much. Thank you guys again for not only doing that, but for trusting us overall. We appreciate you guys a ton. We have over 6,000 of you in here right now. We appreciate you guys hanging out here with us. I know this is a scary night for many of you, so we do thank you. I thank you for trusting us with your information tonight. What happens if it catches it? It's not an if. This back line will catch that front line. And what will happen is you'll see those two storm lines merge together, and it'll become one big storm line that produces a pretty organized straight line damaging wind event. It's just it's a matter. It's not a matter of if. It's when this back storm line will catch that front storm line. It's moving faster. So is it going to weaken as it gets past Louisville? Yes. Once it gets along I-65, that's when it starts to weaken a little bit. But until then, it's just full throttle on down. Here is the StormNet AI, and you can see it's also starting to pick up on that severe risk, potentially maybe coming a part of that front line. So we're keeping an eye on that. Unfortunately, on this, they made the city labels incredibly small, and I cannot change them at all. So hopefully, you all have some of the greatest eyeballs in the world. Because again, I can't change the size of these city labels, but for some reason they decided to make these, the smallest thing possible in this world. Here is the damaging wind risk as we head throughout the night. When you see the areas in yellow light up, those are the areas we really got to pay attention to. So as we advance this forward, you'll see that wind risk really grows. Even has a really bright red happening. Murray east going toward Hopkinsville, even getting close to Louisville up there with that northern edge of the line. Which is never good because anytime wind gets into Louisville, it's like all hell breaks loose. Advancing this forward, you'll see that yellow kind of gets over the I-65 line there, getting up close to it. E-Town, Louisville, Bowling Green, getting into Litchfield, Breckenridge, Meade counties. You can see that higher end of the wind risk is there. Then once the storm line crosses the I-65, watch what happens. It starts to go down a little bit. It's got to be bugging out. There's no way it just completely drops out. Okay, there has to be a bug because it just completely drops out. But Eastern Kentucky, you will see a wind risk as well. Here is that tornado risk, and there goes the allergies starting to flare up for my nose. God, every time I do a long broadcast. Here is the tornado risk. You can see it's really not that high for Kentucky. Really, right? This blue is probably equivalent to maybe a 3% tornado threat from the SPC. See, the greater tornado risk stays in Tennessee into the south. For Kentucky, it's not that high. Obviously, though, there are several tornado warnings that are happening here. Huge tornado warning. I haven't seen one that big in forever. Golly. That is super wide. It's because there are several pockets of rotation here, and we will have to keep a very close eye on these little baby supercells. This is what we told you might happen that are jumping out in front of this line here. We'll have to keep a very close eye on those. This is one of the wider tornado warnings I've seen in recent memory. Still getting 86 miles per hour on that reading there. I wanted to see if maybe they listed their expectation of wind gusts in here, but I don't see that they did. No. But man, there are several little pockets. Every one of these little bright bulbs that you're seeing kind of in the circular fashion, those are all pockets of rotation. Doesn't necessarily mean those are tornadoes on the ground. Again, I want to remind everyone, it is extremely hard to see tornado signatures on radar when you're dealing with QLCS systems, which is what we're dealing with tonight. So it is very hard to really pick out what's a tornado or not unless it becomes so strong that it's just obvious, right? But all these little, like, I guess, bright bulbs, if you will, on the green and white here, those are your pockets of rotation that may be occurring. And then obviously you have this blue one here that is very, very, very strong. We are now getting an 88 mile per hour reading. They're going to have to upgrade this warning, I think. Yeah, they're still leaving it at 70 miles per hour now, but this is now like 4 scans in a row that we've gotten over 80 miles per hour on the same spot. Where is it at within the line of storms? Yeah, it's even got that nice inflow right next to it. I mean, that warning, in my opinion, probably has to be upgraded. We'll see what the National Weather Service out of Paducah does for it. They are a phenomenal office, so I'm sure they're all over that. But again, we'll keep an eye on that for you. I'm going to blow my nose real quickly, and then we'll be right back. But, I mean, we're not going anywhere. I'm just going to blow my nose real quickly. Freaking allergy season, dude. Hate it. Thank you guys again for everyone that's sharing the broadcast. We appreciate you guys' help a lot. Thank you. Thank you very much. By the way, we are live on all platforms tonight. So if you want to throw us up on your TV and not hold us on your phone, make sure you go look at us on the YT app. I can't say it the full name or else I get kicked off of TikTok. Thank you to everyone watching on TikTok, by the way, as well. I know we're not answering a whole lot of questions right now. That's because we obviously have a whole lot going on here. Again, so just want to give you guys a heads up. Paducah, Lone Oak, Simpsonia, Hickory, Mayfield, Priorsburg, Wingo, Sedalia, Water Valley, Lovelacetville, Cunningham. You are now included in that considerable damage threat severe thunderstorm warning for 70 mile per hour wind gusts and less than 3/4 inch size hail, so very small hail. Which again, we told you the hail threat was not hot tonight. But 70 mile per hour wind gusts with pretty much this entire portion of this line here. Just an incredible amount of winds that are happening with this line. And then obviously we have that entire box also included in a tornado warning. So a double whammy here. So my advice to you guys out here in the western corner, southwestern corner of Kentucky, anywhere inside of this big orange or purple boxes here, guys, you're either going to see 70 to 75 mile per hour wind gust or you're going to see a tornado. Either one of them are going to create damages. Either one of them put you at risk for injury. So make sure that you're remaining indoors, off the roadways, at the lowest, most interior portion of your building. If you know that you're not in a sturdy structure, get to one quickly. Looks like we may be having some warnings updated here. Yeah. So we trimmed off the backside there. That storm line is now getting very close to that camera. So hopefully that camera starts to work here soon. It's working. It's just, why is it loading on the OBS for? Thank you guys again for all of your stars. I appreciate that. I know I'm not reading every one of those off tonight, but thank you guys again for all the stars. We appreciate you guys a ton. I'm going to pull this camera up for just a second here. Again, for those of you, oh my gosh, look at that lightning strike. For those of you that may not know, this camera is located where this H is. If you look in the MIDI portion of the radar, it's located where the H is right there. Again, we have that camera there looking back into the line of storms here. Just double checking, making sure we got everything going here. By the way, that new tornado watch that we got issued here. So pull this back up for just a second here for you. That new tornado watch that was issued is going to be for these. What is this guy saying? I mean, honestly, probably a lot of you doing that right now. But this has been issued for 75 to 90 mile per hour wind on the most probability peak intensity. So these winds are absolutely going to be rocking as they come into central Kentucky. Tornado odds are obviously a little bit down, 85 to 115 miles per hour. That's probably EF1 to EF2 level. So just kind of wanted to point that out for you guys for that new tornado watch. The expectation basically is a lot of freaking wind. A lot of freaking wind. I'm gonna refresh our studio here and see if we can't get something. If we can get these alerts working correctly. Okay, for those of you once again that may just not be tuning in, we are looking at multiple tornado warnings inside of Kentucky now on the western flank there. This is approaching the Paducah, Mayfield, Clinton, Bardwell areas out there in the southwestern corner of the state. And again, we have 70 miles per hour on that wind threat right now, or a tornado, or 4, because there's 4 warnings there. Let's go ahead and go back to our radar here. Let's do some measuring on these wind gusts, then we'll pull that camera back up because that storm line is... So this wind gust here is about 60, about 65 miles per... Oh, we got a new update there. Yeah, it's about 67 miles per hour. That's about 4 minutes out from that camera. So we're gonna be able to look at that camera and see if we see anything happening there. Down here, we still have multiple 75, 77, 78, 79 there, 82, 83. So again, we're getting anywhere between 70 to 80 miles per hour on the wind gust reading, heading into Clinton, Arlington, Bardwell, Casey, Kentucky, down there in the southwestern corner of the state. Again, for those of you that may be seeing that front edge or that front line there, that is not severe, and it should be caught by this back line eventually, again, creating a cell merger situation. Let me go ahead and I'm going to switch back to that camera here and just get it ready, if you guys don't mind. Let's go ahead and switch back to our camera here, because I want to see that storm line as it comes in. As that lightning lights up the sky, we'll be able to see anything that may be occurring. Again, we're kind of looking right in just to the west of Paducah. We're looking a little bit more west of that. This camera is about 10, 15 minutes west of Paducah. I'll get to a few of your comments now while we're watching this camera here. Again, I'm not going to get into the whole what's happening in my backyard, guys. Everyone in Kentucky tonight, damaging winds, main threat, 70 to 80 mile per hour, that big threat, as well as a couple of tornadoes possible. And that goes for everyone in the state. If you're looking for timings, those have been posted onto our page as well. But guys, it's just like kind of a wait and see situation right now. You know what I mean? It's not a matter of if it's going to happen. It's just a matter of when it's going to happen. We have over 5,000 of you in here right now. We appreciate you guys once again. Thank you guys again. I'm seeing all the hearts go across the screen. I'm seeing all the shares. Thank you guys again. We appreciate you. Timing still the same, relatively. Our timing window for Western Kentucky, we had it entering between 7 to 11. We counted for this front edge or this front line here. So that's why we had that little extra window for Western Kentucky. But it got there. It entered Western Kentucky at about 8:30, this main line. So I think it's I think timing is pretty close right now to what we expected it to be. That lightning is insane. Considering, by the way, remember, we don't have a whole lot of storm fuel. We don't. Our dew points are in the mid 50s, right? I think they still are. Yeah, mid 50s for the most of you. Again, we don't have a whole lot of storm fuel with these, yet we're getting a lot of lightning with these bad boys. A lot of lightning. We definitely have a wall cloud. That's not a doubt. I saw it right there in the middle of the camera, lower mid. If you guys are wanting to see when it lights back up, no doubt it's a shelf cloud. I'm sorry, not wall. So we know this is a severe storm at this point. We see lightning, we see shelf, we see it on the radar. This is no doubt a severe storm. What we're looking for now is any other indications in the camera that may point toward anything spinning. This camera is in West Kentucky, technically called Gage, Kentucky, just west of Paducah. It's on the screen here. If you can squint your eyes and look for the H, that's where this camera is looking back into the storm line. The storm line is approaching it. Right now, this storm line is about, I used the drawing tool by accident. Let's clear that out. Use the measuring tool here from WeatherWise. And this storm line, the peak of it is about 7 miles out from this camera. And this storm line is moving at about a speed of 60 miles per hour right now, so it's about 7 minutes out from this specific camera. What's it looking like at Fort Knox? What's it looking like in Mayfield? Again, damaging winds the main threat for both of you guys later on. I appreciate you guys understanding that we're not getting to all the questions tonight because obviously we're going to have areas under some high level impacts. So I appreciate you guys understanding that, the time for forecasting is over. Now it's about nowcasting. Well, Mike, the NWS makes the tornado warnings, and they have so many more tools and radars capable of seeing so many things that the general public doesn't. Even as a private forecasters, don't have some of those tools. So, if they put a tornado warning out on a situation like this, I would be inclined to trust them. I will just say it is also incredibly hard. Once again, I want to remind you folks, it is incredibly hard to see a clear tornado signature on a night like tonight where we have so much activity happening. Not only that, but it's a QLCS. It's a quasi-linear convective system. These typically don't really have strong tornadoes. If they do have tornadoes, typically they're very weak, very brief. But the difference tonight is that there is a rocking jet stream above our heads. If you go for a flight tonight or tomorrow morning, get ready for some of the worst turbulence you have ever experienced. I mean, a absolutely rocking jet stream. Looks like some of the warnings are trying to play catch up here. Do you guys want me to turn the sound off on the warnings when they come through, or do you like having that sound on? Whatever I see spam the most, I'll do. Just let me know. Sound on for the warnings, sound off for the warnings. I'm inclined to turn it off because the warnings aren't even working correctly anyway, which is really starting to irritate me. But it is what it is. What can you do? Sound on, sound on. Okay, I'm seeing a lot of sound on. Wait, you can't hear them? See if this fixes it. Yes, by the way, that winter weather advisory is real. There's going to be accumulating snowfall tomorrow morning. We haven't even gotten to that. Can you all hear them now? I'm inclined to just turn it off because it's irritating me because they're not working correctly, and we paid a lot of money for them to work correctly, but they're not. So what can you do? No, back. I think I'm gonna turn them off because honestly, it's a lot. It's a lot. It's a lot of sounds, guys. So you all, I'm gonna leave it on for a minute. You guys let me know because it's all about your all's experience, right? So you all let me know. I don't care either way. Tornado warning has been expanded now into Western Kentucky. This tornado warning is right over this camera, by the way. Oh, I'm seeing a lot of offs now. I think I agree. I think the warnings are a bit over, or the sound is maybe a bit overdone. I'll turn them off for you guys. I'm seeing a lot. Now that you guys can hear them, I'm seeing a lot of you saying turn it off. I think I agree with you. We'll call out the warnings anyway, and you can see them on the screen. Thank you for all the gifts on TikTok, by the way. I'm still trying to get used to doing those. Okay. It should be back off for you guys. Right now, for those of you that may not know, once again, we are watching this camera out Western Kentucky. We're seeing that storm line approach this. The new outlook from the Storm Prediction Center has been issued. We'll go ahead and take a look at that, but I honestly expect that there's probably not too many changes. Yeah, it's pretty much the same, except that obviously they have trimmed off the backside where the storms have already been. So you can kind of see for yourself here, right? You can kind of see for yourself. Once that front edge of that line gets past you, the severe threat's over. The tornado threat is pretty much the same as well. No real changes there. And matter of fact, they pulled back the hatch risk. So now places like Lexington, Barberville, Hazard, Mount Olivet, Maysville, going towards Cincinnati, Ohio, you are no longer included in that significant risk. So that's good. They pulled back. I agree with that. The wind risk looks pretty much the same, I believe. I think this is the same. I believe that's the same pretty much. Very close anyway. So the outlooks haven't changed too much. And usually they don't while the storm line's already kind of gone. Usually you don't see the outlooks change too much. Oh, I forgot you guys can't see that. Just know it didn't really change. Is the new SPC outlook better or worse? It really didn't change very much. All right. That storm line's getting incredibly close to this camera now. So now we're going to go ahead and try to pay a little bit more attention to this camera as that storm line is moving into it. Let's see if we see any funnels, any drop downs. Last time I looked at it, I saw a nice wall cloud or a shelf cloud with it. And you can still see that's very evident. I see some. What did I see there? Let me make this bigger. I'm gonna turn off the chat for a second just so I can see this bigger. So I'm not seeing your comments right now, but our moderators are, so don't do nothing stupid. I just really want to pay attention to this camera for a second. Looking off to the right side there. I thought I saw something. Where are my glasses? I almost feel like I need to freeze it if I don't have I don't have the ability to freeze it though. Well, you can tell the effect that lightning is having on the camera calls and those little delays. The camera's hanging tough. Though once again, this camera is engaged Kentucky, just west of Paducah. So Paducah, what this camera is seeing is what you're going to see about 15 minutes after it leaves this camera. So in about 20 minutes. Thank you again to all the new followers. We appreciate you guys a lot. I don't see anything right now. This camera is going to be it's right into the front edge of the storm line now. So if we're going to see anything, it would be in the next 60 seconds. Again, that H that you see on the screen there on the radar is where this camera is. So again, it's engaged Kentucky, looking back to the west. On radar, I don't really see anything in this area that really screams to me something's happening. And I really hope more emergency offices and local governments across the state are seeing this camera right now, seeing that we're able to see this storm before the radar is, and seeing how helpful a camera is. And hopefully we can get more of those done. We are working on something though. I can't talk about too much, but we are working on something. Okay, the storm line should be right on top of this camera at this point. We'll say the lightning is slowing down with it. Oh, just as I say that. I think at this point we have lost anything that we can actually see. Yep, this storm line is now directly on top of this camera, so we're going to go back to the regular radar view because now there's just going to be way too much. What in the world was that noise? Oh, MVR, thank you very much. I forgot that was the, go ahead and go back to our control panel, turn this back onto main, and we'll start taking a look at some of these other locations. All right, so let's go ahead and go through kind of what we're seeing here once again. So for those of you in Mayfield, Priorsburg, Water Valley, Clinton, Sedalia, Fancy Farm, Lovelaceville, Riddland, Metropolis, Paducah, Smithland. Again, 70-mile-per-hour wind gusts. The main kind of concern, again, as you see from this warning here, there's also a couple of tornadoes possible with all these purple boxes here. You see all these little semi-bowing segments that are happening here, all these little bow outs that are happening along this line, is where any of that rotation can really possibly live. So again, tornadoes are possible. 70 mile per hour winds are going to happen as well. If you're seeing this front edge line here, again, this should remain non-severe. It's gotten close a couple of times, but it should remain non-severe, and this back line should catch it. Although this southern part of the line is really struggling to catch it. That northern side toward Evansville has pretty much already caught that. It's really starting to create those mergers that we're seeing. But this southern storm, I mean, it's still keeping its gap. This is still racing on across here. You see the rain now starting to come down on that camera. I see a lot of people asking about different locations. I want to remind you guys again, we spent basically the last 3 to 4 days kind of letting you guys know what to expect here. So there's so many graphs, graphics, posts, videos, quick, long form videos. You can pretty much go watch or look at anything and pretty much know exactly what we expect to see in your area. It's all over all of our pages there. So make sure you go check those out. For now, obviously, we're going to cover the areas that are under immediate impact, but every once in a while, I'll try to get to a few of your questions. Just understand that we're not going to answer the whole backyard questions because there are some very high-level impacts expected, and that same respect will be given to your area when the storm line is over your home. So hopefully, we can all understand. Sorry, my team is messaging me real quickly. Okay. Can you look at Russellville? I'm gonna be quite honest with you, my friend. There's nothing happening in Russellville, so we're gonna stay right here on this line. Paducah Sirens, that's correct. You have a tornado warning over your area and a 70 mile per hour wind threat over your area right now as well. Yes, the storm line is moving at about a speed of 60 to 65 miles per hour. So again, this should be a very quick in and out of your area, 15 to 20 minutes, and then your severe window is over. Then you have snow to worry about tomorrow morning. So, welcome to Kentucky. Jonathan, thank you very much. I appreciate that Venmo. Sirens are now going off in Paducah. Let me see if I still have this. Those of you asking about timing, I'm going to quickly show this, then we're going to go back to the radar because I see a lot of folks asking about timing. I just realized that doesn't have our timing on it, so let me re-download that. Here we go. But I see a lot of folks asking about timing here, so I just want to kind of quickly show you guys this. This has already been posted to our page, by the way, so if I take this down before you have a chance to find your area, just know you can go find it on our social medias. There you are. There's our timing estimations, and they all seem to be pretty close on to where we're still thinking about. She needs a password. 1 second. Okay. Sorry, I had to give Cherie the password to the X real quick so she can go get those people on Twitter covered. Again, this is our latest timing map and kind of our breakdown of the risk levels here. Again, you can go see this on our social medias. I'll pull this up briefly from time to time, just to kind of flash it to you. But again, for right now, I want to focus on what's actually happening on the radar here. That warning has been backed off to 60 mile per hour wind gust. So it's a little bit of good news for you folks out there in far southwestern Kentucky. The warning's been backed off a little bit, but still expect some damage. Still expect widespread damaging winds along that line. There's a lot of rain happening now out in front of this. Let's keep an eye on that and see how that affects this main line. It could help to bring it down a little bit, but again, just remember, we're not really dependent upon storm fuel. We're dependent upon wind energy. Wind energy is going to exist no matter how much rain's in front of it. So just keep that in mind. Want to thank everyone again for all the shares and likes of the broadcast. Told you guys, you're going to hear me thank you all a lot tonight for that, because that, guys, you would be surprised how many messages we get after broadcasts are done that someone shared the broadcast and it somehow made it onto their news feed and gave them some critical information that they didn't even know about. So thank you guys again. You guys play a big role. Thank you guys again. We appreciate you for helping us save lives out here. Okay, now I can actually see out of the glasses. Jared, and thank you very much. We appreciate that. By the way, I want to reiterate, this storm line will move through all of Kentucky. So everyone in Kentucky has a damaging wind risk. Obviously, the more west you are, the higher the risk is. The more east you are, the lower the risk is, but the risk is still present. This line is going throughout all of Kentucky. So that damaging wind risk will exist for all of you. Thank you, Angie. I appreciate that. Someone said going forward on the radar, it looks like the storm is breaking apart. Once again, you have to remember you're looking at rainfall when you're looking at future radar. You're not looking at winds. So even though the storm line may be breaking apart, the wind threat's still going to exist. Why are we getting... Okay. Do they update the... I'm about to turn off these alerts because this is just not working the way that they should. Unless this has been updated again. It has not. Okay. Oh, that's what's happening. They're trimming off the backside. They're trimming off the backside of the watch as the storm line goes through. I love that they're doing that because it just helps clear up any confusion. We now have another tornado warning down here. This is going to be just south of our Mayfield friends. Let's go ahead and take a look at the velocity that's happening there. Yeah, we do see a nice little curvature spike there. Nothing too insanely crazy, but once again, these signatures on radar for QLCS tornadoes usually don't look crazy. So again, that's why we're kind of keeping an eye on those. Again, tornado warnings are in purple. Severe warnings are going to be in yellow. Unless it's a destructive or considerable severe thunderstorm warning, then it will be in orange. What was that? I don't know what that was. Mayfield just got a tornado warning. It's just south of Mayfield. But yes, it's very close. I'm in late. Why are you wearing sunglasses? These are not sunglasses. These are blue light glasses. They help to filter the blue light of screens that you're looking at to reduce the strain on eyeballs. And for long nights like this or long stretches where I've already been looking at the screen for several hours today without you guys seeing, my eyeballs are starting to hurt. So I'll put these on. Bowling Green, Clarkson. Again, guys, Dawson Springs. Everyone's asking about these locations ahead of the front here. Again, this line will go through all of Kentucky. It will. So for all of you, the answer is going to be the same. Damaging winds are the main risks. Up to 70 to 80 miles per hour are possible on those damaging wind scales. Tornadoes are also possible, but on a lower end risk. So again, the answer is going to be the same for all of you. Is Kentucky in the safe or not yet? No. You think it'll die down before it hits Harrisburg? Again, this storm line will start to weaken to the east, but it is still going to be incredibly impactful. We are live on all three platforms tonight. So if you don't want to watch us on your phone, you can put us up on your TV using the Red app. I can't say the name, or else I'll get kicked off of TikTok. But most of you know what the Red app means. Thank you for all the gifts on TikTok, by the way. My goodness, I almost just choked on my spit. Yes, Mayfield sirens are on, but I want to reiterate that the Mayfield sirens are going off for the warning that's to the south of Mayfield. As you can see on your screen here, Mayfield is not technically included in that tornado warning, but you are in the same county. So you're going to hear those sirens anyway. But I want to reiterate for those friends out there in Mayfield, you are not currently under a tornado warning. The timeline is so off. It is not so off. I told you the storm line would enter Western Kentucky between 7 to about 9 p.m. last night. Actually, I think I had it at 8 to 11 p.m. last night. It entered at 8 o'clock. Tonight, I had it at 7 for the prefrontal stuff, which is exactly when the prefrontal stuff went off. So the timeline is not off. It is still very much accurate. Don't forget to drink your water, George. Oh yeah, I've already been working on the water. You already know. Tonight we have strawberry. The fridge is full. The fridge is full over there. Don't look at the rest of my mess. My wife keeps throwing stuff in here. I have snacks ready. I mean, we're all ready to go over here. We're all ready to go over here. I'm prepared to give you guys a full night of coverage, so no one has to miss anything. We are ready to go. Don't look at the rest of my mess though. My wife keeps throwing stuff in here. Any record of power outages or debris signatures? Again, debris signatures are probably not going to show up too much tonight. You don't really get those for QLCS events. Um, I can check power outages here in a moment. Didn't work. Oh goodness, I don't know what this password is. We're trying to get coverage on X as well, but I don't know what the password is then. Hang on, I'm trying to help out with the. Oh, I think it's this. I don't know. I don't know what this password is then. I don't know. Sheree, if you're watching, just forget it. I don't know what the password will be if I don't have it correct. I'll just continue. I'll just update X every once in a while we're live here. I haven't seen any confirmed reports out of these tornado warnings. Oh, you're good, Sharia. I don't know what's going on with it. I don't know. Every time I go to give you the password, something has changed on it. And I don't know how that's even possible because I really don't change this stuff. Yeah, I don't. Every password that I usually use, I'm putting in is incorrect. Yeah. Let me see if I can reset it real quick. Goodness gracious. Yeah, I know, Mike. It's just difficult to do while I'm doing this. Chelsea, thank you very much. I appreciate that. On the Venmo, thank you very much. Guys don't have to do those, but thank you all. You guys can't see my screen, right? Or else I would be leaking everything. You guys, right now I'm trying to get this set back up here. Let's see here. Okay. And now I just reset the password now, saying it can't find my account. Bro, what is this? What are you talking about? Oh, I see what's happening here. Sorry guys, again, I'm just trying to get the password reset here so our moderator can get in and take care of the Twitter for us. Okay. I got it. Okay, there we go. Goodness gracious. Why was that so difficult? How fast are these storms moving? About 60 miles per hour. About 60 miles per hour. Okay, we're back now. Why was that so difficult? Okay, we still have our severe thunderstorm warning for 60-mile-per-hour winds and a couple of tornadoes possible. Will Louisville be okay? It's again the rest of the state. Everyone in the state is worried about damaging winds tonight. 70 to 80-mile-per-hour wind is the main threat. Of course, a couple of tornadoes are possible as well. Keeping an eye on those things. Those are not going to be as likely as the damaging winds, but the same risk pretty much exists for all of Kentucky. It's just it obviously drops off more toward the east. But yes, that threat includes all of Kentucky. Looks like we may be seeing this line pulse down a little bit. We'll start to see this over and over again. This line will pulse down and back up, down and up, down and up. We'll see this kind of action pretty much most of the night here. Refresh the radar. It's already up to date, my friend. So the storms will calm down as they get to the east. No. Once again, it will take them a long time to weaken. They will start to weaken as they go to the east, but they won't just immediately calm down. Still snow behind this. That's correct. Snow tomorrow morning. Sorry, my eyes are. I'm not doing this because of you all. My eyes are just really hurting. All right. Yes, there is snow possible on the backside of this. So again, if I come back here, you kind of already see it, right? So there is snow possible on the backside of this bad boy for tomorrow's morning, overnight tonight, tomorrow morning. Okay, but that's that. I don't want to make that the main headline here. I still want to stay focused on the severe threat here, where we still have a severe warning that's now been expanded out toward Murray, Kentucky. Tornado possible on that tag, as well as 60-mile-per-hour wind gust. We still have the tornado warning down for Sedalia, Farmington, just south of Mayfield. We still have the severe thunderstorm warning for 60-mile-per-hour wind gust in Hickory, Simpsonia, Ridland, Paducah. And then we have that tornado warning just to the north there for Smithland, Golconda. Hope I'm saying that correctly. My goodness. And then, of course, we have that sub-severe line just out to the front. Is this the same kind of front that came through December of 2021? No, it is not. What's the risk looking like for our county? The same thing as the rest of the state. Damaging winds are the main priority of concern. Is the time map in Eastern time? It is. Indicated by the ET. How bad is the front line? It should remain sub-severe because it's not attached to the better wind fields. Uh, but you still have to watch out. I still got to keep an eye on it, though. Will the whole state see two lines? No, eventually this back line will catch this front line. It's just a matter of when. Mike, thank you very much. Once again, Central City as well. Expected to see damaging wind gust potential. Low end tornado risk, but it is there. Is sub-severe low winds for that front line? Yeah, probably around 35 to 45 miles per hour if I had to guess with that front line. A time frame from the Hardinsburg area, please just look at the map, my friend. You would be included in that 10 p.m. to 1 a.m. Eastern time zone. There's a watch on LaRue County and Hardin County right now. That is correct. Tell in Charlie near Hoptown. could. Let's see here. No, that's very obviously straight line at this point, but we'll keep an eye on it because it does look like it's getting a little bit more activity to it, a little bit deeper on the colors there. What happens when that back line catches the front line? That's a great question. When the back line catches the front line, those two lines will merge together and make one damaging wind line. How's Harlan, Kentucky looking? What's the main threats? Once again, same thing as the rest of the state. Damaging winds the main priority there. Noel, thank you very much. I appreciate that. Will Lexington go under a tornado watch? Again, that's yet to be seen. This needs a you have to let things evolve, guys. You have to let things evolve a little bit. Well, let's see how this tracks. You still have obviously several hours till it gets to your area. Whether it goes under a tornado watch or not, you're under a damaging wind threat, primarily. When the storm hits, how long is it staying in the area? Well, your severe window is only going to be open for 20 minutes or so, but it will continue to storm for a little bit after those 20 minutes. You know about how much longer we have until BG gets in there? Well, the time. Just look at the time zones, guys. Again, I can't get too specific because obviously we have a second line in front, so it kind of throws off the time windows a little bit. But that's why we make time windows. Can't get unfortunately any more specific than that. Thank you guys again for all the shares and likes on the broadcast. I appreciate you guys tuning in here and trusting us tonight. Thank you so much for that. Hope that you guys continue to share the broadcast out so that way these new folks that are under the newer threats continue to get updated as well. So thank you guys again for your help. We appreciate you. This storm line is moving at about a speed of 60 miles per hour for whoever was asking about that. Black Audio, thank you very much for becoming a member. Thank you very much. Both of these lines are moving east. What part of Kentucky am I from? I live near Elizabethtown, near Ratcliffe, Elizabethtown, this area in Hardin County. How fast is the front one moving? They're both moving at about 60 miles per hour. This front one's probably a little bit slower, probably closer to 50. Dustin, I've already answered your question, my friend. Again, guys, please refrain from spamming if I've already answered your question specifically. Mayfield is obviously under that severe warning for 60-mile-per-hour wind gust right now. Does severe weather make you nervous? No. Frankfurt is under a tornado watch. That's correct. Do you think the first line will weaken the second one? Not likely, because we are already not dealing with a... So let me answer it this way. Usually, when you have two lines of storms, yes, you would have the first one coming through, weakening the environment. We saw this with the last three storm systems, right? Those are storm systems that are dependent upon storm fuel, all right? And so when a storm line comes through, it takes down the dew points. It takes down the temperature. The environment becomes more stable, which would be the case here. The only exception to this storm system is that this storm system is not dependent upon storm fuel. It's driven by wind speed and speed shear above our heads. So again, that first line, by the way, went through far western Kentucky where the current line is at, and you saw it didn't do anything to it. So again, my expectation is that front line really is not having that much of an impact on the environment in a way that's really weakening the backside of the storms. We'll continue to watch that. It could, especially in the areas where the wind energy maybe dies down a little bit, or the momentum, the transfer of the wind energy dies down a little bit. But I don't expect it to have that great of an impact. How long before more? I've still seen a lot of timing questions, guys. Again, here is our timing map that has already been posted. By the way, I think we posted this or something like this 3 times across the last couple of days. Find your area on the map or find the city that you know that's near you, and that'll be your time window to expect your severe weather. We do not cover Tennessee, my friend. Any tornado warnings yet? Yeah, we've had several already in western Kentucky. Are these lines intensifying or staying the same? They're pretty much staying the same right now. Still see people asking about specific locations, guys. I asked you go look at our social medias. We have so much forecasting information that's already been posted, whether it's videos, posts, graphics. I mean, anything you could possibly want to prepare you for a storm system has already been posted to all of our social medias. So please go look at those. You will know exactly what to expect. For now, obviously, we're focused on what's actually happening, so that way we can make sure the people that are under the immediate gun get that heads up that they need. Which, by the way, means Benton, Grand Rivers, Hardin, Smithland, Salem. You're next up for this main frontal line here. Does appear to be in a little bit of a weaker state for now, but we'll see this throughout the night. The storm line will pulse down and pulse up, so you still have to stay on guard here and kind of keep an eye on things. No, that back line is starting to catch that front line. It's getting real close. You see it happening right here. Look toward Murray, right? We can see evidence, right, of that cell kind of popping up in between there, trying to branch out and basically trying to pull these two together and take them out on a date here and get them together. So we're seeing evidence of the storm line really starting to come together here. Charles, thank you for becoming a member. Enjoy no ads, my friend. Seeing these past few storm systems, how do you feel about the rest of the season? Well, our peak severe weather in Kentucky is April and May. So we haven't really hit our peak yet. It's just the unfortunate truth, my friends. Is it good if the lines come together? I don't think it really changes a whole lot either way. I think these storm lines will come together and will continue to pose a damaging wind threat. LVR, thank you for the 5 gifted, my friend. I appreciate that. You guys are going crazy on the YT. Thank you very much. You guys are going crazy. Thank you very much. There are still over 5,000 of you guys hanging out here with us. I appreciate all that trust, guys. It's not lost on me that you guys are choosing us on a night where there's so many people that are alive. So thank you guys very much. I appreciate your all's trust. I try to answer as many questions as possible. I feel very confident that we're one of the only people that are trying to answer questions. But I know it frustrates you guys when we don't get to every single question, but just know we're trying our best here. Okay, so I know a lot of you are curious. Take his darn headset off. I'm tired of listening to it. It's giving me a headache. All those beeps and sounds, we get it. It's severe out there. Woo, that feels better. Okay, there are a lot of you asking about what's going to happen when these storm lines come together. So I'm going to try to show you. So obviously you're going to see this storm line start. I think it's going to start to move faster here, and it's going to start to really catch up to that front storm line. This one here. Okay, when that occurs, you will see a brief period, and it'll probably happen. I guess. I mean, this is just a guess. Okay, those storm lines will probably come together about right here. And again, that's just a guess because there is still quite a bit of space in between there. When that happens, you'll see that storm line briefly die down a little bit, kind of like how it is right now. Then once they fully merge together, which will probably be somewhere, I guess, in here. Again, this is just a guess. I can't see into the future. I can only give my best guess. When they fully come together, you'll see the damaging wind threat really tick up for probably about 40 to 60 miles wide. Okay, so that would put, again, probably the peak wind threat somewhere in here. Again, if I had to guess, that's not going to be 100% perfect, but you'll see that storm line really pick back up for about 20 to 45 minutes, and then that's where it has peaked, and it will start to fall apart. So, again, that's kind of where we're at right now. We're kind of waiting to see what exactly happens when the storm line kind of gets together here. It's obviously, this backline has obviously been incredibly chaotic for Western Kentucky. So now it's about seeing what exactly happens when those storm lines come together. Just give me 1 second here. I want to look at some of the ingredients. I mean, there's just so much of a cap here as well. So that front storm line, I mean, it's amazing to me that this front storm line has survived. because the first two events that we saw, or the first three events that we saw in Kentucky. Remember February 19th, the first weekend in March, and then that one about what was it, 4 or 5 days ago? That severe system. Um, or it was last Monday, wasn't it? So anyway, last week. The reason all those underperformed is because there was quite the strong cap in place. We have a very strong cap in place right now. Look at all this negative, this blue here. That's all negative storm fuel, right? It's like it's basically telling the storms, hey, we're putting a lid on you. You guys are done. But they're not. They're continuing to fuel up. They're continuing to rocket on through to the east, and it's just incredible seeing those first few storm systems really struggle once they met the cap. This storm system does not give one single you know what about the cap. It just doesn't. It's just continuing to rocket on to the east. Woo, down here in Tennessee, they're getting slammed right now in Tennessee. Kentucky's getting a little bit of a break at the moment. Only one severe warning inside of the state at the moment. Of course, we do expect that to change. We've already had what 6 or 7 tornado warnings out there in Southwest Kentucky. We've already had a 70-mile-per-hour wind threat throughout that entire line in Western Kentucky. We fully expect that this will pick back up. Are they only still going because of the wind? Yeah, I mean, really, it's because of how fast the jet stream is moving above our heads. Not only that, but let me see if I can kind of show you while we have a moment, just to help you guys kind of just see what's happening here. Um, See, I don't know if Weatherwise has it. Oh, they do. Okay, cool. So look how so this is the jet stream. And typically your jet stream moves a little bit more horizontally. So something like this is what typically happens with a jet stream. Maybe a little bit of a dip, but typically you have your northern flow and then maybe your southern flow and so on and so forth, right? But look at what's happened here. You have the northern jet stream just whoo, and anytime you get that on the right exit side, we call it the right exit region, you get a severe storm threat because it's the winds that are ejecting from that upper latitude, and it causes a lot of severe weather. And as a result of that trough, you're also going to be able to see, as you can kind of see here, energy and moisture being picked up out of the Gulf and thrown to the north there. That's why our dew points went back up today. That's why our temperatures went back up today, because this trough is pulling in a lot of warm and moist air with it, creating an unstable air mass for storms to be able to support themselves. The reason this one is so particularly concerning is because look at how freaking fast this thing is going. I mean, you're talking about 108 miles per hour, about 3 or 4 miles above our head. And if you go down, to about a mile above our heads, I clicked the wrong thing there. But if you go down to about a mile above our heads, I mean, you're talking 60, 70 miles per hour. That's on an older run. I bet it's even faster now. Yeah, so you see here now it's picking up 75, 80 miles per hour. And some of those winds that are happening above our heads, because the storms are so strong at the ground, are being pulled down to the ground. And that's what's causing this damaging wind threat. And you can see those winds are continuing to tick up. As I put this model into motion here, just look at what happens to Kentucky over the next few hours. And this is why we're not expecting the storm line to die. Because if you look into Kentucky, right, we see a lot of soft blues, a lot of soft yellows, but watch how the yellow and really deepens and the orange and the reds come in. Those are your higher wind speeds kicking in about a mile above our heads, and those can be transferred to the ground with the storms. So that's why the storm threat, even though right now it doesn't look all that incredible on the radar itself, I expect it to still pose a significant wind threat because the winds above our heads, they really haven't woken up yet. I mean, they really haven't woken up yet. We've already seen 70-mile-per-hour wind threats out in Western Kentucky. So, again, for those of you that may be looking at the radar now and saying, "Oh, we may get lucky here," I don't think that's the case because the model data is still just suggesting that the better winds haven't really arrived to Kentucky yet. Boomer, thank you for the 5. I appreciate that. Are we getting storms? Tornado or winds for Bowling Green? Damaging winds are the main threat. Tornadoes are also possible. We have our first severe warning from that front edge line there. So this is our first warning on the front edge line. What is going on with our alerts here? Why are they not freaking working? This is starting to really irritate me. There we go. Now it's starting to work, but like it only works for a couple moments. I don't know what's going on with that. Yeah, that was a real question, by the way. Okay. So we do have our first severe warning here on the front edge line. Going to be for 60-mile-per-hour wind gust. I'm really curious because there's still quite the gap here, right? It's trying to get together, but it's not really happening yet. There's still quite the gap here. So I wonder the better storm ingredients is going to be with the back line. But I wonder if this front edge line could take advantage of some of those winds as well. So again, that's why I kind of told you guys it's kind of a wait and see situation with this front edge line because it's in a peculiar position. It's not too far off of this main frontal energy, and with it being in front, it should have a little bit better storm fuel with it. So, going to be really interesting to watch this. Now, it wouldn't be the entire line; it would only be the southern side of this line. So, it would be this very southern tip here toward Hopkinsville, and wherever that tracks through, that's the area that could be severe on this front edge line here. So, very, very interesting. I still see a lot of people asking about timing. Here's that timing map once again. I'm going to leave this up for just a second. I'm going to go potty real quickly and get a fresh water bottle. And then I will be back here. Again, we're not taking the stream off. I'm just going to go potty for a couple minutes. If you leave the broadcast, you're going to be banned. I'm just kidding. But anyway, I'll be back in a couple minutes. Right now, there's no a crazy impact in Kentucky. There's a couple of severe warnings, but this is a good time for me to go to the potty real quickly. Man, I forgot my water bottle. All right. Okay, hopefully this map helped answer some of those timing questions while I was gone. Looks like we still have those two severe warnings up for Western Kentucky. There could be a little spin up possible just northeast of Murray. See a little bit of a notch there. Let's see if it matches up with the reflectivity. It does also match up with the reflectivity as well. And we may also have a cell merger about to occur here, so we'll have to keep an eye on this area just to the east of Murray. Let's go ahead and look at this Hopkinsville storm once again here. Definitely some nice winds occurring on this Hopkinsville cell. Looks like we're having 53. No, this would be like 40 plus, yeah, about 60-mile-per-hour winds going on there in Hopkinsville. Oh my gosh, my AC just kicked on and it scared the crap out of me. MVR, thank you very much. I appreciate that. Okay. No, I'm a little bit late to this. My team just texted me this. Bo said that people are spamming that there's a tornado on the ground in Paducah. No, there is not. There was a tornado warning there at one point, but your severe window in Paducah is shut. There's no way there's currently a tornado on the ground there. Not a chance. The tornado odds in Kentucky are going down, which is as expected there. Let's go ahead and take a look at the wind threat. Wow, that wind threat is high. So again, we still have a long night ahead, folks. Hope you guys got your snacks in. Hope you had a good dinner. We have a long night ahead. So it's coming to BG next. Yes. Well, you're jumpy for the storm. What do you mean? Yeah, I don't know why. I don't know why notifications are such a struggle for social media apps. So I see a lot of people asking about specific locations. Folks, want to remind you, everyone in Kentucky is under the same risk tonight. Damaging winds are possible for all of you. 70 to 80 mile per hour is kind of the ceiling there for most of you. But again, that risk drops as you go to the east. But for central and western Kentucky, which is kind of what you see on your, let me do it this way. If you see your city on the map, you're at a risk tonight for damaging winds that could potentially go up to hurricane force level. This area over here in eastern Kentucky, you're also at a severe risk, but the wind threat kind of drops for you. You can also see this by looking at the SPC maps that we have posted several times. Hook and Hopkinsville, I haven't seen that yet. I've been keeping an eye on it. That's getting close. Let's hone in on this Hopkinsville area for a second. So let's pause the different areas, different cities that aren't under any impact right now. Let's go ahead and hone in on this Hopkinsville area just a little bit because it's getting really close. That's getting really close. I'm going to stay on this for a second. Do want to remind you all, because now we actually have some people that are all clear. Once that front edge of that back line gets past you, you are all clear. So for those places like in western Kentucky toward Mayfield, Paducah, those areas out there, you are clear from your severe threat. So just keep that in mind. Once that front edge of that back line gets past you, you are all clear. I had to turn my air conditioner off for a second. Is the front line weakening the back line? No, it is not. No, it is not, my friend. Anyone asking anything on the TikTok side? Thank you for all the gifts on TikTok, by the way. I need to pull up the TikTok chat on my phone real quickly. Might help me be a little faster for you guys. Let's do that. Oh, lots of likes on the TikTok. Thank you. I'm still getting used to operating the TikTok live broadcast. Okay, I'm gonna look back in. It's really close, but it's not there yet. It's just still a straight line wind threat, in my opinion, in Hopkinsville. We now have that severe warning that was in Murray now extended out to the east, just to the south of Cadiz, Donaldson, Linton, Roaring Spring there. No other severe warnings in the state right now. So again, we're going to focus in on this southern Kentucky area, the southwestern Kentucky area right now. This is where the action is at the moment. Everywhere else, Kentucky is currently non-severe or not storming at all. Anyone know an app that sounds when you're under a warning? I mean, if you're under a tornado warning or something, your phone should automatically do that if you go to your settings and have emergency alerts enabled. A lot of folks get scammed into thinking they have to pay for an app for that. No, a lot of your phones come with that built in. You just need to make sure your settings are turned on. All right, Bo, I got you. So far, someone said so. So far, no one or so far, no tornado has touched down. Again, we don't know that. We haven't had confirmations either way yet. We probably won't get any confirmations until surveys are complete tomorrow or the next day. So again, we are live on all three platforms tonight. So if you don't want to hold us in your phone and you watch us on the phone, you can watch us on your TV under that red app, YT. I can't say the full name or else I'll get kicked out of TikTok. But you guys should know what I'm talking about if you spend any amount of time on your phone. This is so close. This have tornado. This does not have a tornado possible tag on it. That's quite interesting. It's quite interesting. Does it have? It has plenty of helicity to work with. Let's see. Does it have shear? Yes, it does. Wow, those winds above our heads are waking up now. Look at all that purple. That purple is indicating over Kentucky. Those winds are picking up above our heads quite a bit. That is extremely close. I feel like the reason it's not been tornado possible tagged is because this back edge line is starting to catch it. And you have this developing on the backside of it. So realistically, this should begin to weaken. This Hopkinsville kind of portion of that line, that front line, should begin to weaken. We'll keep an eye on it. We'll keep an eye on it. So again, just for an example for you folks, this edge, this line has passed this area. Now this area is clear from any severe threat. Matter of fact, I'm sure they probably already been dropped from the watch altogether. Yes, they're starting to get dropped right now, as you can see, evidenced by there being no yellow back here. That's starting to catch it. It's like someone needs to cue the Jaws theme music. That back line is starting to catch that front line. Now, wherever it does catch it, wherever it does start to merge together, you actually get lucky. That storm line should weaken briefly, and then once it fully merges, it will quickly come back up. You look at the storm in Marion. Yeah, I mean, I'm looking at every storm on the radar right now in Kentucky. How long has it been taking storms to get through a specific area? If I had to take a guess, probably about 20 minutes. Thank you for your storm reports in the chats as well. We appreciate that. Once again, for those folks that may be watching on the TikTok, we are only covering Kentucky. I'm in Paducah and it's storming. Yes, what I mean all clear is all clear from a severe threat. Thank you guys again for all the shares and likes on the broadcast. I appreciate you helping us grow and spread this information out to your news feed so that your friends and family can view it. Thank you guys very much. I told you guys I would mention that a lot tonight, so thank you guys again. Man, that wind is starting to roar outside again. I know you guys can't see this really well. Let me go ahead and go to the. Now you can. This is a new and improved website from the Kentucky Mesonet. Let me move that so I don't get in trouble for hiding their name. I'm not meaning to. I'm still trying to figure out how to work this now that they've updated it. Peak wind. Yeah, I want to see the peak wind gust. Yeah, look at those wind gusts today. Even before the storms have arrived, many of you have already seen over 45 miles per hour on those wind gusts. Even without any storms today, the winds have been absolutely rocking and rolling. Thank you to Kentucky Mesonet for allowing us to use their website, by the way. Again, guys, if you're looking for what to expect in your area tonight, we have already posted that on videos, through posts, through graphics. Please go look at our pages. You'll find all that good information for yourselves. And then you can come back here and watch the broadcast as we cover the areas under the immediate impact. Oh, let me put the glasses back on now. What happens if the lines merge together? Simply not as exciting as you'd think it would be. They simply just become one line of damaging winds and severe storms. It really doesn't have that great of an impact. So it's not as exciting as you would think it would be. I see a lot of folks asking about timing. Once again, here are your timings that things are expected. This map has also been posted to our pages. So again, I told you guys, there's a lot of good information on our pages. You guys can go check those out. Same name everywhere, pretty much. Where do you think the line breaks apart? Not until it gets out of Kentucky. So that's why I keep saying everyone in Kentucky is under the same risk. It's just obviously the more east you go, it comes down a little bit because we're heading into the after midnight time frame, so on and so forth. So the more east you go, the lower the risk, but it's still there. Okay, there's that. Oh, that pop felt good. Dr. Owsley is not going to be happy about me popping my own neck though. Wow. That wind is taking a tick up there in Hopkinsville. We're getting it's still about 60, a little bit. I think it might be a little hair above 60 at this point. Man, if that can wrap up, if it can wrap up, this could be one of the stronger tornadoes that we'll see tonight. If this can wrap up, the big if though. Again, elsewhere throughout the state, no severe warnings are present. All right. The radar he's using is weather-wise. That's correct. Once the merge happens, will the tornado chance go down any? Not really, because again, I don't think the tornado chance is that great anyway for the rest of the state. Really, in my opinion, the only real tornado risk was Western Kentucky, which we already saw. But again, you still have that. It's not zero, but it is, in my opinion, pretty low. I'm a bit surprised to not see. Is there any hail in this? There is a little bit of hail there. They have it. They do have hail kind of indicated there as well. Really watching that northeast of Hopkinsville, now heading out toward Dunmore and Beechmont here soon. Really keeping an eye on that particular portion of the line there. But again, elsewhere throughout the Kentucky, no other severe warnings up to the north, and then just one out here toward the bottom of just to the south of Cadiz. See if there's any rotation happening there as well. Not seeing anything at the moment that indicates that, but this is a very impressive wall of winds. Trying to show 100-mile-per-hour wind gusts right there. Yeah, okay. Okay, buddy. Okay, buddy. Sometimes the radar can be a bit misleading. So you have to be careful what exactly you're looking at. Actually, stay on that. I'm gonna keep on velocity here. I want to watch this Hopkinsville area. Just to the northeast of it, I should say. Is there any chance of this storm intensifying for any reason? Again, no, I think it remains pretty much the same. Thank you, Jeremy, for becoming a member. I appreciate that. Are the squares tornadoes? No, the polygons that you see on your map right now are severe thunderstorm warnings. They would be pink if they were tornado warnings on our radar. Karen said, "Will you be on live most of the night, or at least till the storms become non-severe?" Yeah, I'll be live until I feel like the storms have taken a quite the appropriate steps down to avoid any real impacts to life. So whenever we go live during a storm event, it's because there's either a great threat to the environment or to life. So that's kind of our rule of thumb. And tonight, there's obviously a great impact to the environment when you're talking about the potential for 70 to 80-mile-per-hour wind gusts. It's getting really close to catching that line. But, I mean, I will say there's also the possibility that when it does catch this line, that the storms just get too messy. Sometimes you can get. I mean, you kind of see it a little bit here. Um, like I said, you kind of see it a little bit here, but even up here, and look into Indiana, right? The storms are really messy up here, but they're still having severe warnings up here on that for that primary line, right? So, I mean, there is the possibility that these storms potentially get a little bit too messy, and maybe we avoid the 70 to 80. But there's still going to be several folks out there that see 60-mile-per-hour severe warnings. So, I mean, hopefully, though, maybe we get a little bit messy with things and avoid these 70 to 80. Maybe we just deal with 60. There'll still be impacts. But obviously, 60-mile-per-hour winds are a little bit easier to deal with than 70 or 80. It's like when you jump over that 70, right? When you get to 70 and you start to jump over it, it's like roof shingles really start to fall apart at that point. Trailer sightings, so on and so forth. When you really jump over that 70, that's when things would get really, really hairy. I mean, it only sound you're like, man, it's only 10 miles an hour. How's it get? I mean, it's just that threshold, whatever it is, that threshold is where things begin to really fall apart. Okay, at this point, I want to go ahead and switch over to our Litchfield camera, courtesy of Grayson County Emergency Management there, because that's where the storms will be tracking into next. Obviously, we still have quite a bit of time before it gets to Litchfield. Um, but yeah, someone said there's a tornado warning for Hopkinsville. There is not. There's not. Why do the tornado watches just sometimes disappear and reappear on weatherwise? That's because they're being updated. So whenever you see that, so for example, um, turning these back on here so I can show you. A lot of times when they're flashing off and then coming back on, it's because they're being updated. Something's either being trimmed off the backside or added onto the front side. In the case tonight, it's been mostly because once this or once that line passes through, the back edge of these watches have been getting trimmed off. Which is I love to see that because there's no reason to keep a watch up if there's nothing obviously that can impact that area any further. Looks like Tennessee is kind of getting the peak right now, which was to be expected. I thought the peak for this event was a little bit to our south. I was a bit surprised when that storm line came into Western Kentucky and was just, I mean, it was just roaring. I mean, it was just roaring. Now it's about, it's about the, these storm lines are about to come together. And over the next hour, we're going to see kind of really what, happens as a result of that. There's two ways this can go, right? One way is they come in together and they get really messy. Like if you look up in here to Indiana, it's you kind of see what I'm talking about. It's just really messy. At that point, like I said, you can kind of avoid some of the really higher end scenarios, talking like 80 miles an hour, but you can still get wind gusts between 60 and 70. Okay. Another thing that can happen is those two storm lines come together, and down in Tennessee is what happens, where you get 70-mile-per-hour wind gust threat still going on, tornado threat still going on, 60 miles an hour on the backside. So you're seeing the two ways this can go. You're seeing on the radar right now. It can either go toward Indiana, or it can trend toward what's happening in Tennessee. I hate to tell you guys this because as a forecaster, I love having very specific information for you. But at this point, it really is a wait and see game. Really have to wait and see exactly what's going to happen. The Hopkinsville cell is starting to die down, as expected. Someone sent a universe. What is a universe? What is that? Anyway, thank you to the people on TikTok sending things. I'm still, like I said, I'm still trying to get used to the. We haven't been on TikTok very long, so I'm still trying to get used to that. Thank you again for whatever that was and whoever that was. I appreciate you. Whatever it was, it sounded cool. Now we're just kind of in wait and see mode. I still think no matter how this plays out, I still think damaging winds are going to be probable for much of Kentucky. It's just about figuring out exactly how that's going to be delivered. That's kind of where we're at right now. And you can see even on the AI, if I go over here to the AI and just kind of show you, refresh this, right? The wind risk is still there for much of the line. And then as we go forward here, let me make sure you guys can see this. I know you can't really see the city labels. Again, I don't make this map or this radar here. I'm not sure why they went with the world's smallest city labels, but that's what they chose to do. So I'm sorry about that. Hopefully you have some good eyeballs and you can see here. But the wind risk really, I mean, it still continues on the AI at least to continue to really pick up. And then once the storm line gets to about I-65, that's when it begins to kind of falter back down a little bit. So you see we lose the really bright oranges and reds and the yellows, and we really come back down to green and blue, which is still a wind risk. It's just not that great. Here is the tornado risk, by the way. You can see it really peaks out right there on StormNet, and that's probably about a 4%. So you can see that even the peak tornado odds is about a 4%. So you can kind of see for yourself, which by the way, that wind risk was about 50%. That bright yellow you saw, that was about 50. So again, the wind risk is by far the main threat, and the AI is saying, it doesn't matter what the storm line does, it's going to continue to present a damaging wind risk. But I gotta say, there's a lot of rain. There's a lot of rain on that leading edge. Just gonna have to come down and see exactly what's gonna do. What is gonna do? Big severe warning box now. Again, so it looks like that line is starting to pick back up here. I told you guys it would pulse up and down. Looks like that edge of that line is starting to pick back up. This is going to be for the back edge of the line here. So again, kind of putting on the radar here. You can see some of those purples are starting to return again. And so this is beautiful evidence to show you that front edge line, this front line, is not having any impact because that front line went through this area already, and it's still allowing this back line to ramp back up. So we're still not seeing any evidence of that front edge line really making the environment any more stable here. Wow, this is a wall. Talk about a wall of winds. I mean, it's really close to being a 70-mile-per-hour threat instead of a 60-mile-per-hour threat. Right now, it's probably about 60 to 64 miles an hour on the wind speeds. But you're talking about a wall of winds. Get ready to go through Cadiz and then eventually into Hopkinsville. So again, if we put our storm track on here, courtesy of WeatherWise, you can go do this yourself if you want to. Front edge of that wind front is there. Hopkinsville is a major city, so I'm gonna highlight Hopkinsville. This storm, by the way, is moving at a speed of 68 miles an hour now. So you're starting to see that storm line really pick up its speed, almost moving as fast as you would on the interstate. It'll be in Hopkinsville in about 17 minutes is when those peak winds will be in Hopkinsville. So for those of you down there in Christian County, about 15 to 17 minutes is when that peak wind front is going to be in front or in your area. Kevin, thank you very much. Thank you very much. I'm not going to do Louisville right now because Louisville's not under any threat at this given moment. I see people asking about it. I love Louisville from there, but again, you guys are not under any immediate threat. You do have a damaging risk like the rest of the state whenever the storm line gets to you later. And whenever it gets to you later, we will talk about you then. Go Cards, by the way. But for right now, there's no reason to talk about you. I love you guys, though. That's an easy ban. Yeah, Katie's is likely seeing some decent wind gust right now. Again, anywhere between 60 to 70 miles an hour. We were getting 70 on the radar. The warnings for 60. We'll see what that continues to do. If you're looking for forecast information on what to expect, again, you can go to our pages and find that information out. We've already done it in post form, video form. Any way you want that information, it is out there on our pages. You can go look and see what and when to expect things tonight. Okay, hang on. Gunners, thank you very much. I appreciate that update out of Greenville. Sorry, my speech decided to not work there. Yes, there will be quite a bit of lightning with this. In Hopkinsville, you got about 14 minutes until that gets to your area for that peak wind gust there. Go ahead and take a look around the rest of this line. We are starting to see some notch outs occurring again. Let's take a look back on the reflectivity here. If you're in Hopkinsville, Crofton, Cadiz, Pembroke, Oak Grove, Elkton, Trenton, Guthrie, got about 60-mile-per-hour wind threat with a severe warning here. Tornado possible tag on this bad boy as well. I see people asking about timings again. Here's the timing map real quickly for you. This has already been posted to our pages as well. Henderson, Kentucky right now does not have a severe threat. I am kidding. It just took a tick back up. Not only did it take a tick back up, it went way up. Holy cow. 70 miles per hour on this warning up here. That had to have just come out. That had to have just come out. Tornado possible tag on that as well. So again, you're already seeing those storm lines coming together. We're starting to see those winds pick back up a little bit for Henderson, Owensboro, Curdsville, Robards. Again, I know it's really hard to see. Let me see if I can change the color on this because this is extremely hard to see. One second. Let me see if I can change the color for you guys. Um, maybe. Well, I mean, what should we do there? Make it darker? You make it like brown or something? I know it's kind of ugly, but how does that look? I can't. I think it's too thin. That's so hard to see. Make it thicker, maybe. That's a little bit easier to see. Let's do this as well. Yeah, it's a little bit easier to see. Again, in this, let's turn the opacity up a little bit as well. There you go. Now you can actually see it a little bit. So yes, we have this considerable severe threat on this severe warning over here. This is again going to be for Henderson, Robards, Owensboro, Stanley. I'm gonna switch to the radar up here. Let's see if we get some measurements on these wind gusts here. 70 miles per hour. All throughout this box here. I see it up here on the northern side. I don't see it as much on the southern side yet, but I'm sure it'll transfer down. Again, it's going to be for central Owensboro, maybe north side of Owensboro, more toward the Indiana side. Sorgo, Stanley, Spotsville, Henderson. Again, it's also going to include Newburgh, Indiana, Richland, Hatfield, Indiana, Rockport, Indiana. Or is that Rockport, Kentucky? Rockport, Indiana. Big time wind gusts coming through there here soon. We still obviously also have this severe warning down here for Hopkinsville, Pembroke, Elkton, Trenton, Oak Grove, Lafayette, Gracie, and Cadiz. Again, for that wind threat there. I want to take a peek on these winds here. Yeah, decent. 60 to maybe even 70 mile per hour wind gusts happening down there as well. So we're starting to see the storm line come back together here, starting to come back to life a little bit. See, I got you, Michael. Y'all better be in the basement. 'Cause I believe there's also a tornado possible tag on it too. Yeah. Yeah. Has there been any confirmed touchdowns yet? Again, those confirmations, unless they're obviously very evident, likely won't come until tomorrow. Caitlin, thank you very much. But these are blue light glasses, so they help to filter out the blue light from screens. So if you get a lot of headaches from looking at your phone or computer screens all day, these are phenomenal glasses to get that done or to knock that out a little bit. They're not perfect, but it gets the job done a little bit. Gets the job done a little bit. So again, this is why radar can be a little bit tricky sometimes. Look at how messy this looks, right? Typically, you would look at this and think, "Oh my gosh, there's no way." 70 mile per hour wind gusts though are ongoing up here. Again, this is for Henderson, Owensboro. You can see the straight line wind. This is a downburst of winds. So what this is doing is it's pulling the winds from above the ground down to the ground, and it's really starting to mix those winds all together here and create that 70 mile per hour wind threat we've been talking about all day long here. And again, it's going to be for Owensboro, Stanley, Curdsville, Henderson, and Robards. And then down here toward Hopkinsville, Pembroke, Oak Grove, Cadiz, Crofton, Elkton. Again, your threat is for 60 mile per hour winds per the box. I think you could see some gusts up to 65 there, though. So keep an eye on that location as well. George, what is the weather like where you are? Just windy. Just like a lot of you, in the chat right now, just waiting on the storm line to arrive. Just waiting on the storm line to arrive. Again, if we are not talking about your area right now, that means you are not under an immediate impact. Does not mean your severe weather window is shut. It just means you're not under the immediate impact. And on a broadcast like this, where we're dealing with dangerous weather, we will talk about the areas that are under the immediate impact because, again, we want to save lives out here. And that same respect will be given to your area when that line gets to you. So if you don't hear me mentioning your area right now, it's because we didn't forget about you. That's not because of that. It's because you're not under an immediate impact at this given moment. If you don't know what to expect tonight, which most of you should by now, damaging winds are the primary risk for all of Kentucky. All of Kentucky. All, not just anywhere. All of Kentucky. Now, the risk is obviously greater in the western portion of the state and central portion of the state as you head into eastern Kentucky, which you should know which side of the state you fall on. If you're in eastern Kentucky, that threat obviously drops down a little bit for you, but it is not zero. So hopefully this helps answer some of your questions. We also have a timing map that has already been posted to our pages as well as a lot of other information. So if you really don't know what to expect for tonight or what time to expect it, all of that information has been posted to our pages either in graphics or post or videos. Any way you want it, it's there. I told you guys are getting serious towards tonight. No, I did not have my fish fillets today. My wife spent a lot of time making a lovely meatball sub, so I had those tonight. I saw only reason I mentioned that is because I saw a lot of people asking if I had my fish sandwich today. I see purple. Is that spin? No, what you're looking at. So a lot of people get this really confused. When they see red or purple on a radar, they just immediately think, "Oh my gosh, that's the end all be all." And I'm not picking on you. I just want to use you as an example. This is literally just rainfall rates. That's all this really is. Now, sometimes when you get those supercells, which is not what we're dealing with tonight, sometimes when you get those supercells, you can see some rotation using the reflectivity radar. But 99% of the time, you're just looking at this for rainfall rates. That's it. So whenever you see purple or red, yes, it does indicate a stronger or potentially severe thunderstorm, but it's talking about the rainfall rates, not necessarily talking about anything else. You would use other radars like the velocity here to look at winds and see the rotation, right? You look at vertical integrated liquid to see any hail cores that may be evolving, which is definitely something that may be happening just to the northeast of Hopkinsville. So, wow, that is a huge. I just realized how big that was. Show you this real quickly. Show you this bad boy. No, not just get out of here. Look how big. So just taking the radar off here real quickly. I want to point to you guys in Madisonville, Princeton, Greenville, Calhoun, Beaver Dam. Getting a little bit lucky right now. You're getting a little bit lucky. So don't come crying to me tomorrow because there's going to be people crying to me tomorrow. Hey, Jordan, we didn't see anything. You got it wrong again. Look at the rest of the line. It is just fully covered in warnings. Just fully. By the way, no tornado warnings right now. So again, tornado risk is much lower. But the rest of the line, all the way from northern Indiana down toward the Gulf in Louisiana, is warned. And there's one spot in Kentucky that's not. So consider yourselves very, very, very lucky. And hopefully that continues. Maybe Litchfield will get gapped. Maybe E-Town will get gapped. You right? Hopefully that trend continues. We always want to miss out on severe weather. But I just want to point out, because there's always going to be those group of haters that say you got it wrong again. Look at the entire line here. Just completely warned. And you got this gap in Kentucky. No one could have ever seen that coming. So, again, hopefully that continues, but the odds are that part of the line will eventually pick back up. What's the time? I'm still seeing so many questions about timing. Here's that timing map again for you guys. This has already been posted to our pages. Yeah, I just wanted to point that out because there's inevitably going to be people tomorrow. It's just the world of social media weather, guys. I'm not saying it's all of you, but there's inevitably going to be people tomorrow saying, Georgia got it wrong. I didn't see the 80-mile-an-hour freaky tornado wind gust in my town. You must have gotten it wrong. Well, there's 120 counties in the state. And look at just look at this entire line is warned. And there's two gaps. Indianapolis and Madisonville, Kentucky, as well as Greenville and Calhoun. So again, it's just Getting a little bit lucky. We count our blessings here. We've gotten a lot of severe weather in Kentucky the last few years. So you always count your blessings whenever you get a little bit of a gap there. If you're just now tuning in here with us, Owensboro, Stanley, Curdsville, Rollbards, Henderson, you're under a 70-mile-per-hour severe warning there for 70-mile-per-hour wind gust in that area. Keep an eye out. Stay indoors. Stay low. Treat it like a tornado warning there. If you're in Hopkinsville, Elkton, Pembroke, Trenton, Oak Grove, that area, as well as Crofton, that area is under a 60-mile-per-hour severe warning there. Make sure you're remaining indoors as well. By the way, both of these also have a tornado possible tag on them. I'm going to do a little radar update post for people that may not be watching, even though they should be watching. They may not be, so I just like to make sure I take care of them too, because you never know. We're going to leave the radar on real quickly. Here, I'll leave this timing map on real quickly so you guys can see that a little bit as well. Still a lot of people asking about that. Do a little radar update real quick. Sorry, just making a radar update real quick for you guys, or for the people that may not be watching in here. Oh my goodness. Hey, that wind needs to calm down a little bit. The storm line hasn't even gotten here, and I'm hearing just winds just rocking. Our gazebo just got thrashed today. That poor thing. All right, Bo. Please do not spam areas. By the way, Madisonville, you are no longer lucky, my friends. This entire line is now warned once again. If we now zoom back out, there is no more a gap. That's not how you properly say that, but that's how I just said it. So we're going to deal with it. There's no more a gap in the central portion of this line here. Madisonville, you're under a severe warning for 60-mile-per-hour wind gust and the possibility of a tornado. That also includes Calhoun, Nortonville, Hanson, Seabury, Utica, and Mosleyville. By the way, I want to point out once again here, for those folks that may just now be tuning in here, if you are behind this line, you are all clear. So again, for those of you that are out in Western Kentucky behind the line in this blue circle, you are good to go. Have a good night. Enjoy your dreams. Again, you are all clear. Once that edge of the back line there gets kind of past you, you are all clear. I will continue to give you guys all clears throughout the rest of the night. This is the only area in Kentucky that is all clear. Again, I want to point out while we're doing a quick recap here. We have had several tornado warnings already out there in far western Kentucky. Sorry if you hear my chair creaking. It's getting old. Also, I'm a big dude. Okay. So we've already had several tornado warnings. We've already had, I think now, 3 considerable severe thunderstorm warnings, which means 70-mile-per-hour wind gust warnings. We've already also had a handful of severe thunderstorm warnings. This entire line right now in Kentucky is severe warned. And we do still continue to expect that damaging wind threat will increase as this line gets toward I-65. What you're seeing on your radar right now are the 2 lines coming together, and they're not getting messy. They're getting more organized. So this continues to indicate that severe damaging wind threat will continue to increase as this line gets toward the I-65 corridor. Where is the I-65 corridor? Well, I will draw it for you because otherwise there's a cool little drawing tool. It is about right here. So once the storm line gets past this, that's when it will start to decline. But it's going to be so strong that it's going to take it a minute to it's going to take a little bit to kind of get down. So the severe threat technically goes all the way through it out here into eastern Kentucky. And then past that blue line is where the severe threat really drops off. So again, that's kind of where we're at right now. For those of you that may just now be tuning in here, first of all, thank you very much for tuning in. I know that there's a lot of people live tonight, a lot of companies live tonight. So thank you for choosing us. We appreciate you guys for trusting us. And hopefully we continue to earn your trust tonight. Thank you for all the likes and shares. You guys play a big role and helping us to spread the information out and keeping everyone up to date. So thank you for sharing the broadcast out to your news feed or texting it to your friends or whatever it may be. Thank you for allowing us to keep your friends and family safe as well. So again, big thank you to all of you guys. Let's go ahead. We have another severe warning here. This is going to be for that cell. Remember, it was back toward Hopkinsville. Now it's kind of breaching out here. And there goes that Hopkinsville cell. Now it is for 70-mile-per-hour wind gust. And as not only radar indicated, it has been observed. So this is now taking it to another level here. So I think it's reasonable to expect 70-mile-per-hour wind gusts within this entire line right now. Pembroke, Trenton, Oak Grove, Crofton, Hopkinsville, Elkton, 70-mile-per-hour wind gusts are going to be in your area or are already in your area. So again, make sure you're remaining indoors. Anytime you get these considerable severe threat warnings, you definitely want to make sure that you're treating it like a tornado warning. You're remaining indoors. You're remaining low. You're remaining off the roads. Again, 70-mile-per-hour winds. I think 74 is technically hurricane force winds, so you're very close to flirting with it there. So again, these will cause damages to buildings. Make sure you're in a sturdy structure. If you're ahead of this line, not included in it yet, you obviously still have some time to make sure that you're remaining or you're getting to a sturdier structure. You know, you don't want to be in a mobile home tonight. You don't want to be in an RV. You don't want to be in anything that's not really rooted to a foundation that doesn't have brick or concrete or something surrounding it. You definitely want to be in something a little bit more sturdy tonight. So again, just kind of wanted to point those out here. If you're in Madisonville, Calhoun, Mosleyville, Central City, Hanson, Slaughters, Aunton, Seabury, Greenville, 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts are the threat there, as well as Morgantown and Caneyville. By the way, we have a camera courtesy of Grayson County Emergency Management in Litchfield. So when that storm line approaches the Grayson County area, we can actually take a peek into it and see exactly what the storm line is doing. So we'll be able to have eyes in the sky, as I like to call it there, in the Litchfield area. So again, thank you guys for all the hearts, all the shares, all that great stuff. Thank you again. I appreciate all that support. Again, I want to point out, if we are not mentioning your specific city right now, that is good news for you because it means you're not under an immediate impact. Does not mean your severe window is shut. It just means you're not under an immediate impact. And because there are so many counties and cities under an immediate impact, unfortunately, we cannot answer questions or that many questions about other areas. So if you don't know, if you somehow have missed completely what's happening tonight, you can go back onto our pages. We have videos, posts, graphics, quick reads, long reads, short videos, long videos. Any way you want to get your information about what to expect tonight, we have it on our social medias. I've worked very hard to make sure that you guys can have any way you want it. It's there. So please go make sure that you get, filled in on what to expect for tonight. And then you can come back here for the actual live coverage whenever the storm line gets into your area, because we want to make sure that everyone's staying safe that's under the immediate impact there. So again, that's kind of how we're rocking and rolling with things. Let me refresh this over here. All right. Want to remind all those folks on the TikTok, I'm still seeing a lot of people asking, we only cover Kentucky. We love Kentucky. We're from Kentucky. We only cover Kentucky. If you need information about a different state, please find something else. I don't want to lead you astray here. We only cover the great Commonwealth of Kentucky here. These storms are moving east-northeast, as you can tell, indicated by the polygons here. All right, let's take a look into the radar here and see what we have going on. So in Hopkinsville, it's very obvious. 70-mile-per-hour wind gusts are going on there. Fairview, Pembroke, Oak Grove, Elkton, and Crofton. Heading up to here toward Madisonville, Arlington, Morton's Gap, I should say, Nortonville, Hanson, and Slaughters. Obviously, 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts are there. Don't see any evidence of 70 just yet. Getting up toward Owensboro and Henderson, 70-mile-per-hour wind gusts are the main threat here right now. Again, with that, you can obviously see that very fine line. That's called a downburst happening there, maybe even a microburst. See also a couple little bulges, little bows out here. Not anything too crazy, but we're still keeping an eye on those. So again, obviously, I think the warnings are really well placed right now. That kind of goes without saying. No, these storms are not weakening. They are intensifying, as expected. I want to point out once again, we'll see this several times tonight, guys, where the storm line will take a step down, and then it will come back up, and then it'll step down, and then it will come back up. And so again, Storm line's not, again, I just pointed out there in that recap, the storm line is really not going to weaken until it gets into far eastern Kentucky. I mean, that's just how it's going to be. So that's why I'm telling everyone in the state tonight, hey, everyone, every single, we have 120 counties here, so it doesn't matter where the heck you live. Everyone in the state needs to prepare for damaging wind gusts. It doesn't mean it's going to guarantee it's going to happen, but you can see, as of right now at least, the entire line that's inside of Kentucky is severe warned. It's almost time for a Slim Jim. I got two Slim Jims for tonight. I think it's almost time for one. I'm getting hungry. By the way, thank you to our WNK mod team and everyone that's in here helping out, keep the chats cleaned up. And Cherie's over there covering the Twitter or X or whatever you want to call it. Again, still seeing a lot, guys. I still seeing a lot of you ask about what's happening in areas that just there's nothing happening right now. Again, all that information is on our pages. I ask that you go look at those because tonight don't really, unfortunately, have too much time to go into what's happening in Frankfort, what's happening in Danville, what's happening in Campbellsville, Mumfordville, Bowling Green. You guys know we do that all the time. When this storm line gets on top of you or close to you, we'll give you a heads up and we'll give you an alert and we'll let you know, hey, Litchfield, heads up, severe cell heading toward you, or hey, Bowling Green, heads up, or hey, Louisville, heads up. We'll give you guys a heads up. But right now, if you're not hearing your city name mentioned, it's because you're not under an immediate impact or a close impact. With that said, Russellville, Lewisburg, Dunmore, you'll be up after once the storm line gets a little bit closer to you here within the next 30 to 40 minutes. Same thing for Hartford and Beaver Dam, as well as Fordsville, Cloverport. Those are kind of the next areas up there, as well as Hardinsburg. So again, the brown that you're seeing on your screen, those are your 70-mile-per-hour warnings. The yellow that you're seeing on your screen, those are your 60-mile-per-hour warnings. What's the little cell in Princeton? It's just some backside heavier rain. Once that front edge gets past you guys, you all are all clear. So again, once this edge gets past you, you're all clear. So these areas in blue are all clear from the severe threat. That doesn't mean you won't see any rain or winds. You'll still continue to see those. But as far as severe weather, you are all clear from severe weather. I see people asking again. Again, I think the threat is strong for everywhere in Kentucky. That also includes whatever area you're asking about. I love you guys to death, but I told you guys are getting serious, straightforward, George, tonight. And again, the threat is the same everywhere. Damaging winds, the main priority. There could still be a spin up or two, but I really think the damaging winds are going to win the day here. It is not okay to be in a mobile home wherever you're at in Kentucky tonight because the wind risks exist everywhere. Still seeing a lot of people ask about those. Thank you, Pet My Peeves. I appreciate that. Ashley, it's 60 miles per hour. Check the Litchfield cam. I will in a little bit. The Litchfield cam, by the way, is up in that middle side. That is the Litchfield cam. No reason to pull it up at the moment because that storm line's not close enough. Checking back in on these wind gusts and everything around the Kentucky area here. Looks like we still have 60 to 70 miles per hour going on pretty much all the way through Owensboro, Mosleyville, Calhoun, Livermore, Sacramento, Madisonville, Nortonville, Greenville, Central City. Down here toward Hopkinsville and Elkton, it's pretty obvious that 70-mile-per-hour wind gusts are the occurrence that are happening there right now, with the possibility of a spin up. Anywhere you get these little bowing segments, right? Those are the areas you have to watch for the potential for any spin ups that may occur. That doesn't really look to be obvious in Madisonville. Doesn't look to be obvious anywhere in that yellow box. Let's look up here. Yeah, you got a couple little ones up there just north of Owensboro into southern Indiana. So should we go to the basement if we get one of those severe thunderstorm warnings? Absolutely. I always recommend that. What about Gallatin County? The same as the rest of Kentucky. Damaging winds, the main risk. Again, that's also why I'm not really answering too many backyard questions because, guys, again, that's going to be the same answer. It's going to be the same answer everywhere. Just being honest with you. Is an apartment okay? Most times, if you're on the lowest, if you can get down to the lowest floor. Again, 'cause most of those are made out of brick or concrete or something like that. So typically, yes, most temps will change strength. Great. I mean, not for the line. The temps in front of the line are still 70. Florence, Kentucky, the same as everywhere else. Damaging winds, the main risk later on tonight. Will the weekend before it hits Louisiana, Kentucky? Yes, it will. Just joined in. Is it still looking as bad as predicted? Well, the entire line right now is currently severe warned. So I would say it's pretty much going as expected so far. How's the tornado threat when it gets to Wayne County? Once again, very low like the rest of the state. Same thing for Gray, Kentucky. Bowling Green is the same as the rest of the state. Damaging winds, the main risk there. 60 to 75 miles per hour is possible. Is the line moving quick? It is moving at about a speed of 60 miles per hour, maybe up to 65. You think the probabilities on the watch were a little exaggerated? Nah, not really. The tornado odds may have been a little bit exaggerated, but you have to remember when that watch came out, there were like 15 tornado warnings along that entire line. So you have to remember that context matters. I see Louisville, Washington County, Glasgow. I see Webster County. I see Somerset. I see Logan County. Again, all the threats for all of those areas are the exact same. Damaging winds possible. 60 to 75 miles per hour is possible. If you're asking about timing, here's our timing map that has already been posted on our pages. So I ask that you go look at those. Again, because I want to leave the radar up for anyone that may be under the immediate impact right now, like what's happening in West Central Kentucky. So again, that's kind of what we're looking at there. Okay. Does that have a tornado? Yes, it does. Okay. Looking into Morgantown right now, there seems to be a little bit of spin occurring there, but unfortunately, it's right in the middle of all three of those radars, so it's a little bit difficult to see exactly. But on two of these radars, no, that's just a box coming through. Never mind. Okay, we're good. Thought that was green for a second. Could be a little bit of spin just to the northeast or northwest of Morgantown. So just a heads up to Caneyville. You would be next up, obviously. I'm gonna grab a Pepsi. That was for the people that always ask me what I'm drinking. Dr. Pepper. No, my wife loves Dr. Pepper. I can't stand them. Way too sweet for me. Way too sweet for me. Is Kentucky going to get hit bad? Well, the entire line is currently warned in Kentucky. I suppose that just depends on your definition of bad. Really, Cole? I've been trying to do better about drinking zero sugar stuff. I'm not diabetic or anything, but like obviously I don't want to get to that point. All right, it's very clear those two lines have really gotten close to really merging, especially in a lot of these places. By the way, the 70-mile-per-hour wind threat in Hopkinsville, well, just east of Hopkinsville now toward Elkton, Fairview, whatever the world that name is, Clifty and Sharon Grove. Again, this has been observed. This is not just radar indicated. These winds have been observed. That trying to watch get expanded? Or is that just the no, it did not. Okay, so the same. Tornado warning now going to be for Oak Grove, Trenton, Elkton. We now have a tornado warning in the state as well to go along with Everything else that's happening here, let's go ahead and check on the velocities that are happening down there. Wow, that is right next to that radar. Yeah, definitely possible there. Actually, two tornado warning boxes here, so there could be two pockets of rotation that are happening. I'm trying to see it, but it's very close. Oh, yep. So it's right where these little bulge outs are happening. So you have kind of this here, and you may have another one up here. Very close. Okay. All right. Thank you, Cherie. Oh my God. Woo! That one got me. That one got me. Sorry if you all heard that. That was my weather radio going off. Holy cow. Woo! Ice vanilla berry so good. Really? I'll have to try that. Wow, that one got me. I was not. I didn't think I had it on. I didn't think I turned it on because obviously I don't need it on at the moment. That. Woo! Wow, that is a mass. Oh my god. Okay, okay, enough laughs here. That is a massive, considerable severe threat warning here. This is going to include Bowling Green, Brownsville, Lewisburg, Russellville. Um, wow, that is huge. That is a huge warning. By the way, again, I want to point out we still have it in that pink there. I know it's a lot to see because there's a lot of colors going on here. Elkton, Trenton, Oak Grove, and Guthrie, you are under a tornado warning right now. Again, just kind of point that out there. We have this now severe thunderstorm warning that's going well out in advance. This is a crazy large warning box. I'm not disagreeing with it at all. I'm not at all. I'm just saying that's a huge box. Someone said I jumped. Yeah, me too. We have a huge box here for 70, as you can see here, 70-mile-per-hour wind gusts. Damage threat is considered considerable. Again, this is going to be for 70-mile-per-hour wind gusts. Locations impacted include Bowling Green, Russellville, Morgantown, Brownsville, Plum Springs, Memphis Junction, Mount Victor, Crestmore, Anderson, and Franklin. All right. So again, for those of you that are in Bowling Green, Brownsville, all those places there, 70-mile-per-hour wind gusts heading into your area within the next 45 minutes to 1 hour. So you have time to prepare for it. You have time to charge up your devices, grab your fresh batteries, grab your water bottles, whatever you got to do. For those of you that are up here, by the way, into Owensboro, Cloverport, Whitesville, that warning has been downgraded back to 60 mile per hour, but that is still a severe level of winds. Morgantown, Calhoun, Sacramento, Central City, Greenville, under that 60 mile per hour wind threat as well. Back over here toward Elkton, Trenton, Oak Grove, and Guthrie, you are not only under a 70 mile per hour wind threat, but you are under a tornado warning as well. So a lot happening here on the radar here in especially the southern half of Kentucky, but this entire line is still incredibly severe. Okay. There is a tornado warning in Trenton. Not a confirmed tornado, but it is warned. Again, guys, I just want to say this one more time. I'm probably going to say it more than that, but I just want to say, again, right now, we're talking about the areas that are under the immediate impact. If you need to know what to expect for tonight, all that information is already on our pages. We spent the last 72 to 96 hours working really hard to make sure that you guys had all the information on what to expect, when to expect things, and so on and so forth. Right now, we're working on the areas that are currently under the immediate impact. Again, when this storm line gets to your area, you will also have that same respect and attention. But for right now, there's really no reason for me to talk about something happening in Campbellsville or Richmond or Owenton or Louisville or Radcliffe or even my own hometown, right? So again, there's no 70 to 80 mile per hour wind gusts are the main threat for everyone in Kentucky tonight. Tornado odds look extremely low, but obviously they're not 0%. So again, just kind of pointing that out once more for you folks. I'm not ignoring you, but if we're not talking about your city right now, it's obviously a good thing. It means you're not under an immediate impact, but your severe weather window is still open. Severe warning has now been expanded to include Fordsville, Beaver Dam, Hartford, Caneyville, Morgantown, Rochester. Again, going out toward Hardinsburg now. 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts, the main threat with that portion of the line there. We'll do some velocity sweeps here. Let's make sure we don't see any rotation anywhere at the moment. Don't really see a whole lot on here. I see that, sir. I see that spot. But unfortunately, in Trenton, that is where the radar is actually at. So when these storms get into the radar like that, it is extremely hard to see exactly what's happening. This is why we need more weather cameras. Wow, that radar is just chaotic. I know it's a lot to look at, but that entire line is severe warned. We do not cover Tennessee. This line is moving east. What did you say about Franklin? Franklin is now under a severe warning for 70-mile-per-hour wind gust when it gets into your area in about 45 minutes. No, the tornado warning is in Trenton. This brown box is your severe warning for 70-mile-per-hour winds. The yellow boxes are your severe warning for 60-mile-per-hour winds. Your pink box down here in Trenton is your tornado warning. Uh, the radar is not down in Trenton, by the way. Whoever was saying something about that, obviously it's still working. 2233. That might be down. That means the winds may have gotten through there. Let's check a different radar here. Thank you for that heads up, Bo. Okay, this radar is working. Yeah, that may have been a tornado that got through there and got that radar tower down. Again, why we need more cameras. I know you're watching. Okay. Yeah. I mean, that could have been a nice little spinner right there, but it could have also just been the 70-mile-per-hour wind gust that went through there and took that radar tower down. Yeah, it's down. Last scan was 14 minutes ago. Last scan in Lakewood, Tennessee was 1 minute ago. Last scan in Paducah, Kentucky was a minute and a half ago. Yeah, that radar tower's down. That is terrible. That is terrible that we lose that radar tower right now. Wow, MRMS is picking up on a lot of rotation happening just to the west of Lewisburg. Let's take a look at that. Let's take a look at Lewisburg. Again, it's going to be really hard to see when we don't have a radar there. There is definitely a little bulge out right there. I wouldn't be surprised to see a tornado warning come out just to the north of Lewisburg. Or just to the east, I should say. Really hard to tell, though, when we don't have that radar there. Definitely a little bit of a bow out happening there. Man, that radar going down right there before Bowling Green makes that extremely difficult. Makes that utterly difficult. I can't explain how difficult that makes that. Hopefully it'll come back up. Maybe we'll get lucky. But the last game was announced 16 minutes ago. Again, for those of you that may just not be tuning in here, we do have severe thunderstorm warning for Bowling Green, Brownsville, Lewisburg, Russellville, Dareville, Franklin, Dunmore. That is going to be for 70-mile-per-hour wind gust. We also have that tornado warning for Elkton, Trenton, Oak Grove, and Guthrie. We also have a 60-mile-per-hour severe warning in yellow here for Morgantown, Greenville, Central City, Rockport, Beaver Dam, Caneyville, Hartford, Fordsville, Livermore, Utica, Mosleyville, Whitesville, Knoxville, Hardinsburg, and Cloverport, if I didn't already say that, as well as Owensboro. So again, we do have this entire line throughout Kentucky right now is severe warned. The southern side of the line seems to be a little bit more rowdy at the moment. Oh, we're starting to see the lightning. Not only lightning in the cloud, we're seeing ground strikes out of that Litchfield camera. Let's go ahead and take a look at that real quickly. We're seeing some ground strikes on that Litchfield camera. Okay, the supers are bugged because there's no way someone has sent me a 500,000. So we'll get that fixed. But Pet, my peeps, thank you very much. I appreciate you. Probably very late to that. Thank you to anyone that's been sending stars. Thank you to anyone that's been super, thank you to anyone gifting. I'm sorry, I have not been responding to those because it's been so chaotic and severe that I haven't had a chance to thank you guys. But thank you guys to anyone that has been doing that. And I hope you understand. Again, guys, this threat is really picking up now for damaging winds across western Kentucky, now entering central Kentucky. And this line will go throughout the rest of Kentucky as well. Look at that camera out of Litchfield. Do they have that, like, do y'all have that super zoomed in or something? Because that looks so grainy, but it's okay. That lighting's helping a little bit. By the way, if you don't know, we're looking at this camera in Litchfield. It's looking back toward that severe warned portion of the line. That'll be in Litchfield probably in about 15 to 20 minutes or so. So even though this is 15 to 20 minutes away, look at how evident that lightning strike is. Did I just see it? Get off. I'm looking at the middle portion of the screen right now. Wait for the next lightning strike to come up. Come on. Look at the middle portion of the screen right now, the camera right now. Let me see that cloud again. Let me see it again. Come on. Cooperate. You need like thermal vision or something on these cameras. Yep, that is. That's inflow that's happening right there. But these lightning strikes are insane for not having that much storm fuel. Definitely inflow occurring on that storm. So what we're seeing right now is the winds that are in Litchfield kind of getting pulled into the storm to kind of fuel that storm that's heading in toward Litchfield. You can see that. I know it's hard to see, but if you look in the middle portion of your screen when that lightning kind of comes back up, feels like they look like rolling clouds that are a little bit lower than the rest of the clouds. I'm trying to see. I thought I saw a funnel for a second, but I'm not 100% because it's kind of hard to see a little bit. I don't know if I saw a funnel or if I just saw rain. I mean, it's very possible for both of those to be the case because there is a tornado possible tag on that cell that this storm is looking at. Oh, it wants to look at the middle portion of that camera, guys. Again, this is in Litchfield, looking at the severe line of storms. Just watch the middle of that camera. If you can sometimes get some nice glimpses of it. That's the cloud that I'm watching right now. Whenever it lights up. I don't know why our alerts are still not working. By the way. Okay. I'm going to switch back over to the radar here so I can start updating some folks that are coming in here. We'll still have that camera up on the middle left if you want to look at that some more. But that is what these storms look like as they're coming through for all of you. So again, for those of you that may just now be tuning in here, first of all, welcome in. Thank you for trusting us tonight with your severe coverage. Bowling Green, Brownsville, Russellville, Franklin, Adairville, Lewisburg, Dunmore. You are under that severe warning for 70-mile-per-hour wind gusts being possible there. In Elkton, Trenton, Pincham, you have that tornado warning possible there as well. In pink, in yellow is where you have your classic 60-mile-per-hour severe warnings. Still could pull some damages there. Little brief pulses maybe above 60 miles per hour. Caneyville, Morgantown, Beaver Dam, Hartford, Central City, Greenville, Sacramento, Bremen, Calhoun, Utica, Whitesville, Fortsville, and Hardinsburg, as well as just to the north of that, where that separate box is going to be for Cloverport, just to the west of Brandenburg, Irvington. So again, for those of you along I-65, it's you got to start getting prepared. Make sure your devices are charged up. Make sure you know where to go, fresh batteries and stuff, so on and so forth. Next hour or so is kind of when it'll be in your area. I told you guys I would give you a heads up. Just kind of checking the radar out here. We have some serious wind gust happening. That would just be radar feedback. There we go. 43. Oh, something just got knocked down outside. I'm sure something go tumbling. That radar, yes, that radar is now confirmed to be down. That makes that extremely hard to do. really decent winds along this front edge here. We also have a couple of small blowing segments just to the west of Russellville. So again, this entire line is severe warned. Owensboro is still under that severe warning. There is that tornado warning. I thought I saw that on the camera. Man, we really caught that on the camera, didn't we? I know that was a funnel cloud that I saw. I know it was. I may be wrong, but I'm dying on this hill. There is that tornado warning now going to be for, that is a long tornado warning. Now does include Elizabethtown. I got it, buddy. Thank you. For Elizabethtown, Big Clifty, Litchfield, Caneyville, Morgantown. One second. I know I saw that inflow. Wow, that's the first time we've caught an inflow live on the broadcast here. So if you're just now hopping in here with us, we do have a tornado warning now active, going to be for Big Clifty, Elizabethtown, Litchfield, Caneyville, Morgantown. Again, a part of this leading edge here of this cell. Let's go ahead and take a look at the radar here and see if we can see any obvious circulations. Yes, we do. Probably probably one of the more obvious ones we've seen tonight. Again, just north of Morgantown, where that pink arrow is at, is kind of where we're watching here. Again, going to be for Welcome, Welch's Creek, Dog Walk, Ready, Caneyville, Shrewsbury, Litchfield, Big Clifty, Elizabethtown. Again, that's where that tornado warning is going to be for. Once again, if you are in Hardin County or even Grayson County, you do have some time to prepare for this. You're probably hearing the sirens right now, but you do have time to prepare for this because, again, this warning box is well in advance here. So, again, you do have that tornado warning now active for those areas. Do also want to point out, I didn't forget about you, Bowling Green, Brownsville, Lewisburg, Russellville, Franklin, and Dareville. 70-mile-per-hour wind gusts possible with that severe portion of the line as it moves into your area. For places like Hardinsburg, Fordsville, Hartford, Beaver Dam, Whitesville, going up toward Tell City, Cloverport. Again, 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts, the main threat there. But obviously the main kicker right now is going to be this large tornado warning that's happening from Hardin County to Grayson County out here. What is that, Ohio County? Ohio County and Edmonson County. Going to be for those areas there. Again, just north of Brownsville. More importantly, Morgantown and Caneyville will be the first ones up in those areas for this potential tornado that may be on the ground here. On radar, it does appear to be rotating. Yeah. On radar, this absolutely does appear to be rotating. Let's go ahead and check the spectrum with real quick. We might. Is there two pockets? Is there two pockets there? Go back. Yeah, there is. So we have one pocket here that could be rotating, and we have another pocket here that could be rotating. So we have two pockets right now of potential rotation throughout the central portions of Kentucky that we're keeping an eye on. And again, this does go from Morgantown to Caneyville to Litchfield, Big Clifty, and then finally through Elizabethtown, Kentucky, in the central portions of Hardin County. So we're keeping an eye on two potential areas of circulation here. At least on spectrum width, that's what it looked like. Yeah, and then you have, go back to velocity real quickly. I don't really see it on this bottom one, but that is where the arrow is from, so we got to respect it a little bit. Yeah, it's definitely a little bit taller there as well. There's a little bit more obvious one right there. And then there's two here. There's two. So you have here and you have here. See where the red and green are really close together there? You have two here that are obvious at this point that could be producing tornadic activity. We do also have that camera in Litchfield. We'll take an eye on in just a second, but let me give you an update for the rest of Kentucky at this moment here. Bowling Green, Brownsville, Lewisburg, Russellville, once again, 70-mile-per-hour wind gusts with that storm line as it gets in your area. Bowling Green, you still have 45 minutes or so no need to panic at this point. Just prepare. Hartford, Rockport, Morgantown, again, Fordsville, Hardinsburg, Whitesville, Utica, Mosleyville, Sacramento, Central City, Greenville. 60-mile-per-hour winds on that threat there. And Cloverport, just west of Brandenburg and Irvington, 60-mile-per-hour on that threat there. So now that we have those covered, I want to take a look at the live camera that we have in Litchfield that can probably see this tornado warned storm. So let's go ahead and take a look at that here. Go to the full cam, and we'll take a look at what we have here. Oh, look at that middle portion of the screen there. I'm looking at the middle portion of that screen. This camera is courtesy of Grayson County Emergency Management, so make sure you reach out to those folks and thank them for making the investment in their community. These weather cameras will save lives. So again, we're taking a look here at this storm line as it approaches Litchfield. This portion of the line is tornado warned, so this is obviously going to get the height of our attention. But just a heads up, once again, Bowling Green, Brownsville, Russellville, Lewisburg, in that 70-mile-per-hour warning box as well. This storm line, by the way, is about, let's see here, for our radar here, where the first potential pocket of rotation that may be going through to Litchfield here is soon. This storm line is, let's go ahead and put on our drawing tool or our storm track here. We can actually track right now. This is moving at a speed apparently of 77 miles per hour, which puts this storm into Litchfield in about 7 to 10 minutes. We now have a second tornado warning box now. Oh, we're starting to get some spinners here. Let's get off the camera for a second. Let's go back over here and take a look at what's happening on the radar here real quickly for you guys. Because we are starting to get some spinners that are happening more and more here. So again, let me start off the storm track for just a second here. And we have another tornado warning that has now been issued, as you can see at the bottom portion of your screen there, for Brownsville, Bowling Green, and Woodbury. Again, tornado warning in those areas now as well. It's going to be really hard to see this on radar because the closest radar tower to you has gone down. It has gotten struck by 70-mile-per-hour wind gusts. That is in Trenton, Kentucky, and that radar has now gone down. We'd have two side-by-side tornado warnings here, and there could be several pockets. I'm going to be honest with you guys. There could be several pockets of rotation here within these two tornado warning boxes because when I looked on the radar here, we obviously see the one, very obvious one in Caneyville right now. I'd kind of be surprised if this is not something on the ground in Caneyville. We also have a little bit of one just to the northwest of Bowling Green. So this should miss Bowling Green. Bowling Green, you're technically not included in that tornado warning, although you are hearing sirens go off. So this, again, this circulation should go north of Bowling Green. Again, please do not spam the chats with tornado reports. We will make sure we confirm those. Thank you guys very much. We understand that there are some reports of a tornado in Beaver Dam. Obviously, we cannot confirm that at this time, but just know I have read them. I understand them. Thank you, and please stop spamming that so we can get to the other information. If you're just now tuning in here with us, we have two simultaneous tornado warnings, pretty long boxes here as well. Again, stretching from E-Town, Big Clifty, Litchfield, Caneyville, Morgantown, Brownsville, Woodbury, north of Bowling Green. Again, there could be several pockets of rotation in here. If you look at this line, all these little Boeing segments you see here, again, that's where all of this rotation could live. So the most obvious one right now is in Caneyville. Again, where that camera's at in Litchfield. So I want to switch back over to that for just a moment here. Again, because this is where the most obvious one here is. That tornado warning has been located updated. I'm not really sure what updated about it, though. Go ahead and check back in on the camera here and see what we have going on. We would be looking more toward the back of this storm line because this storm is still about 7 minutes out from this camera. It has updated now, so let's go ahead and do another measurement here. I'm going to check back in on the velocities here. Yeah, this Caneyville one looks to be the more obvious one, right? Go back to storm relative velocity. That more northern circulation that we saw has decreased by this point, almost certainly. Put the storm track back on here so I can see how long it is for you guys. In Litchfield, that has slowed down quite a bit now. That sounds a little bit more reasonable. 13 minutes sounds a little bit more reasonable. I don't know where the 77 miles per hour came from. So if we're going to see anything here, it would be on the back edge of that storm cloud, probably in the middle based upon where this camera is looking, if it's positioned correctly, which I believe it is. Forgive me, I'm just looking at the camera like the rest of you. I'm going to refresh that camera too, just to make sure we're getting the cleanest view here. Again, right now we're looking at the tornado warning storm on the Litchfield camera, courtesy of the Grayson County Emergency Management. I'm going to switch back over to our main screen here so I can get back to the radar here for you guys. But we do have two back-to-back tornado warnings inside of Kentucky right now. Turn the storm track off, please. And we'll start to cover those areas once again here. Again, elsewhere in Kentucky, I'm still not forgetting about you guys, but obviously we're going to cover the tornado warned areas a little bit harder for obvious reasons. But for those of you in Bowling Green, Plano, Woodburn, Franklin, Adairville, Russellville, 70-mile-per-hour wind gusts are the threat on that brown box there. Again, that tornado warning, while you are hearing the sirens, does not technically include Bowling Green. This will go north of you, at least at this time, for that specific warning. We do have another pocket of rotation in Caneyville, heading toward Litchfield, Big Clifty, and eventually out toward Elizabethtown, Kentucky. And then just to the north of that, Fordsville, Rosine, Beaver Dam, Hartford, Whitesville, Knottsville, Hardensburg, Cloverport. Again, in that severe warning box for 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts. So this entire line right now, if we turn off the radar for just a second, is warned. I mean, we have several tornado warnings. We have several severe warnings. Again, looking more specifically into Kentucky, that entire line is still severe warned. By the way, this purple being your tornado warning, yellow being a regular severe warning, brown being your severe thunderstorm warning for 70-mile-per-hour wind gust. When you start seeing some of these colors change, that's where two warnings are overlapping. So just a heads up on that. Yeah, we're still seeing some rotation there of Caneyville. It's really hard to see this rotation on the southern side here because the radar in Trenton has been impacted by 70-mile-per-hour wind gust or a tornado just a little bit ago. So again, that radar tower in Trenton that we would typically use for Bowling Green and Russellville and places like that is inactive at this time. I'm going to take a look on the data here and see if we see any rotation tracks picking up. Okay, yeah. There are obvious rotation signals happening north of Bowling Green, more specifically in Dimple, heading toward Guy, Rockland, Riverside. But look at how the rotation track is in Caneyville. That is a strong rotation signature that's heading in toward Caneyville, probably in Caneyville right now. And that will eventually head off toward Millwood in the next 5 minutes and Litchfield in the next 10 minutes, and then eventually off into Hardin County, Big Clifty, White Mills, Star Mills, Stevensburg, Cecilia, St. John, and then eventually off toward Elizabethtown and Sonora. But more specifically, that rotation will likely track Millwood, Litchfield, Big Clifty, White Mills, Eastview, Star Mills, Stevensburg, and Glendale. So that's kind of what we're looking at right now. So hopefully my buddy Greg's watching so he can get heads up. Yeah, we have some two pretty obvious signatures of rotation here. Again, just south of Caneyville, and just to the west of Rockland, north of Bowling Green. This tornado signature is clear of Bowling Green right now. Okay. If there is rotation on that storm, we should be able to start to see it on that camera. So I'm going to pull that camera back up. Again, courtesy of Grayson County Emergency Management here. We're going to take a look at that. Yeah, you can definitely tell there's a lot of scud occurring there, which again is evident of a strong to severe thunderstorm that's happening there. I'm trying to see if we see any evidence of any funnel clouds or anything that may be getting a little bit lower there. Seems like the camera is. I'm going to refresh it again. Again, right now, we are looking at that tornado warned cell that's approaching Litchfield. So again, where you see the H on the screen over Litchfield is where the camera is located. It's looking back in to the tornado warned portion of the cell. If there is anything to happen, that rotation is heading right for this camera. We should be able to see it. It may go just slightly, ever so slightly if they're listening to the north of this camera. Did you see that on middle right? Look, middle right. We're watching that cloud specifically. Everyone fix their eyes to the middle right. Come on, give me a lightning strike in there. Give me a light up in there. Yeah. No, why did you turn it left? It could be also something deeper there too. But you see, I don't know if that's scud or if that's a funnel. On the right now, it's on the right edge of this camera. That would be too close. That can't be it. That has to be inflow. That's too close. No, the camera froze. Come back. There it is. No, did the camera go out? Oh, there it is. So again, right now, what we are looking at on your screen is the camera in Litchfield that's pointed back toward the tornado warned portion of this storm cell. Again, for those of you that are in Bowling Green, Plano, Woodburn, Franklin, Adairville, Russellville, Lewisburg, I haven't forgot about you guys. You have a 70-mile-per-hour severe warning in your areas. Again, approaching Bowling Green in about 20 to 30 minutes. Approaching Franklin in about 20 to 30 minutes. Should be in Auburn very soon. Should be in Adairville already. Woodbury under that 70-mile-per-hour wind gust threat, as well as a tornado warning. The same thing for Brownsville, Kentucky. Caneyville, Litchfield, Big Clifty, Elizabethtown, and surrounding areas. Again, under that tornado warning as well. Again, that's the one that we're watching on the camera here live for you guys. Fordsville, Hardinsburg, Cloverport. Your areas are under a 60-mile-per-hour severe warning. So I haven't forgot about you guys. But obviously, we're going to watch the tornado warning portion of the line a little bit stronger here. Why does the output keep the camera's not freezing, but my output keeps freezing? It appears that we have lost the camera momentarily. Is it still working on the weatherwise side? The camera is down. And down goes the camera. I wonder if a lightning strike got it. It does have lightning protection, I think, unless it didn't get the lightning protection. We have lost the camera. Which I'm going to tell you guys, I know those cameras, they're has cams, they're built for severe weather. So if something took out that camera, it was something that we don't want to see. I'm just being honest with you. Those cameras are built for severe weather. All right, we're going to switch back to our main screen here. Oh, is it back? We got it back. Again, right now we are looking at the tornado warning portion of the line. Again, this is approaching the Litchfield area. We're going to take a look at the velocity here and see if we can line it up. I'm not seeing as much rotation now on this as we once were, if I'm being honest with you. But it's still definitely trying to spit something out there just to the north of Caneyville now. So to be on the likely right on the western edge of this camera. That tornado warning has been updated. Just make sure it has the correct locations there. It does. That tornado warning is still active. It's still active. By the way, when this tornado approaches the Elizabethtown area, we will also have a camera available there, courtesy of the Elizabethtown, Kentucky government. And you can already see, matter of fact, on the lightning on that storm. Even though it's well over 45 minutes away, you can already see the lightning on that storm. So quite the advanced storm here that's happening in central portions of Kentucky. This camera, courtesy of obviously of Grayson County Emergency Management. So thank you to those folks for making the investment in their citizens by getting a weather camera. We'll come back to that in a moment. I want to do a radar sweep here for you guys because I know there's a lot of other folks in here from other areas too. Want to make sure I'm getting all you guys covered here. Okay, so let's start from the south here and then go up. For our friends in Franklin, Woodburn, Adairville, Russellville, Auburn, and Bowling Green, Lewisburg, Woodbury, Brownsville, severe thunderstorm warning for 70-mile-per-hour wind gusts happening there in that brown box as that line gets closer to you. There is also a tornado warning active for north of Bowling Green. Does not include Bowling Green. Yes, you are hearing the cowbells there, the sirens, because you are in the same county. So the entire county goes off. But Bowling Green, as you can see here, is not inside of the pink box. So that means you are not included in that tornado warning in central Bowling Green. Just again, to clean that up a little bit, clean up some of that confusion for you. The tornado warning, if there's any rotation happening here, would be well north of Bowling Green, in my opinion. It would be more on the northern side of Warren County toward Rockland and Riverside, if there were to be anything dropping down there at this point. Again, that could change, but right now you're not included in that tornado threat. Okay. 70-mile-per-hour wind gust still the main threat in Bowling Green and surrounding areas. Again, for Caneyville, Litchfield, Big Clifty, Sonora, going up toward Elizabethtown, again, more specifically Glendale and Cecilia, again, those areas under that tornado warning, again, for that cell that may be rotating on the edge of Litchfield right now. I'm going to go back to that camera here in just a moment. Hardinsburg, Irvington, Ekron, Brandenburg, Corydon, Indiana, Elizabeth, Indiana, again, getting close to Louisville now. So Louisville heads up, Jefferson County heads up. That severe warning is getting into your area here very soon. Again, 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts seem to be the main threat there. Also, another tornado warning on the other side of the Ohio River into southern Indiana, so we need to keep an eye on that for when it gets closer to Bedford, Kentucky, Campbellsburg, Kentucky, and Carrollton, Kentucky. Right now, I want to switch back on to that camera if it hasn't gone down. No, I still see it here. So let's go ahead and switch over to our full cam here. It'll update here in just a second. Let me go ahead and refresh that for you. It'll come back on. Just give it a second. There we go. Where do they have this camera pointed at? Okay, I don't know where you're looking at, Grace County. If you can hear me, that camera needs to go north a little bit. At least if I don't know if it's updated on the WeatherWise app, but on the WeatherWise app, you're looking a little bit too far south. It needs to go into the circulation a little bit more. Just a slight turn to the north if you can hear me. That's if that's accurate on the WeatherWise app. It could be a little bit behind. Only they would know that. Again, right now we are looking at the camera in Grayson County, more specifically Litchfield, for that tornado warning cell that's going to impact Haneyville, Litchfield, Big Clifty, and Elizabethtown. So right now that's what we're looking at right here. I don't see anything there at the moment. Those clouds are definitely very low, very low. I'm not sure exactly how high up that camera is, but those clouds appear to be very low right there. How high up is that camera? It looks like the camera has frozen at the moment. It's still live on the back end though, so it's something with the output that's getting messed up. We'll come back to that in just a moment there. Let's go back to our radars or our main screen here. Once again, for those of you that might be just now tuning in here, we do obviously have tornado warnings that are active in Brownsville, Litchfield, Big Clifty, Elizabethtown, Caneyville, north of Bowling Green. More specifically for Anna, Rockland, Riverside. Again, tornado warnings for those areas there. 70-mile-per-hour wind warning on the severe warning in Woodburn, Franklin, Russellville, Adairville. Again, for those areas of the line. Looks like right now, as I was about to say that, I was going to say there was a little bit of a gap, but obviously that's not the case anymore. Severe warning now does include Radcliffe, Rineyville, Lebanon Junction, Hodgeville, Sonora, Magnolia, Bonneville, and Mumfordville for 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts there. Louisville heads up. You're just outside of it right now, but in about an hour, a severe warning will be in your area for Louisville and the greater metro area in Jefferson County. This will also inevitably include Shepherdsville and Hillview. This entire line is warned right now. Again, I'm going to leave the radar up here just a second. I have to go to the bathroom. I've had so much Pepsi and water. Give me like 70 seconds. All right, that is obviously a terrible time to use a bathroom, but I've been holding that for like an hour and a half here. It wasn't holding anymore. Let me tell you that. It was not holding anymore. Okay. Again, just now hopping in here, we do obviously have severe warnings lining this entire area. That brown warning down there being for 70-mile-per-hour wind gusts possible with that Bowling Green, Franklin, Russellville, Dareville portion of the cell there. Two tornado warnings are in pink. Litchfield, Brownsville, Caneyville, Big Clifty, Elizabethtown. Yellow are your severe warnings for 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts. So obviously this entire line is still very much warned. Thank you for all the Venmos coming through. I appreciate that. You guys don't have to do that. Thank you very much, Lynette and everyone else. Thank you very much. I appreciate you guys. Um, Thank you guys once again. I want to say real quickly, obviously we have about almost 10,000 of you in here across all three platforms. Thank you again for trusting us tonight with your severe weather coverage. If you wouldn't mind, share the video out. It may help somebody on your news feed or your friends and family list. We appreciate you guys a ton. You guys have no idea how many lives we save because of your shares. Thank you guys very much for your help with that. We appreciate you doing what you do as well. So thank you guys for all the likes and shares. It means a lot. It means a lot. Thank you very much. Just wanted to say that real quickly while I could fit that in. Obviously, we're not answering about specific locations right now that are not under the immediate impact because there are so many cities and counties under that immediate impact. But when this line gets closer to you or when we feel we should give you an alert, we will let you guys know. So if you don't hear your city being mentioned right now, that's good news at the moment. Once this line gets past your area, you are in the all clear for severe weather. Now, you may still see rain and thunder. But again, once this line gets through your area, you are in the all clear for severe weather. So anyone that's behind this line, like Hartford, Greenville, Hopkinsville, Madisonville, Henderson, Morganfield, Princeton, Benton, Murray, Paducah, so on and so forth, you are all clear from severe weather. It's the areas that are in front. Everyone in Kentucky is under the same risk tonight. Damaging winds being the main priority. Up to 70 to 80 miles per hour is possible. In fact, we've already seen that throughout portions of Kentucky. A couple of tornadoes are possible as well, as you can see evidenced by the tornado warnings that we are seeing here. That likelihood is not as high as damaging winds, but it is still obviously possible. So we have to mention that for you guys. Again, we do have the considerable severe threat warning, two regular severe thunderstorm warnings, and two tornado warnings right now, all approaching the I-65 corridor. So if you are on I-65 and happen to be hearing my voice right now, make sure you pull off and find a shelter to get into, whether it's, I don't care if it's a Walmart or a gas station, but just get behind some sort of brick or concrete while you have the time to get there. If you're in a mobile home or RV, make sure that you are in a more sturdy structure. Definitely don't want to be caught in any of those. Even if you don't see a tornado tonight, you would definitely see some damaging wind gust potential. So again, make sure you are in a more sturdy structure tonight. Final note here for you. I do live in Radcliffe and we are under that severe warning. So if we do lose power here, I do have backup power ready to go, but it may take me 7 to 8 minutes to kind of switch all the internet and everything over to that. So again, it may take us 7 to 8 minutes, but we'll be back on live here for you. Just if the stream goes down, just give us about 10 minutes and then come back and check in, and we'll be live again for you. So just once again, we are under that severe warning. So on the off chance that we do lose power here, I do have backup options, but it takes me 7 to 8 minutes to get those set up. So if we do lose a stream here, just know that we will be back. Just give me about 10 minutes to get all that set up for you guys, okay? And in the meantime, I'll try to keep you updated through post, but I'll more so just be trying to go quickly to get those things set up for you. I'm going to switch over to that Litchfield cam now because that line should be right on top of that Litchfield camera at the moment. So I want to see if anything's happening here. Let's see if we can see anything. Tornado warning has now been introduced for Radcliffe, Rineyville, Lebanon Junction. So we now have 3 tornado warnings active right now. Once again, I do live in Radcliffe, so if I do lose power, it'll take me 10 minutes to get you guys to get the stream back up, okay? So just keep that in mind. We'll get you guys taken care of. Just give me a few minutes to get everything switched over to the backup power. So once again, we are under that tornado warning where I live right now as well. So we want to make sure. Let me. Yeah. Hey, are you watching? Okay. Make sure I'll let you know through the stream, but make sure you kind of get the kids ready to go downstairs. Okay. This thing's rotating, so it's. I'll let you know because we obviously still have a little bit of time, but just have everything ready for to quickly take them downstairs and let my mom know as well. To at least get into the bathroom. Okay. All right. I love you too. If it gets too crazy, I'll sprint in there. I love you too. Bye. Yeah. Oh, I always have to love doing this stuff. Yes, guys, you don't have to tell me where there's a trainer warning at. I promise you, I know. I promise you, I know. Unfortunately. So again, for those of you that may just now be tuning in here, there are three separate pockets of rotation that are all being worn right now. Ratcliffe, Rineyville, Lebanon Junction, going through Elizabethtown, down toward Glendale, Star Mills, White Mills, Sonora, Millerstown, and then down through Brownsville. Of course, I do live in Ratcliffe, so I want to reiterate once again, if we do lose power here under that unfortunate circumstance, I do have backup power ready to go, but it will take me 7 to 8 minutes to convert everything over. Yes, I have timed it. It will take me 7 to 8 minutes to convert everything over to that backup to power, and then we'll be back up on live here for you. So if we do lose the broadcast here, just give us 10 minutes and then check back in on the page, and we should be live again. If we're not live, that means something happened. But again, we should be live. It'll just take me 7 to 8 minutes. This is definitely some circulation that's occurring here on the western side of Hardin County. We're going to keep an eye on that. That Litchfield camera is under an absolute siege right now. It is getting that Litchfield camera is slammed. There's no reason for me to pull it back up because you can't see anything there. If you are down here for, let's go and check over to the composite here. Bowling Green, Plano, Woodburn, Franklin, Adairville, Russellville, Auburn, Woodbury, Brownsville. Once again, you are under that 70-mile-per-hour severe wind threat there right now with that brown box. 70 miles per hour is the considerable severe threat there. Once again, if you are in Brandenburg, Irvington, Ekron, Corydon, Indiana, Elizabeth, Indiana, again, that's the area where 60-mile-per-hour severe winds have been warned there. Severe warning in central Kentucky along the heart of the area goes for Lebanon Junction, E-Town, Hodgeville, Magnolia, Bonneville, and Munfordville for areas along I-65 there. So again, really, really taking up here. I'm going to do some velocity sweeps here, so if I go quiet, just give me a second. I'm checking the radar out. I do want to warn you for everyone that's asking about rotation. It is incredibly hard to pick out tornadic rotations in the middle of QLCS lines like we're dealing with tonight. So, I mean, if you find yourself in a tornado warning box or even in that brown severe considerable box, you need to be remaining indoors and treating it like it's a real tornado on the ground. This thing is definitely spinning. Let's go ahead, and that is in Hardin Springs. That's going to head up toward Whole Valley and Rineyville, in between Vine Grove and Rineyville, most likely, and then heading out toward Lebanon Junction. So, again, we have that spot that's spinning there. Don't see anything in Litchfield right now that screams rotation to me. But again, I want to point out that these are incredibly hard to see on the radar. So even though I might not be seeing it, the NWS has more tools available to them. We're going to switch, by the way, to that Elizabethtown, Kentucky camera that they have moved to now be able to see that storm line. So now we have that camera that is in Elizabethtown, Kentucky, that is seeing the tornado warned cell. I don't know if that's pointing north or where that might be pointing at. Let's see if he messaged me. Okay. We are now switching over to the Elizabethtown, Kentucky camera, courtesy of the government of E-Town. Thank you for them allowing us to use the camera. Is that pointing south or north? I can't tell. Anyone in E-Town, let me know. I know I live there, but I can't tell off the top of my head where that's pointing at. I am seeing reports on Twitter that there are some, and these are quick reports. I'm getting from people I'm friends with. There is some damage in Litchfield. There is some damage in Litchfield. And yeah, I know it's on the bypass, but I don't know where. I don't know what it's pointing toward. That's right. I know. Yeah, I know where it's at. If that's south, okay, it's looking south. Man, I wish we could get them to point it north. I don't know if it can even point. I don't even know if it has the capability. It needs to be looking as west as possible, obviously. Again, I want to. How's Elizabethtown looking on radar, guys? I love you guys, but please look at the screen. It's right there on the screen. I love y'all to death. But you're getting honest, serious George right now. Look at the screen. Okay. Here, let's go ahead and go through this because I may have to go inside here soon because I am under that tornado warning right in the square middle of that bad boy. Again, want to remind you, if I do lose power, it'll take me about 8 minutes to convert everything to the backup power. So if we do lose the stream, check back in on the page in about 10 minutes after we lose the stream, of course. And we should be back on live here for you. If we're not live, that means something happened. So going back through here from south to north again, Franklin, Adairville, Auburn, Woodburn, Plano, Bowling Green, under that 70-mile-per-hour severe wind threat there. That tornado warning, by the way, once again, does not include Bowling Green. I want to say that one more time. Bowling Green, you are not included in that tornado warning. As you can tell, evidenced here, you are not inside of that pink box. You are on the outside looking in, so good thing for you there. You are hearing the sirens because you are in the same county as that tornado warning, but you are not included inside of it, so just keep that in mind there. Brownsville, you are both under that 70-mile-per-hour wind threat and that tornado warning box there as well. Mumfordville, Bonneville, Magnolia, Hodgeville, Sonora, Lebanon Junction, Radcliffe, Rineyville, E-Town, Big Clifty, Litchfield, under that 60-mile-per-hour severe yellow box there that you see on your screen. And the 3 tornado warnings are in pink: Brownsville, Litchfield, Big Clifty, Elizabethtown, Rineyville, Radcliffe, Hope Valley, Big Spring. My garbage can's getting thrown outside. I can hear it. Brandenburg, Ekron, Irvington, Hardinsburg, under that severe warning for 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts. Just after that would be Jefferson County and Bullitt County. So again, heads up, Jefferson County and Bullitt County. You have about 45 minutes to an hour to prepare. Make sure that you are making the preparations necessary to handle some severe wind gust. And of course, the potential for a tornado. Want to look back in here. Yeah. Again, if you're in Rineyville, this is a huge heads up to you. You have time. You should be in your safe place. More specifically, kind of going in here, Vertrees, Perryville, Four Corners. Again, let me turn on the roads here for a second here because this looks to be our most vibrant signature of the night when it comes to any right type of rotation. So let's turn the road network back on here and kind of get you a little bit more specific. So again, crossing over Highway 86, heading toward Highway 1357, and then eventually toward Highway 220. Again, that's going to go right between Rineyville and Vine Grove. It may go directly into Rineyville. Hopefully, it goes in between those two. A little bit less citizens in those locations. But again, that's approaching those areas. Down here in Litchfield, Big Clifty, again, I don't really see a whole lot of rotation, but I do see a lot of straight line winds in that, probably 60 to 70 miles per hour, which is probably why we were getting some damage reports. Let's go ahead. Did they remove that warning? Okay, so it may be updated here in the immediate future, but Bowling Green, Woodburn, Franklin, Plano, Russellville, Adairville, that warning has been canceled at the moment. It may be updated here in a moment, but at the moment, it's not there anymore. We'll keep an eye on it for you, though. I want to say thank you guys again to everyone that has chosen to trust us with their severe weather coverage tonight. Once again, I am in that tornado warning box, so if we do lose power here, it'll take me about 10 minutes or so to get everything converted to the backup power that we have standing by. So again, just keep that in mind. If we do lose the broadcast, check back in to the YT, the F book or whatever. I'm trying to use nicknames so I don't get kicked off of TikTok, but check back into the platforms. After about 10 minutes, we should be live once again. Let's do we still have the E-Town camera up? Yes, we do. Okay. Don't worry, guys. I know when to run out to the storm shelter. You saw me do it last year. Let me see. Is that dropping anything on the correlation? It's not at the moment, which is good news. It is there on Spectrum. Yeah. Yeah. It's right there. It is right here. It's heading off in this direction. So we're going to do this. Apply. Vine Grove, 11 minutes or about that. Radcliffe in about 15 minutes or about that. I wish I could make this wider, but I can't make it any wider. But that's about as wide as it's going to go there. Again, looking elsewhere, we still have tornado warnings active for Litchfield, Big Clifty, Sonora, Peonia, Millerstown, Brownsville. Yeah, it looks like the NWS is really honing in on the same area that we're honing in on. At the very least, by the way, if this is not a tornado on the ground, at the very least, this is 90-mile-per-hour winds. I'm just going to put it out there to you like that. If this is not a tornado on the ground in northern Hardin County, this is at the very least 85-mile-per-hour winds. Just again, please, if you're in the northern portions of Hardin County or inside of any of these purple boxes, pink boxes, whatever color you want to call it, get into your safe spot. Again, we saw that tornado warning active for Big Clifty, Litchfield, Brownsville as well. We also still have severe warnings active for E-Town, Lebanon Junction, Magnolia, Bonneville, Mumfordville. Severe warning down there for Bowling Green has been canceled. That's good news there for you folks down there in Warren County. That severe portion of the line has been canceled for now. We'll keep an eye on that for you. Brian, if you're listening, you need to get them in the basement, honey. My shoes on. This ain't our first rodeo. Again, I can't stress enough. I got to home back in on this area again, guys. I know we cover the whole state of Kentucky, but listen to my voice right now. This is the most severe portion of this line at the moment, and it is holy shit. It turned. Let me turn that storm track off. Let's get a new storm track on this. This will be in Vine Grove in about 7 minutes, Ratcliffe in about 10 minutes. This is the most severe portion of this line at the moment. If this is not a tornado that is occurring, although it likely is, at the very least, this is going to be 85-mile-per-hour wind gusts. So you're talking about over hurricane force level wind gusts here that are going to be heading right in. Right into Vine Grove, Ratcliffe as well. Highway 313, Highway 31W, Highway 1646. We still have tornado warnings active for Big Clifty, Litchfield, Brownsville. Severe warnings active for Hodgeville, Bonneville, Mumfordville, Brownsville, Ratcliffe, Lebanon Junction, Irvington, Ekron, Brandenburg, Hardinsburg as well. How much longer do I have? Come on. How much longer do I have? Thank you. So Ratcliffe, you have about 7 to 8 minutes. Vine Grove, you have about 4 to 5 minutes until this bulk of winds gets into your area. And again, if this is not a tornado on the ground, this is likely at least 85 miles per hour. Again, I know we have all of Kentucky to worry about here, but this is by far the most evident line that we've had of, at the very least, very destructive winds that are occurring here. I'm going to go ahead and take that back off for a second there. Before I go to my storm shelter here, I do want to point out, once again, we do have severe warnings active and 3 tornado warnings active. Brownsville, Straw, Peonia, Litchfield, Big Clifty, White Mills, Stevensburg, Cecilia, Elizabethtown, Rineyville, Whole Valley, Vine Grove, Ratcliffe, Lebanon Junction, Beech Grove. All under tornado warnings, need to be inside of your safe places. I don't care if you see the rotation on the radar or not. These can spin up very quickly. Make sure that you are in your safe places. In the yellow box, Brownsville, Mumfordville, Bonneville, Magnolia, Hodgenville. Also, all those areas I just mentioned for the tornado warning. In that severe warning box for 60-mile-per-hour wind gust. Irvington, Brandenburg, Ekron. Looks like 60. I mean, they're going to have to update that one to 70-mile-per-hour wind gusts as well. And Brandenburg, Ekron, Irvington, Hardinsburg. Again, approaching West Point as well. Again, you have those 60 to 70. I got to go, guys. I'm sorry. I'm going to leave this up on the screen for you guys. I love y'all. Again, I do live in Ratcliffe, so I'm right in the square of that max pocket there. I'm gonna leave this up on the radar, and hopefully, when I come back, we're still out here with you. If not, and we lose power, then again, I'll try to get everything switched up to the backup power as quickly as I possibly can. Um, if I don't come back later on, of course, something happened at that point. But by this time, I'm running out of time. At this point, I have about 4 minutes until impact here in Ratcliffe. So I want to make sure I get to my family, make sure everyone's okay in there. Again, I hope you guys understand. This is a kind of a one man show on the live broadcast. Anyway, I got to go. I love y'all. Woo. Okay. How we looking, everybody? That was fucking bad. I'm sorry. I got videos, but we had 2 trees come down. Easily, I don't know what they ended up warning for because I was in the middle of running. Easily 75-mile-per-hour winds. Easily. That was bad. I don't know how, by the grace of God, we did not lose power. But that was not pretty. Okay. Yes, I am okay. Everyone's okay. Everyone got to the basement. That was bad. I don't know if it was a touchdown. I couldn't see anything, but there was definitely, and it's still going out there. But I think I'm in an okay place. Come back now to you, but it's still going out there. But man, that was bad. You're seeing it on the E-Town camera right now, sort of what we saw. Let's go ahead and kind of get a recap here. I kind of familiarize myself with what's going on right now too. And now that I'm back, I ask that you please share the broadcast out. Again, kind of let everyone know we're back, we're going. Help us out with that, please. We appreciate you. We do have a severe thunderstorm warning for Glasgow, Scottsville, Franklin, Plano, Bowling Green, Smiths Grove, Park City, Cave City, 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts. I just heard a massive tree fall. Oh, how close was that? Yeah. Another massive tree down. Another massive tree down in the yard. I got some videos of some limbs falling. I didn't get to get the videos of the tree because I wasn't going outside. I was just happened to be recording from the window. Go back over our recap here. E-Town, Hodgeville, Sonora, Bonneville, Buffalo, Bardstown, New Haven, all included in that tornado warning as well. Tornado warning for Radcliffe, Ronnieville, Lebanon Junction is still ongoing. And unfortunately, it looks like the entire city of Louisville under that tornado warning as well now. Now, what's going to Louisville is what I saw here at my yard because it looks like that's turning left. What we're seeing now, by the way, while this is taking sudden, I gotta take a drink. Oh my God. Let's get a couple breaths in here. Woo. Okay. By the way, Brianna, you can come back. Y'all can come out now. What's going on here is the lower level jet has finally kicked into these storms. And now the wind gusts are starting to transition more down into the ground because the lower level jet is starting to really ramp up. I bet you if I go over here and look, yeah, we're getting some really, really heavy readings here on the lower level jet there. So it's leading a lot to these, this turn of the storm system, and it's leading more toward, of course, the winds being able to make it to the ground. So again, I want to point out I didn't see any rotation in Radcliffe when I was looking at things. Although it was very hard to see, I'm not going to lie to you. There's a lot of rain, but there was definitely, easily 75-mile-per-hour winds. I don't know what they ended up putting on here. They did put 80-mile-per-hour, so destructive damage threat. That is the highest warning we've seen so far tonight. Which I gotta say it's got to be accurate because I haven't seen winds like that in a long time. Even in that tornado that ended at our house last year, I really don't feel like I felt that when it slammed me into the door. Like I didn't feel this was definitely more powerful than what I saw last year. Is basically what I'm trying to say. So definitely was a tick up. So again, that's kind of what we're looking at on the warnings there. Sorry, I'm just trying to kind of get my wits about me right now. The winds are still absolutely rocking outside. Again, in red or this red box that you're seeing here, I need to change the color on that real quickly before I forget. Severe. Let's make that a little bit like darker maybe, because it's really hard to tell the difference between that and there we go. So this darker kind of maroon that you're seeing here is the destructive thunderstorm warning. This is what just came through my home. So I can tell you that this is destructive because it did take down a couple of very large trees and a couple of very healthy branches. Again, I wouldn't be surprised if our pool got absolutely shredded out there too. I haven't checked on it yet. That was not a priority at that point. So again, I can tell you, from personal experience, that this is a destructive thunderstorm that's coming into the Louisville area right now. So heads up to you folks in Louisville. We still have that tornado warning still active out here for New Haven, Hodgeville, Buffalo, Bardstown, Magnolia. Severe thunderstorm warnings line out here toward Horse Cave, Cave City, Hydesville, Glasgow, Park City, Smiths Grove, Bowling Green, and Scottsville, as well as Franklin. What happened to that warning that was right there? Severe warning for Brandenburg, Ekron, east of Irvington. I'm sure there's going to be another warning back out here for Jefferson County here at some point. Maybe they're just updating it. I'm not really sure what's happening with that. Let me see. There's no way they just canceled that, right? Okay, they brought it back down to 70 mile per hour. It'll be updated here in a second. Okay, that makes sense. I was like, there's no way they cancel that bad boy. Let's see here. Okay, let's just making sure there was nothing. Okay. All right, I believe that'll update here soon. I don't know what's taking that so long. Maybe we need to refresh the browser. Yeah, there we go. Okay, considerable threat on this warning now instead of destructive. I think they could have left it at destructive, honestly, because I'm telling you right now, that was bad. That was really bad. Minor Lane Heights, Shively, Louisville, J-Town, and that destructive severe thunderstorm warning. So pretty much all of Jefferson County there. Seeing a nice little peak up here of, yeah, that's showing probably 90 miles an hour there, but that's probably a little bit overdone, probably closer to 75. In Barstown, New Haven, Hodgeville, of course, this is the portion of the line that could produce some quick spin ups. Right now, I don't see anything, overly kind of obvious here, as what I like to call it. I don't see anything overly obvious here. But again, I want to remind folks, when you're doing QLCS events like we're doing tonight, it is really difficult to see tornadoes on radar unless they become very obvious. So again, spin-ups can happen at any point inside of these purple boxes, so you need to remain indoors. Even though I'm not seeing anything obvious, you need to remain indoors there. Mumfordville, Cave City, Glasgow, Scottsville, Bowling Green, Smiths Grove, Plano. Again, 60 mile per hour on that severe warning box down there in the southern portion of the state. Again, that's kind of what we're looking at there. You could tell which portion of the line is more severe. You can always tell. So here's a quick lesson for those of you that care to learn. You can always tell which portion of the line is more severe, right? This portion of the line is a little bit further back. This portion of the line has shoved out in front. It's the more severe spot. And this portion is further back. So again, when you get this to happen right here in the middle, this is very obvious, very evident of the lower level jet shoving these storms. And the winds just shoving these. I mean, they're just racing. What is this moving at? This is moving at a speed of 57 knots, so it's 70 miles an hour. These storms are moving about as fast as you would move on I-65. I mean, these storms are racing now to the east. I do expect at this point that over the next 20 to 30 minutes, we'll start to see these storms begin to weaken. Again, I say begin because they're starting at such a high ceiling. It's going to take them a little bit to come back down to just regular severe levels. So again, but at this point, I think that was the peak. And remember, we said that. I said it when this broadcast started almost 4 hours ago. We've been live for 4 hours here. I said, I think the I-65 line is the peak because that was when the storm lines merged. If you think I'm lying, go back and look. So we got that one there. But again, we still have a lot of stuff to talk about here with you folks. We have severe warnings. Again, considerable severe threat on the 70 mile per hour severe warning for J-Town, Minor Lane Heights, Hillview, Shepherdsville, West Point, Shively. Tornado warning still active for Radcliffe and Raineyville, although that's obviously past you now. It's more so just for the Lebanon Junction corner of that box. And then, of course, we have the other warning box here for E-Town, Hodgenville, Buffalo, Magnolia, New Haven, Loretto, Bardstown, and Bloomfield. Although I'm not seeing any obvious signs of rotation, of course, again, it's really hard to see rotation on the radar when it comes to QLCSs, which is what we're dealing with tonight. But there's several little Boeing segments here within this line. See all these little notch outs here of the winds? That's all where those spin-ups could be. So there's several little spots possible there. I'm not seeing anything obvious down here in the southern half of the state. So Mumfordville, Cave City, Glasgow, Bowling Green, Smiths Grove, Scottsville, Franklin. I'm not seeing anything obvious there when it comes to any blowing segments at the moment, which is why you have remained at a 60-mile-per-hour severe warning so far. Again, the more obvious severe portion of the line is kind of the central portion of the line between Louisville to Rhineyville to New Haven to Magnolia there. That seems to be the more severe portion of the line at the moment. I'm going to zoom it out just a little bit. Looks like that tornado warning is going to be converted into a severe thunderstorm warning. I think I would agree with that there. Again, the rotation is not very obvious at this point. And I think we're going to start seeing these storms kind of come back down slowly here. Again, I think that was the peak. In my opinion, I would be surprised to see that again because before I left to go to the shelter there, I measured about 97 miles per hour on the radar on the wind speed about 4 miles west of my house. So again, I think that was the peak. That rarely ever happens here. We rarely are ever the peak here in Radcliffe. But again, I think that was kind of the peak of this. We should start to see this kind of come back down a little bit, not all the way, and it'll be slow. It'll be gradual, but it should begin to come back down a little bit here. Okay. Sorry, I'm still freaking soaked. Y'all mind if I grab my water real quickly or my body armor? Max velocity said 118 miles per hour. I don't think it was that fast. If it was that fast, I don't think you guys would see me here right now. The power would be gone. Now I will say Nolan did put some new lines and poles in right literally in my neighborhood, so maybe that helped. I do think it was pretty obvious the wind speeds were at least 75 miles per hour here. By the way, those trees were just man, I haven't seen those trees go like that in a long time. I don't think ever, really, honestly. But yeah, I think it was very obvious at least 75 miles per hour were here. I don't know about 118 though. I could be wrong though, because there was about 5 minutes there where I was helping get the kids together and stuff, where I wasn't looking at the radar. So I mean, I can't say it was okay. Where is the tornado in all caps? Again, you can see the tornado warning box in purple there, or pink, whatever you want to call it. Considerable severe warning in brown there. Regular severe thunderstorm warnings in yellow. So again, that's kind of where you can see those kind of happening there. It does appear that the southern half of the line is starting to kind of falter down. Again, these can pulse back up. They can kind of trick you a little bit. So kind of keep an eye out on things. But it does appear that this Bowling Green portion of the line is really beginning to falter. Thank you, Caitlin, for the update out of Bowling Green. Is E-Town okay? Wave to send out another tornado warning. Well, again, just to clear up confusion of that. Different your local broadcast doesn't send out tornado warnings. Your NWS does. But yes, E-Town is all clear. So again, once the storm line gets past you, and you'll know because you'll freaking hear it. Okay, after that 10 minutes and it gets past you, you are all clear. But anyone that's behind the line is all clear. So again, these areas in blue. I mean, obviously, I didn't do it perfectly, but mostly you're all clear from any severe threat. Boy, I am running that fast since my senior year of high school. All right. Let's do a little velocity sweep here. There could be a little spin up just to the southwest of Bardstown. Could be. Again, it's going to be really hard to see any tornado signatures on a QLCS event like we're seeing tonight. But again, could be a little bit of a spin up, maybe just to the southwest of Bardstown. Keeping an eye on that. A little bit of a more dramatic kind of bow out there. Let's see here. Just looks like straight line winds between Bullitt County and Jefferson County at the moment. A little bit of a peak on the winds here. Let's measure that real quickly. Yeah, it looks like 70 miles per hour. Good warning there by the NWS Louisville. Although they don't need my praise, but I say it's a good warning. Looks like downtown, a little bit across the river there. It looks like 65 miles per hour on that box there. So they got upgraded to 70. I tell you, NWS Louisville has been on it tonight. My goodness. Okay, they have trimmed off that tornado warning box now. They do. They are. I got look. You guys know. I will call out anyone I ever feel like calling out. if I think something's wrong. I don't care how big or small you are. That's just how I was raised. I will also say that on the opposite side, I will give credit where credit is due. I think NWS Louisville has done phenomenal tonight with these warnings. Trimming off the backside so there was not excess concern. Like I said, they don't need my praise. They're the experts. But in my humble opinion, they've done a phenomenal job tonight handling this incredibly difficult setup. Okay. We still have this severe warning down here for Scottsville, Glasgow, Cape City. Like I've said, a million times. But again, I think that part's kind of dead. I think it's kind of dead. Now you're probably still seeing 50 to 60 mile per hour wind gust. I don't see any evidence of anything over that though. Okay, so even though you're in that yellow box there, I think you're at the lower end of the severe scale. Thankfully for you guys, a lot of rain beginning to get wrapped into that portion of the line too. So look at the difference here, right? Look at the difference. This portion of the line has a ton of rain in front of it. Now, it still is not going to completely wipe away the severe threat, but it will help to at least limit it a little bit, right? We're not talking about what I saw, which was 80 mile per hour winds. We're talking about potential maybe 60, 65, maybe 70. So again, it doesn't completely wipe away the effect, but all that rainfall will help to kind of limit it just a little bit more there. It's very obvious that this northern half of the line in Kentucky is the more severe side. You've got a destructive or a considerable severe threat on this warning here for Jefferson County once again. Looking at that warning box there again, and it's pretty obvious that's a good warning there because when we go to measure here, we're seeing multiple 65, 66. Don't see that 70 spark that I saw earlier, but very close to the radar, so kind of hard to tell there as well. You may see this Taylorsville area warning, Mount Washington warning area get upgraded to a considerable severe threat as well. That's an obvious 65 to 70 mile per hour signature there. 70. That's the only signature though, so it may take a little bit more to get that upgraded. That is the same portion of the line that went through Rineyville, though, that did produce 70 mile per hour wind gusts. So wouldn't surprise me to see that get pulsed back up to 70 mile per hour on that warning box there. That little bow that I saw for Bardstown is no longer really there anymore. Looking like straight line winds. You still have a couple little what I call baby bows. A couple of little baby bows here that may produce a quick spin up, but more so looks like straight line winds heading into Bardstown, New Hope, Loretto, Bloomfield. And once again, want to reiterate for those folks, I know we have a lot of fans down and supporters down in Bowling Green, Cave City, Franklin. Again, want to point out, I think that part of the line is beginning to kind of wither. We'll continue to keep an eye on that for you, though, obviously. All right, everything's still working here. We still good to go. Thank you again for all the shares, all the likes on the broadcast, all the new followers. You guys know how that stuff works. Thank you guys again for all of your support and your trust. I appreciate you. Sorry we had to leave to go to the shelter there for a few moments, but I got back out here as quickly as I could for you. And there's that upgrade on that warning I was talking about. Let's go ahead and head back over to the local radar here. We now have a new tornado warning for that same spot I just pointed out for you. It's going to be for Taylorsville, Mount Washington, Smithville, Solitude, Elk Creek, Whitfield, Finchville, Shelbyville, so on and so forth. And it's very obvious where it's at on this one. This one doesn't take a whole lot of rocket science. It's just going to be to the east side of this wind burst here. So again, for those of you in Mount Washington, Elk Creek, Shelbyville, head to your safe spots right now. Again, you have a little bit of time if you're in Elk Creek and Shelbyville, but again, get to your safe spots. Make sure they're ready to go. If you're in Mount Washington, you need to rush there. Again, tornado warning in that area, and it does look like it does look to be supported as well. Again, this is the same portion of the line that may have produced 70 to 80 mile per hour winds back in Hardin County, and of course the possibility of a quick brief spin up there as well. Well, Tennessee's kind of getting the same thing we are, man. Just getting slammed. Yeah, you can see even the Kentucky Mesonet is picking this up. At least 61 miles per hour on the wind gust. So you can see even that's starting to pick it back up now. It's that was peak wind gust since midnight. Probably even more than that. I forgot it just changed to midnight here that it's been going crazy. Yeah, this is current right now. This is literally happening right now. That storm center or that storm radar picked that up there. Where was that at? That was Bullitt County. So that was, yeah, that's that same one we've been watching. Have they expanded this tornado watch? I mean, I was gone, so I don't know. No. Did they? Was Lexington included in the last one? Lexington was not included in the last one, so it was expanded slightly, but only on the northern side of the line. So the SPC is also agreeing with us. The National Weather Service is also agreeing with us that the northern side of the line is still the more severe side. The southern side seems to be kind of faltering. Um, so again, we have some good agreement there with the National Weather Service on that one. All right, turn that back off. Actually, I want to post this out in case anyone's not watching. What did I just do? Oh, there we go. Look at that line of storms, boys and girls. I think it's safe to say that this one was not a bust, huh? Look at that line of storms. Just still, we're approaching 12:15 in the morning here Eastern time, and that line of storms is just still raging on. Just still raging on there. Okay, I'm gonna get this posted out real quickly, and then I'll come back to you guys. Just in case anyone's not watching, we want to make sure that they're updated as well. What time does this end? 5 hours. Shiminy crickets. 3 a.m. Obviously, I don't think that's going to be needed until 3 a.m., but you always go a little bit more than needed just in case. You can give me just a moment to post this out, and then I'll come back here with you guys. I mean, I'm not leaving, but okay. One more place to post this to, and then we'll be good to go. They didn't just okay. No, they just cut off the backside. Okay, I was about to say they didn't just expand it more after I posted it, right? Louisville itself does not have a tornado warning. It has a considerable severe threat thunderstorm warning. It does not have a tornado warning. But yes, their sirens are probably still going because of the considerable severe threat. And I think the current tornado warning does clip the southern side, southeastern side of Jefferson County, but it doesn't clip Louisville itself. Yeah, it gets into what's a Seatonville, Fixton, Fairmount route. That's the only areas inside of Jefferson County that tornado warning includes. All right, let's do another radar sweep here. I'll call out areas I feel like are seeing anything significant. Bedford, Campbellsburg, Bethlehem, LaGrange, Crestwood, 60-mile-per-hour severe winds. The threat there right now in that box. Minor Lane Heights, more specifically over towards Smyrna, heads up 70-mile-per-hour wind gusts coming into your area. Smyrna, Spring Mill, Hollow Creek, Newburgh, and Louisville, or Jefferson County, I should say. 60 to 70-mile-per-hour wind gust outside of that. Mount Washington, Elk Creek, Taylorsville, Fairfield. Very obvious 60 to 65-mile-per-hour wind gust happening there. Possible spin-up tornado possibly going on there as well. Bardstown, that should be a little bit past you now. You're kind of in the thick of it at the moment. But 60 to 65-mile-per-hour wind gust, the main threat there. Tornado warning also in that area. For any of these little notches that you see going on, could see a quick spin up. Again, more specifically toward Fredericktown, Manson, Loretto, along Highway 62 there, down toward Raywick, Kentucky. Down here in the southern portion of the state, this is the portion of the line that's beginning to kind of falter down. Scottsville, Glasgow, Cave City, Park City, Highsville, Horse Cave, Smiths Grove, still under that 60-mile-per-hour severe wind warning there in that yellow box. But other than that, that's that portion of the line. It's struggling. It's struggling for now. We'll continue to watch that. Hopefully, it doesn't pulse back up. But that's kind of your velocity recap right there, real quickly. Right now on the screen, we do have the Elizabethtown, Kentucky camera still up. In the future, if this continues on and it's needed, we'll switch over to the Moorhead, Kentucky camera. But that would be a couple of hours from now. And hopefully by that point, the severe line has really dwindled down. It's starting to get there. It's starting to get there. But again, remember, I told you guys, it's going to take a while for it to really, really come back down because it's starting at such a high ceiling. Yes, I know Louisville. I know the Louisville sirens are going off, but trust me, Louisville is not included in that severe warning or in that tornado warning. Louisville Metro, anyway. How long will it take for it to pass? Again, once that storm line gets to you, it takes about 20 to 25 minutes for that severe window to open and shut. So again, you have about a 20 to 25-minute window. Mike, just go ahead and ban that yellow buns person. Um, thank you, Fawn. I appreciate that. All right, we got a lot of people to ban here. Let me go ahead and help out. Momar, thank you for the 5. I appreciate that. Okay, we have a considerable severe threat warning coming out now. This is going to be for Springfield, Willisburg, Salvisa, Harrisburg, Lawrenceburg, Frankfort, and Taylorsville, as well as Bloomfield. So I'm assuming this tornado warning is going to drop, which I would agree with. 70 miles per hour is the severe warning box threat for. I just said that all the way completely backwards. I'm not even going to try to hide it. 70 miles per hour is the threat for this brown box here. And again, it's going to include Springfield, Willisburg, Salvisa, Lawrenceburg, Frankfort, Georgetown, or not Georgetown, sorry, Midway, Bloomfield, Loretto, and Raywick. Next up after that would be Lexington in about an hour or so. Again, these storms moving at about a speed of 70 miles per hour right now. Looks like, do we have the storm line breaking? Let me put this into motion for it. It looks like it's breaking. Which is not what any of the data saw, by the way. It absolutely is. So that northern half of the line is starting to turn more northeast. The southern half of the line is still heading east. So we have the storm line kind of, it looks like it's sort of breaking here. You can tell too, because this is moving, this morning box says it's moving at 40 knots, which is about 50 miles per hour. Look at this morning box, moving at a speed of 70 miles per hour. So this northern half of the line is moving a considerable 20 miles per hour faster than the southern half of the line is. I wonder. Oh, wrong tab. I wonder if that's what I was looking for. All right. Just checking out some things here, guys. Okay. I was seeing if we had any reports. Is there storms coming from two different directions? No. Is the Rue County good? Yes, you are. Again, once this line gets past you, it's a very skinny line. So it only takes 20 minutes or so. Once it gets past you, your severe threat is over. Yes, Barstown is good. The worst of it is past you now. Tornado warning for that's kind of downgraded. No, it just got trimmed off on the backside. Honestly, a severe warning with a tornado possible tag fits that better at this point anyway, so they did good changing that over. Scottsville, 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts occurring down there with that severe warning box. Titan, thank you for the 2. I don't know where Macville is at specifically. If you can give me a bigger city near you, I can help you out. I gotta go to the potty. Oh my goodness, this body armor is moving through me. Okay. We're back here with you. Are we having, is this a new trainer warning or the same one? Update it. Got a piece of tape on me. Okay, let's see here. What do we have going on here? Anything suspicious happening around here? It's a really decent wind gust still ongoing with this storm cells. Yeah, we're still seeing 70 there. J-Town. The corner of J-Town. Fern Creek to Hopewell. Fisherville, Eastwood. Forest Hill. Still seeing that 65 to 70 mile per hour gust there. Again, if the storm line has, the front edge has gotten past you, and you'll know because you'll hear it, you are all clear. We'll get some all clears here in a moment, guys. I'm scanning the radar right now. Please stand by. Still seeing a lot of straight line winds. I don't really see any crazy rotation signatures. Once again, though, it is pretty difficult to see those QLCS tornado signatures on radar. I'm not going to sit there and claim to be an expert about that, but it is very hard to see those. I don't see anything right now. Still keeping an eye on the southern half of that line, but as of right now, still not a whole lot. Now, with these new cells jumping out in front, there could be a little bit more there, but as of right now, not a whole lot. By the way, up here for Bedford, Campbellsburg, LaGrange, Crestwood, still have that severe warning there for 60 mile per hour winds. Tornado warning for Shelbyville still ongoing. Someone said they spotted a funnel cloud in Frankfurt. It's not even possible. This storm line hasn't even gotten to you. Springfield, Willisburg, there's Macville. 70 mile per hour wind gusts will be there in about 20 to 30 minutes or so. Harrodsburg, Salvisa, Lawrenceburg, Midway, Stamping Ground, Frankfurt, under that 70 mile per hour severe warning box. Tornado warning is still active just east of Barstown, just east of Loretto, but it doesn't really look like a tornado warning is going to be active very much more there. That's kind of what the radar is looking like right now. Let me go ahead and give you guys some all clears here. Please pay attention to the radar on your screen. I'm not going to call out every single city that's all clear, or else I will run out of breath. If you're behind the storm line, again, these are the areas that are going to be circled at this point. Not going to be a perfect circle, but, use some of the brain cells we have left here. We have this blue circle here. This is the all clear area. Yes, it will continue to rain. Yes, it will continue to be windy, but the severe threat is over. I'll leave it up on the screen for a second. Find your area on the map or a city that's near you. I want to make sure all my friends and family are still good real quick. Forgive me for just a moment, please. Thank you guys again for all the stars you guys are sending tonight. We appreciate you. All the dollars you're sending. Thank you guys again. You guys don't have to do that, but thank you very much. We appreciate all that kindness. Uh, okay. Okay. Once again, this blue area. Sorry, was making sure all my friends and family were good. We just went through that tornado warning ourselves, so still a human being over here. In that blue area, that is again the all clear area. Again, the severe risk is over. You will still continue to see rain and winds, but that severe risk is over there. Is that camera not updated? The Eton area. I feel like it's not happening anymore. What did I do? What did I do? Post something. Thank you again, all the new followers, everyone that's sharing and liking the broadcast. Thank you again for helping us out. We appreciate you guys. That's the number one way you can support us. So thank you guys very much. I'm going to clear this off now. We'll come back to the all clear here in a few minutes. Let's go ahead and get back in on the radar here. I want to make sure everything's still rocking and rolling okay. Some decent wind gusts now, but we're starting to see evidence that the storm line is beginning to weaken. So one thing I am curious about, I want to go back. I want to see if this has been a long track rotation swath here. So let's go back to the last 60 minutes. Okay. All right. Okay. I got it now. By the way, we have now had a severe warning issued. Let me clean this up a little bit. For up here for a 60-mile-per-hour wind gust for Newcastle, imminent Shelbyville, close to Monterey, north of Frankfurt. 60-mile-per-hour wind gust in that yellow box there. Guys, I just gave the all clear for several areas. I'll come back to all clears here in just a moment. Columbia, Edmonton, Summer Shade, Burkesville, Tompkinsville, and that 60-mile-per-hour severe warning box down there in the southern half of Kentucky. All of these warning boxes, by the way, are going to continue to have tornado possible tags on them because, again, when you're dealing with a QLCS event, technically called a quasi-linear convective system, blah, 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 you can have these quick, very brief spin-ups. So, again, all these boxes are likely going to have tornado possible tags on them. Fox, thank you, Zach. Thank you. I appreciate you guys on the PayPal. Thank you very much. You guys don't have to do that, but again, thank you very much for y'all's kindness. And thank you to everyone that has sent stars and stuff tonight. I know I missed a lot of them. Usually I try to get to them, but it's been obviously, I hope you can understand, a very busy night behind the desk here. So thank you guys again. Again, the number one kind of area right now seems to be the Springfield, Bloomfield, Williamsburg, Lawrenceburg, Harrodsburg, Frankfurt, Midway areas, where 70-mile-per-hour threat box is still located. I'm going to take a look at the radar here once again. It's a very, very symmetrical gust front of winds there. Don't really see any bow outs. That's the good news, which means rotations should be limited. But we still have this tornado warning box for Fenceville heading into Shelbyville. Okay, I'm going to pull this down a little bit more. I need to refresh our browser over here. I think my computer's starting to say, hey, I'm getting tired. I mean, we have been live for almost 5 hours here. Well, 4.5 hours, I should say. KSB, thank you for the 5. I appreciate that. Can you check it when it comes time for Lexington, please? Yes. So I always will give you guys a heads up and we'll let you guys know. Still see a lot of people asking about the all clears. I'm gonna do it for one more time here. Please pay attention to the map. Find your city on the map or a city that you know is near you. If you are going to be in this blue circle, you are all clear. Again, if you are in the blue circle, you are all clear from the severe threat. Now you will continue to hear, thunder and lightning, and you'll continue to see rain. But the severe threat is over for you if you are in that blue circle. So if you're in the blue circle, once again, you are all clear. Please take the time right now, because I'm not going to sit here and I can't answer every single chat because the chat's going too fast. We still have over 6,000 viewers in here. So again, please find where you're at on the map, or you at the very least know a bigger city near you that is on the map, and you can tell if you are all clear. By the way, we're still live on all platforms right now too. So if you don't want to watch us on your phone anymore, you can watch us up on your TV using the YT app. I can't say the full name or else TikTok will kick us out of here. Thank you to everyone watching on TikTok, by the way, as well. I see you guys too. Thank you. I know I haven't responded to too many chats anywhere, but thank you again. I appreciate you guys. Thank you for all the likes and shares you guys are doing over there as well, and all the gifts that you guys are giving. Thank you. I haven't forgot about you all. Again, I'll give it about 30 more seconds. Look for your area. If you're inside of the blue circle, you are all clear. David, I would agree with you. Okay, let's go ahead and clear this off of here. Oh my gosh. Look at this. Look at this darn radar. Here comes our snow. I'm telling you, about 6 to 8 hours behind this, you're going to start seeing snowfall fall out of the sky. It's such a bizarre, typical like late March kind of setup here. I mean, it's just bizarre. Yes, we do have snowfall coming for tomorrow. No, I have not even had a time to make a map for it because we have been covering the severe threat. Okay, here we go. We'll start up in northern Kentucky here. Sorry, I got the hiccups, dude. Ugh. We're pushing through. Let's start with the north and go south here. Up in Owenton, Glencoe, Sanders, Worthville, Monterey, Campbellsburg, Bedford, LaGrange, Shelbyville, 60 mile per hour. I don't know why I keep leaving the S off the mile. 60 miles per hour is the threat on that those severe warning boxes there in yellow. Okay. In brown here, Frankfort, Midway, Stamping Ground, Lawrenceburg, Salvisa, Harrisburg, Mackville, Springfield, Willisburg. These are the areas that can see 70 mile per hour wind gust. Wow, that thunder is still very aggressive. It is shaking my building. I'm well behind the line. Columbia, Edmonton, Burkesville, Tompkinsville, Somerset, Glasgow, 60 miles per hour is the call on that severe warning box in yellow there. So those are kind of where your warnings are right now. Currently, no tornado warnings in Kentucky at the moment. But once again, if you're in any of these boxes, look out for a quick, brief spin up. Again, I can't tell you enough how many times we see these very quick, very brief spin ups happen in these QLCS events. Springfield, heads up, it's knocking on your door. Willisburg, it's knocking on your door. Shelbyville, it's in your area right now. Eminence, knocking on your door. LaGrange, it's inside of you. Bethlehem, it's in your area. Bedford, Campbellsburg, it's in your areas here very soon, as well as Carrollton. Tompkinsville, you got about 20 minutes. Fountain Run, you got about 5 minutes. Glasgow, you got about, it's starting in you, but you got the main line's about 9 to 10 minutes out. So those are kind of the next areas up there in those boxes. I told you guys, once this storm line got past of I-65, it would start to weaken, and that's kind of what we're seeing again. Knock on wood, but hopefully that continues because I don't want to see any more of this. This has been a long night. Look at those peaks. Those are just since midnight, so that refreshed. I wonder, can I go back any further here? Wind. 3-day maximum wind gust. Okay, obviously that has not updated. 24 maximum wind gust. Look at these max wind gusts. And a lot of these are probably higher in reality. A lot of these are probably higher in reality than they are that you're seeing on here. I mean, it has just been an incredibly windy day in Kentucky. Why is our area brown? Because you have a considerable severe threat on that tag there. See where it says 70 miles per hour? Your severe warning has now turned into a considerable threat severe thunderstorm warning. What about Louisville? Once again, that's dead up there. You were given the all clear. What's going on in Louisville? Rain and thunder. Where's the closest shelter in Radcliffe? Honestly, you'd have to look at the local government pages. I couldn't tell you. A lot. Hardin County does really good about sharing. I know like Radcliffe Police Department, Radcliffe City page did really good about sharing the shelter tonight, but I couldn't tell you where it was at off the top of my head. Probably Coleman Community Center if I had to guess, but I'm not sure. Up by Cincy, it's really windy. Yeah, you got that cuss front starting to come up there now. Man, what a mean line of storms this was tonight. And it's still going. Don't get me wrong. I'm not going to sit there and say it's done. But it is starting to take its. Remember, I told you it'll happen in steps. It's starting to take its second step toward getting down to just regular thunderstorm level. So I see a lot of people still asking, should I worry? You know what's going to happen? Like, damaging winds, the main priority. 60 to 75 miles per hour is the kind of the ceiling on those severe winds. Tornado risk is really dropping at this point. Really dropping at this point. Lots of rainfall involved with these, but you can still get a quick, brief spin up, so keep an eye on that. By the way, that exists for everyone in Kentucky that the storm line still has to go through. So again, that risk is the same for Richmond as it is for Pikeville, as it is for Lexington, as it is for Somerset, Monticello, Cynthiana, Williamstown, Independence, Mount Olivet, Maysville. Same thing for everyone. So again, damaging winds still the main priority. Frankfurt is under that severe warning for 70-mile-per-hour wind being possible. Probably about 25 minutes from knocking on your door there. Most of my family's in Lexington. Can you tell me what's going on in Lexington? Everything that I just said is possible in about an hour. 60 to 75-mile-per-hour wind gusts being the main threat. Again, if you are behind this line of storms, you are clear. If this line of storms has already been in your area, you are all clear. And trust me, you will know because you will hear it. So if you're behind the line of storms, you are clear from severe threats. Let me get back to some more of these TikTok things. Let it update here. Oh, half my team's going to bed. We got to get some more stamina on my team here. He knows I'm messing with him. Okay. Which way is the storm moving? For the northern half of the line, just follow the polygons, right? So moving east northeast on the northern half of that line, moving mainly east on the southern half of that line. Okay. You know what I just realized tonight? I say okay a whole lot, and it's really starting to bother me. All right, I'm gonna turn the fill off of these warnings. I can't see a dang thing. Oh, it's so much better. I'm trying to measure the wind gust for you guys and stuff and look at any rotations, but I can't see because the fill opacity was taking up half my screen. All right, weather-wise needs a refresh here. There we go. So in Lawrenceburg, it's looking like definitely 70 miles per hour. Lawrenceburg, Frankfurt, Versailles, Salvisa heads up for you guys. On the southern side of that warning box, looks probably closer to 60. Let's look down here for the southern side in Tompkinsville, Edmonton. Yeah, looking like a widespread 60-mile-per-hour wind gust going on down there. Tompkinsville, Burkesville, Glasgow, Edmonton, Columbia, Summershade. Going back up here to the north now into northern Kentucky. Let's take a look up here. Look like a widespread 60-mile-per-hour wind gust situation going on up there. So definitely this middle portion of the line being the more severe kind of area. I gotta send James this video real quick. Okay. What about Nancy, Kentucky? Once again, damaging winds the main threat, like it is for everyone else, everywhere else in the state, in about an hour 15 or so. Sorry, I was still making sure all my friends and family are still good to go. Kylie, thank you very much. I appreciate that. Emma's asking about Danville. Looks like you might get a little bit lucky there. Looks like you got squeezed into the weaker portion of the line for now. So, might consider yourself a little bit lucky here very soon. It'll still be rowdy. Oh, there we go. Bardstown, can I go to sleep? Yes. Scottsville, yes. Yes. Louisville's okay. Lexington, you got about 45 minutes to an hour before it gets to you. 65 or 60 to 70 mile per hour winds are the main threat there. It's like London and Corbin are going to get hit hard. Now, that line should be a little bit weaker by the time it gets to you. This line is starting to weaken now. If you're in the YT chat, Bunny Kid is one of our moderators and part of our team. So if he's responding to your questions, it's more so information that's coming from me. So make sure you're paying attention. He's trying to help you guys out. Do you think there will be a tornado warning in Lexington? Again, I can't answer that question. You know what I mean? All I can say is it's possible. Not likely, but possible. I really wonder what that wind threat was on StormNet whenever I went away. Part of Kentucky just got a severe thunderstorm watch. That makes sense. Yeah. And that just continues to confirm the fact that the storm line is dying down. Because again, now they're going to severe thunderstorm watch. Mainly going to be for damaging wind potential up to, I would assume, 75 mile per hour. Tornado or a tornado or two is possible, but not likely. Again, so that covers the rest of Kentucky. So again, you're seeing for yourself the storm line is weakening. We're going more toward a severe thunderstorm watch, not a tornado watch any further. So that's good news there. Let me get this posted out real quickly. So that way anyone that might not be in here still gets the information they need. So we'll get that posted out. There is that new watch on your screen now in, I don't know what color you want to call that. What color is that? Someone tell me so I can post the color. I have no idea what color that is. How long does that go for? Probably until 3 a.m. as well. 7 a.m.? Gee, man, crickets. Mojave, whatever the heck that is, I'll go with that. Thank you for letting me know. So we had the thunderstorm watch. Mojave colored issued until 7 a.m. I don't think we'll need that until 7 a.m., but I'll tell you what, though. I am starting to get tired. I have to admit to you guys. Starting to get a little bit fatigued here, but we're going to push through. I might crack open a Slim Jim here soon if you guys don't mind. So we can keep this bad boy going for you guys. Thank you again for all the likes, the shares, all the new followers. I appreciate you guys a ton. Thank you guys again for all that kindness. That's the number one. That's the number one way you can support us. So thank you guys again. I appreciate you all. Okay, I have that watch post out now, so I'm gonna turn that back off so we can see the the radar a little bit clearer here. Let's go ahead and start doing some more scanning around here, making sure nothing's getting too wild on us. We're starting to get to the point where the radar is starting to lose these storms a little bit. Yeah. I think you're going to see this warning come back down to 60 miles per hour. But again, Frankfurt, Lawrenceburg, Salvisa, Macville, currently 70 miles per hour is the warning threat in this box that you're currently in here, in that brown box there. Going a little bit more north here from Monterey, Gratz, Owenton, Worthville, Sanders, Carrollton, Campbellsburg, Newcastle. 60 miles per hour is the severe threat on that warning box there. How come it sparked more after Western Kentucky? That's because the winds about a mile above our heads decided to finally wake up and get a hold of these storms and really rocketed them. That's the reason. And I kept telling you guys, it's going to increase after it gets through Western Kentucky, and that's what happened. Down here in Columbia, Burkesville, Summershade, Edmonton. Again, 60 miles per hour is the warning threat on that yellow box there. Again, for that area in the south central portion of Kentucky. It's mauve. What in the world? Where do people come up with these names at? Mavi. Mavi. Okay. Yes, Louisville is all clear. Frankfurt's getting rain now. Thank you for the update there out of Frankfurt. R2D2, who is trolling? We'll get them out of here. East or West Frankfurt? Again, it's going to be all of Frankfurt. No Ethiopians. Oh, I don't know. Mauve? I have no idea. I give up. I'm gonna Google it later. I'm gonna Google it later because I now have to figure out. Now I have to figure it out. Come on, keep on dying down, Stormline. Keep on dying down. Oh, you're talking about me? No, I'm genuinely not trying. I genuinely did not know how to say that. Like genuinely. What is happening? There are several severe thunderstorm warnings out throughout Kentucky right now. Guys, this is bad. This is bad. Shelbyville's all clear now, by the way. Whoever was asking about that. Violet. That's fair too. I'm outside of Frankfurt. Rain officially started. Thank you for the update there in Frankfurt. You'll start seeing those winds here very soon, my friend. Probably about 5 minutes or so, even less. Hey, what, Mike? Any rest to turn off the E-Town cam? Well, I mean, I really don't know what else to put on. There's really no other camera right now. Any news on the NATO in Bowling Green? I didn't see any rotation in Bowling Green, so I doubt there was a tornado there. Down here in Richmond, the wind has been crazy all day. Yeah, the wind's been nuts throughout all of Kentucky pretty much all day long. It's just been just a lot of wind all day long. Okay, Mike, can we time out the J person? I don't know if they're trolling or not, but I've answered that specific question already from that specific person. Yeah, we probably won't see too many reports or surveys even begin to start until tomorrow morning when the sun comes up, guys. Frankfurt's rain and wind. Thank you for the update there. Yeah, definitely going to get some 60 to 65 mile per hour wind gusts going through there here very soon. I think that is starting to come down a little bit. but it's also getting a little bit harder to see because the radar is kind of losing it a bit. We don't cover Indiana, my friend. Thank you for the gifts on TikTok. I appreciate you guys. Dude, I'm getting. We have to crack open that Slim Jim, y'all. Y'all okay with that? I gotta get something in. The good thing is we prepared. We were prepared for a night like tonight. My TikTok chat is so far behind. It's just lagging for me on the TikTok side. I'm trying to get some more questions over there, but it's just lagging so far behind. Can't get this thing open, dude. When is it headed toward Pike County? It won't be for a few hours or all the way out there. Wow. Okay, some of you need to refresh your streams because you are well behind. I'm still seeing stuff about this freaking color pronunciation. Where is the tornado in all caps? Right now, there are no tornado warnings inside of Kentucky. Crack it open a Slim Jim real quick. If I can even get it freaking open. Yellow boxes are your severe warnings for 60-mile-per-hour wind gust. Brown boxes are your severe warnings for 70-mile-per-hour wind gust. I can't get this freaking Slim Jim open. God bless America. Dude, I can't get this open. Oh, there we go. Okay, Mike, we might have to time out this Brook guy on the YT as well. I don't know why he keeps spamming where's the tornado out. Let me back that up so you guys don't hear me chewing. Cheers. Did you guys know this is my first time ever eating on a weather broadcast? I have to do it though. We've been going for 5 hours here. I wish Peridot. We have 2-year-old twins in Barberville, and we are in a mobile home. Are we good? Again, my recommendation is to not be in a mobile home tonight. Yeah, Slim Jim's open. Jessica, thank you very much. You all have a good night. Again, just a recap here before I really just chow this thing down. This is kind of spicy tonight. My goodness. Severe warning yellows are for 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts. Okay, don't forget that. And again, storm line seems to be weakening a little bit here, but that's for Owenton, Monterey, Glencoe, Sanders, Worthville, and Shelbyville, as well as Warsaw. 70-mile-per-hour wind gust is the threat tag on the Salvisa, Harrodsburg, Mackville, Lawrenceburg, Frankfort, and Midway severe portion of the line. And then finally, Columbia, Edmonton, Somerset, Tompkinsville, under that severe warning for 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts. In Lebanon, Bradfordsville, Danville, and Stanford, as well as Campbellsville, you guys are kind of getting lucky there, kind of caught in a weaker spot. You guys can't hear me chewing, can you? I know it's incredibly annoying. Now, I'm not seeing any rotation anywhere right now, just kind of like a FYI on that. Looking like everything's pretty much straight line wins at this point. I'm not seeing any even hints of rotation anywhere at this point. So again, that's the good news. Wow, this line is it's dying. You think it weakens more before it gets to Jackson? Yeah, it's going to continue to weaken as it heads east. I'll check Georgetown in a second. Brandy, thank you very much. Yeah, I'll post pictures of the storm damage tomorrow. We definitely got a lot of storm damage outside. Lots of trees are no more, or at least their branches anyway. We got some big trees here. I got like 50-foot pines, 70-foot pines. We got big trees here. So when they lose their branches, I mean, you got to watch out. It's almost like losing little trees. Okay, Georgetown area, Lexington area, Nicholasville, Winchester, Paris, Cynthiana, Sadieville. That warning is now going to be downgraded, but expanded into your area for 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts being possible. Again, still seeing a lot of people ask about being in a mobile home. Again, my recommendation to anywhere in Kentucky tonight is to find a more sturdy structure. I don't hear I don't hear the weather. I hear a bunch of Slim Jim. Find a different stream, my friend. I'm hungry. I'm a human being too, guys. Early onset on the. I saw your comment, by the way. We have a UPS on the PC and stuff. I just don't have one on the internet inside yet, but I'm gonna get one. So did Richmond not get downgraded as well? Richmond hasn't been included in anything yet. This storm line is dying. Let's hope it keeps going that way. Again, we have to be careful though. We have to be careful though, because a lot of times in these QLCS events, you can get some rapid like reinvigoration of the storm line. So you kind of have to be careful. Yes, Louisville's all clear. A sleepy guy, just again, damaging wind gusts being the main priority. Someone asked how we knew that the storm line was going to pick up in central Kentucky. Once again, it was because that is where the better wind speed was at above our heads. So when we're forecasting weather, we're not only looking at the ground, we're looking at a mile above our heads, 2 miles, 3 miles, 4 miles, 5 miles. That's where your jet streams live. Your jet streams are typically what carries your pieces of energy in order to have strong, severe weather. So we knew this was going to pick up in central Kentucky because the better wind energy was there. Also, that's where the storm line would organize the best. Remember, when this first started back out in western Kentucky, right, there were 2 storm lines, a little bit disorganized. It led to a better tornado threat, but when the storm lines came together, that's where the better wind energy threat would be. That's kind of how we knew that was going to happen. Yes, this will die more as it heads more east. For those that keep asking, this is weakening as it heads more to the east. There is no rotation anywhere right now. I'm seeing a lot of that in the TikTok chat. There's no rotation anywhere right now. I just checked about a minute ago. I didn't see anything. Oh. How strong are the winds going to be in London, Kentucky? I can't really answer that specifically, but I can just tell you the potential is up to 60 to 70 miles per hour. Crazy to see how small the line is getting. Yeah, it's getting real thin. It's getting a lot of rain out in front of it as well. A lot of rain behind it. You can just tell it's losing its steam. It's losing its steam. No, Ashland has a damaging wind risk like the rest of Kentucky. 606 News Network. The simplest way to answer your question is honestly, I'm gonna be honest with you here. It's just to use your common sense. I'm just being honest. I love you. I appreciate you tuning in. But I feel like Mike, aka Bunny Kid, has answered your question very well several times. The biggest thing that you could do is to simply use your common sense when it comes to finding a shelter. A gas station, Walmart, a store, anything that has concrete or brick that you could put yourself, as many the whole idea is to put as many layers between you and the potential severe storm as possible. So that's the whole idea. So at that point, you just gotta use what God gave you, which is your brain. I love you to death, but I told you guys are getting honest and serious stories tonight, and the best thing when it comes to finding a storm shelter is to get in the lowest, most interior portion of a concrete or brick building that you can. That's about as simple as it is. Here is a new considerable severe thunderstorm warning: 70 miles per hour on the wind threat here for Columbia, Burkesville, Edmonton, Summer Shade, Tompkinsville. Again, 70 miles per hour in that brown box there is the warning. I don't drive in the stores miles away. I get that, but like, I'm not sure what my thing is, my friend. I'm not sure what you want us to answer here because we've given you the correct answers. It's all about just whether you can do something or not. Again, it's just honesty. Again, we do have that regular severe thunderstorm warning up here for Lexington, Nicholasville, Paris, Cynthiana, Carlisle, Stamping Ground, and Barrie. Again, 60 miles per hour, the wind threat there, as well as Owenton and Glencoe, and everywhere kind of in between there in Warsaw, Sanders, so on and so forth. The primary threat or the primary zone right now is going to be this brown area. Again, Columbia, Clarksville, Edmonton, Summershade, Tompkinsville, where 70 miles per hour on the wind scale is possible. Yes, I just mentioned Nicholasville is in that severe warning for 60 miles per hour, 60-mile per hour wind gust. Jesus. Harlan and Pineville, oh, it'll be a much weaker state by that point, but it still pose a 55 to 65 mile per hour wind threat. Lexington is in that severe threat for 60 mile per hour winds will be in your city in about 20 to 30 minutes or so. Again, this is what we warned about. That southern line was pretty dormant for a little bit, but you can in these QLCS events, you can get these pulses up and down, and the AI was picking this up as well. That's why I kept flashing over to it. How long are you going to be live? Well, until I feel like the threat is at least lower than what it is right now. If I have to imagine it, hopefully it's not too much longer. I'm running out of gas here. But again, I'll be live as long as I think I need to be live. If it gets to a point where there's only one or two severe warnings, then we're probably going to get off the broadcast and just go back to doing post updates. But as long as I see this brown box, we'll be online, or if I still see the entire line as severe warned, right? But again, it looks anyway like this storm line is really, just really, really struggling at this point. I'm even a little bit surprised this one went to 70 miles per hour down here. But honestly, I can't even like disagree with it because the radars there are out of service for the most part. This does appear to be like it could be 65, 67. Yeah, 65, 63, 59. Where's that? Where's that at again? Where's the front edge? I'm on the back edge. We need to get to like right there. Yeah, I was just about to say, I thought I saw a little bow out. You can see it right there on the reflectivity. Let me show you. Yep, there's just that little notch right there. Ever so slight, little notch. A little bit of a hook on the out. Yep. Again, it's not anything super overly impressive, but we now have a tornado warning for Columbia, just north of Russell Springs, Flatwood, Sparksville. We do now have a tornado warning for that area. So again, now that we have a new warning, I ask that you guys share the broadcast out, share it to any friends or family that may be impacted by this warning. Let them know we're in here, giving them some information they could use. How's Campbellsville looking? Currently not included in any severe warnings. Yeah. Go ahead and pull back out to here. I want to see if this is pulling up any rotation tracks on the MRMS data as well. It is trying to show a little something. Not overly impressive. Not overly impressive. Which office is that from? Louisville? Not overly impressive, but it is there. Again, for me specifically, it's really hard to see. They probably have better data there they can look at into this. For me, because this is kind of in a radar gap, it's a little bit difficult for me to see on the weatherwise radar. That's just kind of how it goes in this area. That's why I'm really focused on trying to get a weather camera out here somewhere, or at least a couple, maybe toward Columbia, Somerset, London, because this radar gap makes it pretty difficult to see these sometimes. All right. I've already answered Campbell's well. I'll answer it one more time. It's not included in any severe warnings at the moment. Feels like it just passed Harrodsburg. That sounds about right. 60 miles per hour on that wind threat there for those yellow boxes in Lexington, Nicholasville, Paris, Cynthiana, Frankfurt, Owenston, and Warsaw. 60-mile-per-hour wind threat in those yellow boxes there as that storm line passes you. Burkesville, Tompkinsville, Columbia, 70 miles per hour on their wind threat for your brown box down there. Pink box is that tornado warning for Columbia, Russell Springs, so on and so forth. Any idea on how long until it hits Berea? Probably about an hour or so. You start seeing some front edge of some rainfall here soon, but looks like the portion of the line that's coming to you should be a little bit weaker. So hopefully you kind of avoid the worst. Yes, Louisville's good. Once again, once that storm line gets past you, and you'll know it, you're fine. Oh man. Woo! This is not the longest broadcast I've ever done, but man, I am whooped. My radar says the worst is over for Independence. Can you confirm on your radar? Yeah, most likely. I mean, that edge of that line should be past you. Burkesville, someone was asking about that. Once again, 70 miles per hour on that wind threat there for you right now. Yeah, I mean, Independence, by the way, you're still in front of the storm line, but I think you're going to find a gap up there. You sound like you're running out of gas, George. I am. I'm trying everything I can to stay just to stay. I've got the Slim Jim, got body armor, flash IVs, Pepsis. But man, it's going. Lexington, by the way, 70 miles per hour. You've now been upgraded to a considerable severe threat in Lexington, Nicholasville, Georgetown, Cynthiana, Carlisle. For this warning here, again, 70 miles per hour is the wind threat now in that area. Let's see here. And kind of another radar gap. I feel like every major city should have like the 4 major cities in each state should have a dedicated radar. What are these reading? 62, 62. So once again, Georgetown in your area right now, 70 mile per hour. Nicholasville, 70 miles per hour. Lexington, 70 miles per hour. Paris, Cynthiana, Carlisle, Barry, all included in that considerable severe threat of 70 miles per hour on those wind gusts. Down here for Columbia, again, that tornado warning is still active in your area. Again, for Greensburg, or does that include? No, it does not include Greensburg. For what in the world is that? Haskingsville, Burkesville, Tompkinsville, Marrowbone, again, 70 miles per hour, that wind threat in those brown boxes. And the yellow box up here toward Owenton, Warsaw, Glencoe, 60 miles per hour is the threat in those areas. Again, those are your different boxes there. Brown being your considerable severe threat, pink being your tornado warning, yellow being your regular severe thunderstorm warning. Should we be seeking shelter in Campbellsville? No, you don't have any warning there right now. Dee, thank you so much for the 2. I appreciate that. What ways of traveling? Again, mainly east, a little bit of a northeast wiggle. People are sending me photos of their damages. In Millwood, Kentucky. Okay. Thank you, Michael, for sending those pictures out of Millwood. Is there any chance of a second wave forming behind the? No, it's just this one line. Now, again, you will still continue to see thunder showers for the rest of the night, as you can see on the radar, but those have no severe threat. And a lot of these rain showers are going to turn into snow showers, as you can see on the backside here. Yay. Yay. I haven't even gotten an opportunity to make a snow forecast, which I probably won't. I'll just post a model up in the morning or something. Burkesville, Tompkinsville, again, Edmonton in that severe warning for 70 mile per hour winds. Columbia in that tornado warning will head off toward Ella, Absher, Dunbar Hill, Barnett Springs, Christine, Ozark, Gadberry. Again, right now the circulation is being highlighted on the weatherized radar, probably over Highway 61, heading out toward Gadberry, Columbia, Ozark, Christine in the very near future. Again, up here for Lexington, Georgetown, Paris, Cynthiana, Carlisle, Gainesway, Nicholasville, Keene, Sadieville, 70 mile per hour wind gusts are the main threat in that brown box there. In Owenton, Glencoe, Warsaw, Sanders, 60 miles per hour is the wind threat on that warning box there. Mr. Fix-It could be anywhere between 60 and 70. Oh, okay, Greta, that's where Millwood's at. Okay, thank you very much. I appreciate you. Thank you for the pictures. It is warm in Lexington right now with a little bit of rain coming down, heavy winds. Thank you for the update out of Lexington. I appreciate that. 606, I would just give it a little bit longer. You need to keep an eye on this line. Looks like Shelbyville is okay enough for me to sleep. Y'all have a safe and good night. Carly, you have a good night, my friend. What about North Carolina? I couldn't tell you, my friend. We only cover Kentucky. Richmond, Kentucky, I keep hearing winds outside. I'm on the 3rd floor. Yeah, you're definitely hearing some wind gusts, but right now you seem to be in a weaker spot of the line. So hopefully that continues on for you. In Stanford, Kentucky, again, the threat there is anywhere between 60 and 70 miles per hour when that line actually gets to your area. But right now, it seems to just be the prefrontal kind of wind gusts that you're hearing. What about the tornado warning in Columbia? You need to seek shelter for that. I'm not really sure what else I can answer for that. I've already called out the cities for it, but I'll call it out again for you. Columbia, Gadberry, Ozark, Joppa, Gentry's Mill, Christine, Absher, Dunbar Hill, Neatsville. Make sure you seek location or seek a safe location. Again, these quick spin-ups can be very quick hitting. Let's keep an eye on those areas. Burkesville, Jamestown, Albany now included in that 70 mile per hour severe thunderstorm warning down there. Jamestown and Albany, you are now added to that. Yeah, DD, no kidding. Can you do Georgetown? I believe I've mentioned them several times, but Georgetown's in that brown box for 70-mile-per-hour winds. Keep an eye out. Make sure you're staying indoors. Is Lexington most likely to have a tornado warning? No. Right now, you are under a severe thunderstorm warning. It probably will remain that way. Can we go to bed in Glasgow? Yes, you can. What about Whitley City next to Monticello? You probably got about an hour and a half until it gets to your area. It should be weaker by the time it gets there, but keep an eye out for any damaging wind gust potential. Same thing for Richmond, Kentucky. What about Edmonton? You can go to bed, my friend. That line is now past you, at least the front edges. Do you see a tornado warning expanding to Nancy, Kentucky? Again, I think that's probably unlikely given your location. Just look out for the potential for damaging winds. Can you please clear Frankfurt? Oh, yeah, Frankfurt's clear. What about Florence? I'm freaking out. Looks like a strong thunderstorm up there right now, but non-severe. Someone remind me where Manchester, Kentucky is. Someone's always asking about that area, but I never remember where it's at. What about Albany? Included in that brown box, which is that 70-mile-per-hour severe warning. Probably be in your area in about 30 to 40 minutes or so. East of London? Oh, yeah. You got a couple hours to get to your area. Damaging wind threat is still the main threat in that area. But no, I cannot give you the all clear. Are we good? Are we good to go to bed in Frankfurt? Yes, you are. Ashland, Kentucky. I mean, yes, you technically are at a severe threat, but this line should be way weaker by the time it gets to your area. I think as long as you have a way to receive warnings and alerts, you could probably go to bed. Again, given that you have a way to receive warnings and alerts. That seems like the more correct approach to me. This severe warning has been back downgraded to a 60-mile-per-hour severe warning just east of Georgetown, Lexington, Gainesway, Nicholasville, Paris, Cynthiana, Carlisle. Again, this has been back trended down to a 60-mile-per-hour warning. Still severe, still need to remain indoors, of course, all that good stuff. But this has been downtrended back to a regular severe thunderstorm warning, which is for 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts. So right now, we have only two areas at the moment that have severe warnings. And again, that's going to be for the Lexington and surrounding areas between Nicholasville and Cynthiana. And then down here for Jamestown, Burkesville, Albany. Again, this area still under that 70-mile-per-hour wind threat, along with the tornado warning that is still active in Columbia, heading out toward Absher, Christine, Craycraft, Sano, Neatsville, Dunbar Hill, Barnard Springs. Again, still under that tornado warning technically. I'm not even going to try to look for rotation because honestly, it's right in between all the radars. So even if there was rotation happening there, unless it was violent, which is not, it's not going to pop up on the radar. Dude, Frankfurt, I've just done Frankfurt 4 times. Frankfurt is all clear, my friends. It is still coming to Danville. Yes, that is correct. But fortunately, at least for now, it looks like you're going to be in the weaker portion of the line. Will this be a little bit weaker on Salt Lake Moorhead area? Yes, it will. What about Russellville? Russellville's been clear for about 3 hours now. You clear some people to go to bed. What if it does a turnaround? That never happens. Can you do Ohio? We do not cover Ohio, my friend. Yes, Fort Knox is clear. I don't know where East Bernstadt is. Lebanon is clear as well. Will you please tell me if there will be a tornado warning for Burkesville? Again, guys, I can't. If I could see the future like that, guys, you wouldn't even see me here. All I can tell you is that you are currently under a severe thunderstorm warning for 70-mile-per-hour wind gust, and that line is in your area here very soon, or it already is in that area. Does not look likely that there will be a tornado warning, but I cannot rule it out. JT, I appreciate that. Thank you very much. Near London, Kentucky is East Bernstadt. Yeah, so the storm line will be weaker once it gets to your area, but damaging winds are still a concern in a couple of hours. Yes, Hardin County is going to go. The threat for Harlan has not changed since the last time I answered you, my friend. Nicholasville is under that severe warning for 60-mile-per-hour wind gust. KB, thank you very much for the update there. I appreciate you. Well, the weekend tornado-wise before it hits Stanton, Kentucky, yeah, the tornado threat is extremely low. Extremely low. I know we obviously have the one warning there right now, but that's the first tornado warning we've had in probably about an hour. The tornado threat is not zero, but it's very low. Versailles is also included in that severe thunderstorm warning for 60-mile-per-hour winds right now. We're in Russell Springs right now. There are two different sirens going off. Where is Russell Springs at? Yeah, you'll have to forgive me. I can't. I don't know every single small town in the state. So if you give me a bigger city near you, I can help answer your questions faster. I'm not really sure where Russell Springs is. If you're hearing a siren, though, it's going to be here. Oh, yeah. So Russell Springs is not included in that tornado warning, but you are in the same county as that tornado warning. So, yes, you're going to hear the sirens go off, but Russell Springs is not included in that tornado warning. A lot of people ask about Somerset. Again, the damaging winds are the main threat there. Up to 70 miles per hour seems to be the main threat as that storm line gets into your area in about an hour or so. Joey, thank you very much. I appreciate that, my friend. I live in Campbellsville, and the lightning is getting wild, and the winds may be hitting about 20 miles per hour, but I don't see any chance of tornadoes as of now. Yeah, Campbellsville, your severe threat's done. What's up with Lexington? What's up with you? I'm just kidding. Lexington has a 60-mile-per-hour severe warning right now over that area, about to hit the Lexington Metro here. Again, 60 miles per hour seems to be the main threat on the severe warning box. There's also no tornado possible tag on this, so it seems to be a straight line wind event in Lexington in less than about 4 to 5 minutes, depending on which side of the city you live on. Is Georgetown threat passed? Yes, it is. What is the difference between a spin-up tornado and a regular tornado? It's just a kind of a different term for it. So a spin-up tornado typically means a brief or weak tornado. I guess just calling it a tornado means a regular tornado. We do have another tornado warning now that is basically for Albany, Kentucky, as there is a little bit of a bowing out right here, or bowing in, I should say, which means there's a bow out right there near Ashlock. Again, we do have that tornado warning now active for the Albany area, Paytonsburg area, Kettle. Again, for those areas in the southern, south central portion of the state. Not overly impressive on the radar there, but still enough to, I think, agree with the warranting a tornado warning there. Yes, it's fine for Independence. Jackson County, you got a couple of hours till it gets to your area. It should be in a much weaker state by then. Grider, thank you for the 5. I appreciate that, my friend. Thank you so much. Dry Ridge, Kentucky, we're just south of Florence. By the way, thank you for letting me know that. But I actually, ironically, know where Dry Ridge is, and your threat is no longer existent. Louisville's all clear. Still no rain in Danville. It'll get there in about 15 to 25 minutes. Can you touch on Irvine, Kentucky, please? Irvine, Kentucky, where is that at? I know where that's at. I've gotten to the point, if you guys have watched me long enough, we get to a point in the broadcast where my brain stops working. There it is. And it takes me a while to, it's like I'm lagging in real life. Irvine, you still got a couple of hours. It should be in a much weaker state by the time it gets to you, but damaging winds are still the primary threat for that area as well. Campbellsville is no more a threat there, no longer a threat. Raining at Stanford, thank you for the update there. What about Paris? In that severe warning for 60-mile-per-hour winds will be in your area, probably 15 to 20 minutes or so in that area. ETA for the biggest threat for Richmond, probably a little bit over an hour. I'm not sure where Hindman, Kentucky is. Oh, wow. First yawn of the night. Well, we made it 5.5 hours before we got the first yawn. That's not too bad. Nicholasville's under that severe warning for 60-mile-per-hour wind gust. Update on Versailles is still the same thing there, my friend. 60-mile-per-hour wind gust, the main threat there. Matter of fact, it's actually past you, so your severe window is done. Tornado odds across all of Kentucky is very low. Even despite the 2 tornado warnings that are on your screen, it is very low. We still have that tornado warning active, by the way, just east of Columbia, heading toward Christine, Ella, Neatsville, Eunice, Pellyton, Barnett Springs, Sano. I have no idea if I said all those city names correctly, but we're going to roll with it. We have another tornado warning active for Albany, Kettle, and Paytonsburg. Again, 2 separate tornado warnings very close together down there in south central Kentucky. In between that, we have a severe thunderstorm warning active for 70-mile-per-hour wind gust for Russell Springs, Jamestown, Burkesville. This Burkesville area feel like it's been in this warning for like an hour at this point. Jiminy crickets. Poor. It's just been in that warning for like an hour. Will the tornado likelihood continue to go down as it moves east? Yes. Everything, the likelihood of everything continues to decrease as you move east, despite the warnings that you see on your screen now. Why does it feel like my camera keeps moving up? Do you see that tornado warning Columbia getting extended northeast? I mean, it's possible. I think it's unlikely, but I can't rule it out. Campbellsville, once again, is all clear from any severe threats. Wow. Yes, Warsaw is clear. How long before the storm hits Somerset? Probably about an hour. About an hour. How does it look at Columbia? You are under a tornado warning, but the worst of it is past you. You're about to be in an all clear in about 4 minutes. How much longer do you think until it might hit Georgetown? My friend, it's already hit Georgetown. You're done. You're done. Your severe threat is over. Your severe threat is over. John, thank you very much. I appreciate that. Okay, I'm gonna run to the potty real quick and walk around for a second. Okay. No, Lexington's not on clear yet. You're still in that severe warning. Monticello, Whitley City, Burnside, Somerset. Severe warning issued for your area for 60-mile-per-hour wind gust coming into your area here very soon. Guys, everyone take a breath. Everyone take a breath. This storm line has produced way more damage in central Kentucky and everyone got through it. You guys are going to get through it too out in eastern Kentucky. Take a breath. Brooke, thank you for the 20. I appreciate that. Yeah, Mike, I've answered him about maybe 15 times by now. Okay. Sorry, I'm getting a lot of damage reports. A lot of damage reports. I'm trying to filter through while speaking with you guys here. I'll filter through more of them later on, but just wanted to kind of see. Again, for those of you that may just now be tuning in here, Cynthiana, Paris, Lexington, Nicholasville, Carlisle, Barry, under that severe warning up here in north central, northeastern Kentucky for 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts there. We have another severe warning kind of batch down here. Monticello, Burnside, Somerset, Whitley City, 60-mile-per-hour winds on your threat there. Albany is still under that tornado warning. Let me switch to that radar. There's a radar close to that, I think. Yeah. Man, it's just so hard to see when it's in those radar gaps like that. It's so hard to see. But Albany's still in that warning, as well as Kettle and Paytonsburg. Burkesville, you are still in that 70-mile-per-hour warning there, as well as Jamestown and Russell Springs. Columbia, that tornado warning has moved to the east of you now. Neatsville, Dunbar Hill, Barnett Springs, Sando included in that tornado warning as well. Other portions of the line are non-severe. If this line has already passed you, you are in a all clear for severe weather. No, this stuff will not freeze tonight. Yes, this line will continue to weaken as it heads to the east, by the way. Liberty, Stanford, Houstonville, Crab Orchard now included in that severe warning for 60-mile-per-hour wind gust. Thank you for all the gifts on TikTok. Sorry I've missed all those. Thank you guys again. I appreciate you guys. Okay, hang on. I'm just catching up on some of these reports again. Okay. Someone on TikTok said they couldn't see the comments that I was reading. Once again, we are live on 3 different platforms tonight. Yes, Frankfurt is clear. Independence is clear. Somerset has that warning for 60-mile-per-hour wind gust. Richmond, you still have about an hour and 15 minutes or so till it gets to your area. 60-mile-per-hour winds are the main threat there. We still have those 2 tornado warnings, and pink still active, by the way, as well. Lexington still seeing that severe warning there, as well as Gainesway, Paris, Cynthiana, so on and so forth. Mount Sterling, Kentucky, you have about an hour until it gets to your area, hour and 15 minutes. 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts are the main threat there. Burkesville to Albany doesn't look like it's getting stronger. No, it looks like it's about the same as it was. Light rain, heavy rain in Nicholasville. Thank you very much. Are we okay to go to sleep in Albany? No, dude, you have a tornado warning. I mean, some of y'all should have gotten spanked when you were kids. Don't make me pull the dad side out in here. Again, Somerset, a lot of you folks in here, again, 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts are the main threat when that storm line gets to you in about 40 minutes or so. Again, 60, 65-mile-per-hour winds are the main threat there. Sometimes you just gotta smack some sense into people. You know what I mean? And Albany, Kentucky has that tornado warning still active. How bad did it get by you? So far so far in Radcliffe, we've had the highest severe warning of the day of 80 miles per hour. We also had a tornado warning active. Before I left to go to the shelter, I measured 97 miles per hour on the wind gusts. And I took some videos, and we have a lot of tree damage. Haven't had a chance to check out the cars or the house yet. Hopefully, everything is good. Didn't lose power, though, somehow. Although there was definitely easily 75-mile-per-hour winds. So if I made it through that, the rest of you are going to make it through it. So take a breath. I've already answered Mount Sterling, my friend. If you keep spamming that, I'm going to have to time you out. No kidding, Kristen. No kidding. Winds just picked up in Cynthiana. Yep, you got that storm line right on top of you right now in Cynthiana. Hey, Brianna, can you let me catch the name? Let me catch the name because this is getting real old, guys. If I've already answered your question, I know some of you are just now hopping in here, but But these are for the people, they know who I'm talking to. Please stop spamming. Let me find the name. Let me find the name. Guys, this is getting real old. Where are you at? See, now I have to stop what I'm doing to go stop you from taking up the rest of the chat. Doris. Timeout Doris on Facebook. Look, I get it. Y'all are scared, but man, I promise you the answer is not going to change minute by minute. I love y'all to death, but that's ridiculous. That person just kept spamming all caps. What's happening in Mount Sterling? What's happening in Mount Sterling? I've already answered it. I'm already tired of making me lose my mind here. Okay, let's go ahead and go through here because we have some severe warnings kind of waking back up here. Monticello, Burnside, Somerset, Science Hill, Nancy, Eubank, 60-mile-per-hour winds as the storm line gets to your area here very soon. Kind of expected in those areas. We still have these 2 tornado warnings active. Yeah, let's go ahead and get you out of here too. Sorry, that's mean. I mean, it is what it is. I have to answer all of your guys' questions. We're all grown here. Let's all be grown. You know what I mean? You know what I mean? So again, we have these severe warnings in yellow for 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts. 2 tornado warnings active still for Albany and east of Columbia. I expect that those will probably be allowed to expire. Burkesville, Jamestown, Russell Springs in that 70-mile-per-hour wind box, as you can see in brown there. Stanford, Crab Orchard, Broadhead, Liberty, Houstonville, Junction City, Danville, Lancaster, all under that 60-mile-per-hour box as well. Lexington, Paris, Carlisle, Cynthiana, under that 60-mile-per-hour wind box as well. Up there in northern Kentucky, Falmouth, Brooksville, Butler, getting close to Moscow, and east of Independence. Non-severe but strong thunderstorms continue up there. Yes, Brina is awesome. By the way, I want to make it clear that comment that I made was not for the 99% of you that are in here. It's for the 2 or 3 people that I keep seeing just spam the same areas over and over and over and over again. Like, it's not going to change. So again, for those of you that keep wanting to ask questions, for sure, please feel free to ask questions. That's why we're trying to reduce the spam so that way you can get your questions in, because I can only see 4 or 5. Look, I can only see 4 or 5 comments at one time. So if someone's spamming, right, I can't see your comments. So that's not me being mean. That's me trying to give you guys an opportunity to ask your questions, right? So that's what I mean by, like, let's all be grown here, because the answer is not going to change minute by minute. You know what I mean? That's what I meant by that. That wasn't for the rest of you that are trying to ask. I'm trying to give you guys an opportunity to ask questions. Don't make me. Don't make me. Thank you, Cal. Appreciate that. Yes, Harrisburg should be clear. Let me just double check. Yes, Harrisburg is clear. Sorry to ask, what is here? All right, got that one. How long do you think it'll be? It'll thunderstorm in Frankfurt. Oh, pretty much the rest of the night for you. A lot of you are also, so again, just to help you answer, just to help answer your questions more efficiently and faster. A lot of you are giving very small towns. It's impossible for me to know exactly where they're at. If you can give me a bigger city that's near you, I can help to get you to the answers faster. So again, it's impossible for me to know where. I mean, I'm a human. I can't know where every single small city is. So just give me a bigger city near you, and I can help answer your question a little bit faster. You would think, Khaki, or however you say your name. I'm sorry if I'm messing that up. Campbellsville's all clear. Barberville, you still got a few hours till it gets to you. Should be weaker by the time it gets to you. Do you think the storm in Albany will stay tornado warned into Wayne? Where's Wayne at? See, I don't know where. Is this Wayne County? Oh, yes. I'm catching on to you, Eastern Kentucky people. I'm catching on to you. It's possible. I wouldn't rule it out. I just don't think it's overly likely. As Kentucky, Fort Thomas good near Cincinnati. See, thank you. You gave me some context there. Now that's a good example. Yeah. I mean, up there, the northern portion, it's really dwindling down up there. I think you're good to go to bed as long as you have way to receive alerts and notifications. Someone said tornado warned in Paris, Kentucky. At least on my stuff, it is not warned up there for tornadoes. Is Maria just in the 60-mile-per-hour deal? Yes, at the moment. You still got about an hour till it gets to you, so that could change, but 60 miles per hour seems pretty likely. Are the tornado warnings possibly going to shift into Somerset? I mean, it's possible, guys. I don't see it as being likely. How about Pine Knot, Kentucky is right behind Whitley City? What? I don't see no Pine Knot. Well, anyway, if you're near Whitley City, you got about an hour, 15 minutes or so until it gets to your area. Should be weaker by the time it gets there, but still will pose a damaging wind risk. Sorry, my nose starting to itch now. Allergies are really coming up. Yeah, Tyra, the thunder is getting really old. It's getting really old. Chances for a tornado in Georgetown. Your severe window is done. Hail in Albany. Thank you very much. I appreciate that. Gosh. Is the Columbia tornado warning moving into Casey County? I can't tell. Since they haven't expanded it yet, I would imagine it's going. Yeah, they're going to allow it to expire. So that tornado warning will be no more very soon. Consider it off your screen. Yes, if you are behind this line, you are all clear. So Barstown is all clear. Will the tornado warnings take over into Somerset? Once again, it's possible, but I just don't see it as being likely. Can Monticello go to bed? No, if you made it up this long in Monticello, you might as well wait 30 more minutes till a storm line gets into you. These storms are moving east, northeast, guys. Just follow the polygons. You'll follow where these storms are going. Will the winds weaken before they hit Louisa, Kentucky? Yes, they will. Right below Whitley City when you closed and it was above Strunk. Now I have to go on it. Now I have to go to investigate. Oh, I see. So this is a good example. Look at how far I had to zoom in to see this small town, right? That's a really good example right there. What does a yellow mean in Franklin? It is a severe thunderstorm warning. Oh, you're talking about the rain? That's just rain. What in the world? Mech, thank you for that update there. Appreciate that. Thank you, Leah. Barberville area folks are tired. Yeah, you still got a couple of hours. The tornado warning in Albany is going to be allowed to expire. Someone said level to buildings in Radcliffe. I haven't seen anything about that. Let me look. I haven't seen anything. I haven't seen any. I mean, it would shock me to see a lot of damage. There was a lot of winds going through there. The tornado warning has now been allowed to expand into Monticello. Again, Monticello, you are now under that tornado warning that is exiting or going through Albany right now. Again, Monticello, you are now in that tornado warning as well. How long before it gets to London? Probably a couple of hours, maybe an hour, 15, hour and 30 minutes or so. Again, guys, if you are behind the main line, you are clear. I sure hope you had a good dinner. Yes, it was tasty, but it was so long ago. I'm still hungry. Do we think it will continue into Corbin? I mean, that's an hour and a half out, so it's really hard to answer that question at this point. It should be weaker by the time it gets to that area. Can Paris go to sleep? Yes. Again, again, guys, help me out. You guys are giving me small cities again. Give me bigger cities near you. I'm trying to answer some of your guys' questions, but I can't go looking for every single small town. Can Somerset go to sleep? No, this line still hasn't gotten to you. The warning up here for Paris and Cynthiana and Lexington has been allowed to expire. It is now just this southern half that remains severe at the moment. So we're going to zoom in down here for a little bit. Yes, Monticello is under that tornado warning. Mr. Fix It, I can't read your entire comment because it's a little bit too long, but again, damaging wind gusts are the main priority there in a couple of hours. What is this question? Is it safe to drive in Lexington? Yes, as long as you know how to drive in the rain. Lincoln, Kentucky, near Danville. Is it there yet in Stanford? Yeah, I mean it'll be there probably in about 15 minutes or so. What about Moorhead? He's still got a couple of hours, so it gets to you. It should be a much weaker state. What about Somerset? Again, it's 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts is the severe warning there at the moment. Columbia is all clear. You're behind the main line. You are all clear. I'm not sure where Olive Hill, Kentucky is, my friend. If you can give me a bigger city near you, I can help you out. Is Burkesville still tornado warned? No, you are all clear. Lexington is all clear. Monticello's under that tornado warning for the next 28 minutes. Yeah, Danville, the worst of it's to your south, so you should be mainly good there, my friend. How about Whitley City? Under that severe warning for 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts. It'll be in your area in about 35 to 40 minutes or so. Any rotation coming into Monticello. Once again, it's in a radar gap right now, so I'm not even going to try to check that. Just know it is tornado warned, so make sure that you are in your safe spot. A lot of people asking about Carter County. Just put that in here. Oh, that's all the way out there. Yeah, that severe threat's not that great out there, and you still have about 3 hours till about 2 or 3 hours till it gets to you. Go to bed. Go to bed out there. Why are we in a gap? This is where the storm is weaker. What about Versailles and Frankfurt? Again, that area is all clear. It's behind the line, my friend. Campbellsville's behind the line. It's all clear. Jackson County still got about a couple of hours till it gets to you. Should be weaker. What about Somerset and Pulaski? It is again under the 60-mile-per-hour severe threat there for that yellow box that you're seeing there. 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts are the main threat. Burkesville's all clear. Whitley City's under that 60-mile-per-hour severe warning box. Talk where it's actually hitting. What the heck do you think I'm doing, Brandon? You know, let's go ahead and or not Brandon. Oh yeah, no, it is Brandon. Let's just go ahead and block that. So, I'm sorry, guys. I have no more patience. No more patience. I love you all to death. No more patience for that stuff. Yes, Columbia can go to sleep. Yes, Nicholasville is clear. Berea, you still have about an hour until it gets to your area. 60-mile-per-hour winds on the main threat there. Not sure where Lilly, Kentucky is. Cynthiana is all clear as well. Somerset cannot go to bed. You are under a severe warning for a 60-mile-per-hour wind gust. London, you have about an hour and a half to almost 2 hours till it gets to your area. 60-mile-per-hour wind gust on the main threat there. What about Russell Springs? Russell Springs, you are all, yeah, you're all clear there from the main severe threat. Campbellsville is all clear. Manchester, Kentucky, you have about 2.5 hours till it gets to your area. 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts for the main threat there. Lexington, yeah, you're all clear. Just rain and thunder the rest of the night. Lilly is south of London, 7 miles. So again, yeah, if you're in the London area, that area, the London answer applies to you as well. It'll be in your area in about an hour and a half or so. 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts for the main threat there. Stanford's under that 60-mile-per-hour severe wind warning there. About 5 minutes, 7 minutes or so until it gets into your location with the worst wind gusts. Monticello and Albany. Albany's all clear. Monticello has that tornado warning for the next 25 minutes. Flemingsburg, you do have a severe or a strong warning or a strong storm heading into your area, but non-severe at this time. Yes, Albany is clear. I have no idea where Jenkins, Kentucky is, my friend. Bowling Green is by far clear. Mumfordville's clear. Is the Monticello storm weakening any as it moves east? I mean, it's still tornado warned, so we'll have to leave that question for another time. Paintsville, Kentucky, you have a few hours till it gets to your location. It should be in a much weaker state by the time it gets there, but 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts are still the primary hazard. Barstown's all clear, my friend. Someone asked about Inez. Again, much weaker state by the time it gets to you in a few hours. 60-mile-per-hour wind threat remains the primary hazard. Are there storms in Tennessee coming into Kentucky? No. These storms are moving mainly east. How long for Livingston? Probably about 45 minutes or so, my friend. What about Somerset? 60-mile-per-hour severe wind risk there inside of that yellow box in about 30 minutes or so. I'm not sure where Eubank, Kentucky is. I feel like I've seen that before, though. But if you give me a bigger city near you, I can help you out a little bit more. Is Jamestown almost through? Yeah, probably like 3-4 more minutes before they're all clear there. Have we had any damage reports? Oh, I'm sure there are. I haven't had a chance to look, and usually we get more of those reports the next day. Barberville used to have a couple of hours, so it gets to you. 60-mile-per-hour wind gust, the main threat there. Monticello still in that tornado warning, has not changed. Could you see the tornado threat from Monticello expanding into Somerset? No. That portion of the storm is going to move below Somerset. Ron, have a good night, my friend. Eubank is above Somerset before Stanford. Oh, I see it. Yes. So you're right in the square, right square in the middle of that severe warning for 60-mile-per-hour wind gust. Okay. I need a water break. Okay, that warning is going to be downgraded. Jamestown, Albany warning is going to be downgraded to a regular severe thunderstorm warning at this point. London has about an hour and a half until it gets to you. Severe winds of 60 mph is possible. I live in a mobile home. Do I need to go somewhere else? Yeah, we've been saying all night. Again, mobile homes are not safe for a night like tonight. Kelsey, thank you very much. I appreciate that. Ooh, the temperature is coming down here quickly. It's getting cold inside the building here. Bronston, I see people asking about Bronston, Kentucky. I don't know where that's at. If you can give me a bigger city near you, I can be able to help. Um, Thank you for the 10. I don't know what that's. OT, third. I have no idea what the name is, but thank you very much for the 10. I appreciate that. Yeah, it's been windy in all of Kentucky all day. It's been a long day. I'm not sure where Lancaster, Kentucky is. If you can help me out with a bigger city near you, I can help you out a little bit faster. Northern Kentucky has no real severe risk right now. Or, I mean, your severe window is pretty much done. Below Somerset? Yeah, I still don't see it. Unless I'm just blind at this point. Christy, thank you very much. I appreciate that. Hannah, have a good night, my friend. Bronston is between Burnside and Monticello. It's crazy. I'm still not even seeing it. Dude, where is this city at? Okay, if I have to scroll in that far for a city, guys, you got to give me a bigger city near you. I mean, that is crazy. I got to scroll in that far. That is insane. You got to help me out a little bit there. That is insane. So you're in that severe warning box for 60 mph wind gust. Come on. You got to help me out a little bit here. May as well say Burnside or Wayne. Exactly. That is ridiculous. Yeah, London, Kentucky. Once again, it'll be in your area in about an hour and a half or so. 60 mph wind gusts are the main threat there. Harlan, Kentucky. You have a few hours till be in your area. 60 mph wind gusts are the main threat there. Crab Orchard in that severe warning box for 60 mph wind gust. Be in your area in about 20 minutes or so. Yes, the winds will stick with us until tomorrow morning. Do you see the tornado warning hitting Manchester? Well, I mean, it's about an hour and a half to 2 hours in front of it. So, I mean, hard to say, but I would think that it would likely not. Pineville, Kentucky? The heck is that at? Oh, there it is, right there. Now that one was on me. I'm just blind. Obviously, got a couple of hours till it gets to your location. Should be in a much weaker state by the time it gets to you. Corbin will be there in about an hour and a half. Should be much weaker, but 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts are the main threat there. Paris, Kentucky, it's all clear up there. What kind of tornadoes are possible for North Carolina? I couldn't tell you, my friend. Couldn't tell you. I really, when I tell you guys, I only look at Kentucky. I only look at Kentucky. Oh my gosh, I forgot about the TikTok chat again. Oh my goodness, I am so sorry to everyone on TikTok. I'm still trying to get used to remembering that we are live on TikTok because unfortunately TikTok likes to be special and you have to have their chat open in a completely separate browser tab. So honestly, I'm gonna be honest with y'all, I kind of forgot. I'm not used to the TikTok being we're still new to the TikTok's scene. Are we having school tomorrow in Delaware? I don't know. Go ask someone in Delaware. Come on, guys. Guys, come on. Jiminy Crickets. What is going on tonight? What is going on tonight? What's the weather like in Anchorage, Alaska? Yeah. That's what it's feeling like right now. Oh, okay. The TikTok chat is finally caught up now. Let me get to some of these questions. It's bad out here in Wisconsin. Oh, I guess you're talking about snow. Williamsburg, Kentucky. That's down here, isn't it? Yeah. So about an hour ish until it gets to your area. 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts remain the main threat there. Right below Ripley in Maysville is going to be bad. I don't really see that happening. This northern side is pretty much dead at this point. 35 to 45-mile-per-hour winds is possible, maybe up to 50, but that northern side of the line is pretty much dead. That's why we're kind of focused on this southern side. Yeah, we only cover Kentucky, my friend. Should we be worried about flooding? Not necessarily. There's not a whole lot of rain with this. You could see some minor higher waters, but again, I wouldn't be too overly concerned. You think there's much of a tornado chance in Berea? Nah. Pine Knot, Kentucky. Did we ever find that? Let me look that up. Dude, my hands won't even move right now. I'm so tired. Got it. See, again, if I have to scroll in that far, guys, you got to give me a bigger city near you. There's no way I'm ever going to find this. Yeah, so 60-mile-per-hour winds seem to be the main threat there in about 30 minutes or so. Miss Penny, thank you very much. I appreciate that. How bad is it, Monticello? Tornado warning still exists there. Tornado warning is going to be exiting Monticello. So Monticello, you're technically about 3 minutes out from being all clear. It's right now Barrier, Rocky Branch, Parmleysville, Delta, Kidder, Touristville. Those areas where that tornado warning portion of the line is heading into. Northern Kentucky has no real severe risk. What's it going to be like in Richmond, Kentucky? 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts are the main threat there in about 25 minutes when that line gets to you. Okay, I'm taking a break from the London and Somerset area. I love you guys to death. I know you guys have PTSD, but I have exhausted those locations when it comes to answers. You're that area is now in a 3-minute timeout. In Williamsburg, Kentucky, it'd be there in about an hour or so. 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts are the main threat there. Yes, Harrisburg is all clear. Look, I have respect for Somerset London for what they went through last year. Look, I mean, guys, I have answered that area probably 50 times in the last, genuinely, like last 5 minutes. I need a break. I need a break. Paris, Kentucky is clear. Frankfort, Kentucky is clear. Russell Springs is clear as well. The only are with a tornado area in time. What? Tompkinsville had a warning, has it passed? Oh, yeah, you've been clear for like almost 2 hours now. Severe warning in northeast Kentucky. That is true. Wow, that kind of came out of nowhere up there. Up there for Maysville, Vanceburg. Go take a look at that bad boy, shall we? Let's take a look at that, shall we? Kind of a different area here. That kind of woke back up. Yeah, so for Maysville, Mayslick, Orangeburg, Somo, Tollsboro, Vanceburg. Again, this is a very marginal severe warning, 60 mile per hour on the wind scale there. So very marginal severe warning here. But nonetheless, remain indoors. Of course, don't go venturing outside. Maysville to Vanceburg to Mayslick to Crum up here in very far northeastern Kentucky now. 60 miles per hour is the warning box there. Thank you, Beatles. I appreciate that. Frankfurt's been all clear for a while. Um, for the Campton area, central eastern map above Jackson. I love that description. Thank you very much. That is so helpful. In about 2 hours, that line will be in your area. Should be in a much weaker state, but 60 mile per hour winds remain the main threat. Should Berea be worried? Again, 60 miles per hour on the wind scale there is the main threat in that area in about 20 minutes or so. I guess I'll include this northern Kentucky area in my picture here, huh? Nicholasville's all clear. Flemingsburg, just outside of that warning. A strong thunderstorm in your area for about the next 20 minutes. How about Albany, Kentucky? All clear at this point. Pikeville, Kentucky. This storm line should be way weaker when it gets to you in about 3 hours or so, but damaging winds continue to be the only real potential. What about Strunk? We're gonna do this again, aren't we? It's somewhere down here. I remember seeing it. Where are you at? I don't know. You have to give me a bigger city near you. I have no idea where that's at. Yes, Barberville. You're going to feel those winds for the next hour until that storm line gets to you. Somerset and London, Kentucky. Somerset, that 60 mile per hour wind gust threat is still the same threat as it has been. Again, to be in your area in about 5 minutes. London, you have about an hour or so. Same threat for you, 60 mile per hour wind gusts. Georgetown, all clear. Nicholasville, all clear. Paris is all clear. Strunk is below Whitley City. See, again, if I have to scroll in this far to see your cities, you have to give me something bigger near you. You have to. Yeah, there it is. Okay. About 30 minutes or so. 60 mile per hour wind gust, the main threat. How long does the severe window last? About 20 minutes. London, it'll be in your area in about an hour or so. 60 mile per hour wind gust, the main threat there. Danville's all clear. Yes, I've already answered Strunk, so hopefully you heard that. Hang on, my wife asked me a question. Just 1 second. Oh, you're good, Mikey G. You're good. I know it's getting late, dude. What are the chances of a tornado in Greenup, Kentucky? Not. I mean, again, not very great. Monticello, that you are now all clear in Monticello. London just got upgraded to a severe thunderstorm warning. Yeah, again, for 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts being the main threat there. There's no way they expanded that. There's not a shot. Let me see here. Let me see here. Let me do some investigating. Okay. There's a tornado warning now active for Corbin, Lily, Kiwi, Honeybee, Sawyer, Blue John, Burnside, Viborg, Delta, Kidder. Tornado warning is active for that area for the next 33 minutes. Going to be honest, I didn't really see a whole lot on the radar there when I was looking around. But again, they have access to more tools and things that we don't. So they're probably seeing something. They're obviously seeing something that we aren't. I looked all around there. I just didn't see a whole lot. But again, they have access to way more things than we do. So surely they have some sort of evidence to support that tornado warning that is going out to, once again, Corbin, Burnside, just north of Whitley City, Sawyer, Honeybee, and Kiwi. I just mentioned what I saw on the tornado warning there. Tornado warning does not include London. So there's no, it does not include Somerset either. Mike and Tammy, thank you very much. I appreciate that. How bad is Corbin going to be? Again, it's under that tornado warning for the next 33 minutes. How's that storm in Marysville, Ohio? I don't cover Ohio, my friend. Sirens are going off in Somerset. That's correct because you are in the same county as that tornado warning, but Somerset is not included in that tornado warning. EJ, London is not in that tornado warning. You can see here, you are above the tornado warning. London, tornado warning. London, tornado warning. Now, if you're on the very southern side of London, yeah, potentially, toward Pine Grove and Ferriston. But yeah, the actual central London city itself, no. Somerset is getting hammered. Yeah, you get a strong thunderstorm there, capable of 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts. That's why there is that yellow severe warning box. This is more on the southern side of London. That tornado warning is on the southern side. Is there a tornado warning in Monticello? There is not. Monticello is all clear. Southern London is in it. This guy is a hack. I just said the southern side of London was in it. Do people like? Is there a problem with my microphone or something? Is there a problem with the microphone or something? Like, I'm confused because what I'm saying seems to not be coming across the stream. Or people are just hearing what they want to hear. Yes, southwestern London. That is correct. Central London, no. Again, if you're just now tuning in here, we do have that Burnside, Tateville, Viborg, Marcia Siding, Honeybee, Sawyer, Kiwi, Hopewell, Corbin, and Woodbine, as well as Lily, included in that tornado warning, which is this purple box here that you're seeing on your screen. Thank you, Beatles. I appreciate that. Thank you, Chris. What is the box around Flemingsburg? Flemingsburg is not included in that box. It is a severe thunderstorm warning that is to your north. Yeah, I just did a velocity sweep. I didn't really see a whole lot, if I'm being honest with you. Again, it is also very possible that this is just in a radar gap and it's not really, but I'm just not seeing a whole lot of real rotation there. But again, like I said earlier tonight, it is pretty difficult to see QLCS tornadoes on the radar. But yeah, every radar that I'm checking here, this one has a little bit of a bow on it, but it's not anything super incredible. But it does have a little bit of that bow on there. I'm assuming what they made the warning for. But in other areas, this was just a severe thunderstorm warning with a tornado possible tag on it, and with the same signature. So, but in this area, it's a tornado warning. So that consistency is just not. That's the part that bugs me. It's not consistent. Sirens are screaming in Somerset. Yeah, because you're in that same county. But thankfully, Somerset is not included in the tornado warning. Monticello, you are already all clear from severe weather. Flemingsburg has no severe weather right now, just a strong thunderstorm. How's Whitley City looking? Once again, 60-mile-per-hour wind gust, the main threat there. As that storm line is on top of you or will be in your area within the next 5 to 7 minutes. Yes, sirens are going off in Corbin because you are included in that tornado warning. Corbin is in that tornado warning. Yeah, maybe Mike. So again, I want to point this out real quickly. Let's do I do it the other way or do I do it this way? I think we just do it like this. So for those of you asking about clearances and everything, just want to point this out. Let me go ahead and do a little bit of this action. Boom, boom, boom. Everyone in the blue circle is all clear. Everyone in the blue circle is all clear. Now, you will continue to see thunderstorms throughout the night, but as far as severe weather, you are all clear. It's just going to be for this kind of this. I guess I'll make it pink because that's the color I clicked on. It's really just for this area that really has any real risk. And I'm going to just leave Pikeville out of it because I don't think Pikeville's going to get anything besides just some thunderstorms. It's really just this pink area where we still have some concern for 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts and the possibility of a brief, weak spin-up tornado. So again, take a look at the map here. You'll see what's clear and what is not clear. I'm assuming you mean Maysville. Maysville's under that severe warning for 60-mile-per-hour wind gust. In Berea, you are not under a severe warning, just a strong thunderstorm there. Hopefully you guys can handle that. Lexington's all clear. They're in the blue circle. They are all clear. Thank you guys again for tuning in and trusting us tonight. We appreciate you all so much. If you're in that blue area, you are all clear. If you're in the pink area, you still have a damaging wind risk with a brief spin-up tornado risk. Corbin's in that tornado warning. It'll be in your area in about 30 minutes. Somerset, 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts are ongoing there right now. London, Kentucky, 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts there is the main priority. A tornado warning does kind of inch into the southern side of the city. Miguel, thank you very much. Once again, if you are in the blue there, you are all clear. If you are in the pink there, you still have a damaging wind risk as well as a brief spin-up risk. I'm going to be honest with you. It would help if you knew where you were at on the map. Any confirmed tornadoes today? Again, we probably won't get any confirmations until surveys are executed tomorrow. Boston, Kentucky, again, 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts, the main threat there. Somerset is not under a tornado warning. It's to your south. Thank you for the update out of Crab Orchard. I appreciate that. Sirens are going off in Corbin because you're under that tornado warning for the next 30 minutes. It'll be in your area in about 25 to 30 minutes or so. Thank you, Weryard. What about Richmond? Richmond, a strong thunderstorm is ongoing there right now, but you are currently not under a severe warning. We do not cover Tennessee, my friend. Somerset, your severe window is almost shut. What do you think about Somerset? Once again, 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts seem to be the only real risk there at the moment. Okay, I'm going to take this off the screen now. Once again, if you are in blue, you are all clear. If you are in pink, you have a damaging wind risk. And a spin-up tornado is possible as well, although unlikely. Okay. What about Maysville? All clear there. Why aren't you focused on the tornado warned area rotation? Guys, all I can say at this point is if you don't like what we're doing, please find a different broadcast. Oh, wait, there's no one else on. So, Lily, Hopewell, Corbin, Woodbine, Keevee, Honeybee, Sawyer, Blue John, Viborg, Marshy Siding, Burnside, Tapeville is where that tornado warning is. Williamsburg, Whitley City, Emlyn is in a warning for 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts. Mount Vernon, Broadhead, Livingston, East Bernstadt, Science Hill, and Somerset also in that severe warning box for 60-mile-per-hour wind gust. Vanceburg in that 60-mile-per-hour wind gust severe box up in the northern portion of the state, as well as Rybolt, Tollsboro, and Crum. Is Berea in the severe line now? You are not. It's just still a strong thunderstorm there. See, if that guy would have waited 30 more seconds, he would have had his answers. Yeah, I'm sorry. It's 2:30 in the morning. We're going on about having a coffee or nothing in a while. So you're getting cranky George for a little bit. Honestly, you folks in Eastern Kentucky should be used to this cranky George by now because every time the storm that really gets to you, it's like 2 o'clock in the morning. You guys are probably good. You guys are probably used to this. Lexington's all clear from severe threats. Sorry to hear that, Corey. Joe, thank you very much. I appreciate that. Yes, Louisville's all clear. Sorry, guys. I got to have some fun every once in a while. These broadcasts can get so serious and so long. You got to have a little bit of fun every once in a while. You kind of have to. Updates on Somerset. Once again, 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts are the main threat there. Your severe window will be shut in about 3 minutes. Weird. Thank you very much. I appreciate that. About how long to the lines through Richmond? Probably about another 10 to 15 minutes. This tornado warned area hasn't been going on for a while and you haven't said anything about it or zoomed in. No need to be smart. Why don't you take the stream, back it up about 1 minute, and you'll see what I just did. All right. We don't cover Ohio, my friend, but thank you for the update there. When will London, Kentucky be clear? Probably about 45 minutes to an hour or so. Manchester, yeah, 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts seem to be the main threat there. But if this tornado warning does continue on, it may be it'll be really close. It'll be really close. Okay, this storm is now scooting closer to that Jackson, Kentucky radar, so we can take a little bit more of a look at it now. Still not really seeing a whole lot there. Still not really seeing a lot there on the velocities. The same thing that we saw last few times we checked it. Very very weak. If this was in any other portion of the state, I'm sure this probably wouldn't even be tornado warned. But um, again, it still seems to be very broad rotation, if anything at all. Still, to me, looking more like the 60-mile-per-hour wind gust. But we'll continue to keep an eye on it for you. And a campground in Georgetown should be okay. Yeah, Georgetown severe threat is done. Jay Adams, thank you very much. I appreciate that. Yes, Corbin, Kentucky's in that warning for the next, I believe, 25 minutes or so. 19 minutes, sorry. The tornado warning goes for another 19 minutes, Nicole. Yes, Monticello is clear. So who does cover Ohio? I'm not sure. I mean, like I said, I started this. The name is Weather Now Kentucky. Um, I'm assuming you can go to your local NWS office up there or find one of the local TV stations. I'm not really sure. Where's Lancaster at? Someone keeps asking about Lancaster, and I feel bad I haven't answered. I saw it a couple times. Let me know a bigger city near you so I can find you. Yes, Lexington is all clear. I just went through the velocity on radar. I didn't see a whole lot of rotation. There was some broad stuff, but honestly, not a whole lot. Yes, Monticello is clear. Somerset, your severe threat is about maybe 2 minutes from being gone. Yes, Berea, Kentucky is still good. Still just a strong thunderstorm, not severe. Update on Stanford. You've been all clear for about 30 minutes now. Is there a specific spot of rotation in the storm for the warning? I haven't spotted it yet on my end. Sarah, thank you very much. I appreciate that. Berea's got about 10 more minutes. So does the warning mean there has been a sighting? No, it just means it's been indicated by the radar. Lancaster, Danville, Stanford. Okay, thank you. Yeah, then if you're near those areas, you've been all clear for a while. Georgetown's been clear. Corbin, Kentucky, still in that tornado warning for another 17 minutes or so. Still keeping an eye on that area. Monticello's clear. Okay, please stop spamming Corbin, Kentucky. The one person that keeps doing it, you know who I'm talking to. Please stop. Richmond, Kentucky, just a strong thunderstorm up there right now, non-severe. Okay, let's go back through the warning areas right now. Williamsburg, Whitley City, Pleasant View, still in that 60-mile-per-hour severe warning box. Corbin, Woodbine, Lily, and Hopewell, as well as Sawyer and Honeybee in that tornado warning box, still radar indicated. That does include London as well, but you can see indicated by the radar that rotation that has been indicated from the National Weather Service is to the south of London, so it shouldn't include that area. East Bernstadt, Livingston, Mount Vernon, Broadhead, 60-mile-per-hour winds are the severe risk for that area. And then up here toward Vanceburg, Tollsboro, and Crum, still 60-mile-per-hour winds on that warning box there as well. Has there been a tornado sighted? I haven't had a chance to look at damage reports yet. Chris, thank you very much. I appreciate that. Yes, Berea is still just a strong thunderstorm, not severe. Brooklyn, thank you very much for the 10. I appreciate that. Can you show where the rotation is on radar? I mean, unfortunately, I haven't been able to find it. I've been looking. I don't really see there. There's a little bit of a notch out. You can see so again, just kind of show you guys for everyone that's asking. I understand you guys are nervous. Um, there's a little bit of a notch there. Um, I mean, there's just not a whole lot here. There's just not. I wouldn't say it's impossible, and obviously the NWS has access to more things than we do, and so I'm sure there's something there for them to continuously keep putting this warning out. But I mean, at least from what everything that I'm seeing, I'm just not seeing a whole lot. Guys, I just zoomed in on Corbett, so hopefully you guys got that. Somerset, your risk is all clear now. DJ, thank you very much, my friend. I appreciate you. Lexington's all clear. Yes, that squall line is heading toward Frenchburg and Stanton and all those places, but it is non-severe at this time. Corbin is under that trader warning for the next 15 minutes or so. I'm still not seeing a whole lot of rotation there every time I keep checking it, but again, that trader warning is still active for the next 15 minutes. London is in that 60 mile per hour severe warning box. Again, keep an eye out for some damaging winds. Richmond, your severe threat is over. What should you do in Barberville? Just remain indoors, guys. For most of you tonight, it's simply put. I'm gonna be real with you. I'm gonna be real with you here. We're not talking about the London tornado of last year. We're not talking about violent stuff here. Okay, if you're just staying inside watching TV, got your feet propped up, drinking a pop, you're gonna be fine. All right. That's why I'm telling you guys. Take a breath. Take a breath. I know a lot of you out there have a lot of storm anxiety now because of what you went through, and I respect that. But I'm telling you, there is nothing violent about any of these storms right now. Even in the tornado, if there is, let's say there is a tornado there, it would be a weak, brief spin up. EF1 max. That's not going to threaten your life as long as you're not outside doing donuts in your four wheeler drinking a monster, okay? If you're indoors, you're going to be fine. You're going to be fine. Just take a breath. We're not talking about the violent tornado that went through London and Somerset last year, where that's not the case tonight. We don't have that type of storm fuel available for this. Again, these are dying thunderstorms that in their last breath are trying to scare everybody. These are nothing to be scared of. As long as you're indoors, you're fine. It's going to sound crazy. It's going to look crazy, but I promise you, these are not violent, life-threatening. Again, damaging winds of 60 miles per hour are pretty common when you're talking about severe weather. Even if this is a spin-up tornado on the ground, it should be very brief, very weak. We're not talking about anything long-lived. We're not talking about anything significant or violent. You're going to be fine. Take a breath. I got your back. Bad advice. Joshua, just go to a different stream then. Oh, wait. No one else is on. Have a good night. Sorry, I'm not going to sit here and hype up everything and make everybody scared just because I want you all to watch. That's not what I do. I'm gonna let y'all know how it is. I'm going to let y'all know how it is. I love me a good monster every once in a while. I can't do it too much though, because my heart starts racing. Yeah, the police stations and government agencies are always gonna tell you to take cover, and I'll always tell you to take cover during a tornado warning, whether I believe it is or not. I'm just saying, as long as you're indoors and you're being safe, you're going to be just fine. Somerset, your threat is all clear. Mount Sterling, get a strong thunderstorm heading into your area in the next 20 minutes or so, but non-severe at this point. Favorite Munster flavor? Oh, just the original. I haven't. I don't think I've ever really cared enough to try the other flavors out. Yep, you're getting that gust front in Barberville right now. The storm line hasn't even made it to you. You got another 40 minutes or so. if I recall, wasn't the tornado in London and Somerset last year like a freak weather rare occurrence? Yeah, it was pretty rare. Um, that was a tail end Charlie that just would not die. It would not die, and it caught a very narrow glimpse of just a little bit of storm fuel, and it rocketed. It rocketed, especially on Eastern Kentucky, right? Eastern Kentucky, you all see way less tornadoes historically, because you have so many hills over there, and tornadoes don't like hills. They like the real flat land. This is why Western Kentucky typically sees the most tornadoes in the state. Um, Much more flat over there. So again, last year, and I know it caused a lot of anxiety and PTSD and so on and so forth, and that's fully respectable. If I'd be heck, if I went through an EF4 tornado, I'd be scared of everything too. But I'm just letting you guys know this is not that. This is not that, and it's not my job to sit here and make you scared. It's my job to tell you what I think's happening. Whether you all want to believe that or not, that's your all's job to decide. My job is to tell you what I see with my eyeballs. What I see with my eyeballs is mainly winds that are happening right now. And yes, there can be a brief spin up as a result of this, but it's not going to be anything like what you guys saw last year. It's crazy in East Bernstedt. Yeah, that should be easing up for you here very soon. Yeah, well, I'm sorry. I thought you were over towards Somerset for some reason. No, you still got about 20 minutes till that main line gets to you. By the way, Stanton, Mount Sterling, Camargo, Irvine, Sangat, McKee, Frenchburg, 60-mile-per-hour severe thunderstorm warning here for you guys now. As we said, that was mainly going to be your main potential risk there. That is the truth there now as well. 60-mile-per-hour severe warning in that area out in eastern Kentucky. Richmond, yes, you are all clear. That storm line is in front of you now. So the storm is moving further east. Yes, they're moving west to east. We can take another look at this real quickly. If you guys do not mind, let me take a look. That's not what I wanted to do. Get back to the center. Why is it doing that for? There we go. Yeah. Yeah, I mean the only thing I could potentially see is this right here. Just to the north of Corbin. It's still even that is just not that great. I mean, it's just not that vibrant of a look. But that's the only real like potential I could see out of that. It's just east of or just north of Corbin. Going more toward Honeywell or what is that out there? That big old arrow's in the way. I can't tell. Move the arrow. Hopewell. That's where. If there is anything here, it would be near the Hopewell area. If it's a very big if. I love the people that keep telling me there's a tornado warning in London and Corbin, like I'm not looking right at it. You guys are cracking me up tonight. You guys are cracking me up tonight. What is going on with the chat? I feel like I'm getting chats that were happening earlier. Our tornado sounds are going off in Corbin. That's correct. You are in a tornado warning. Is Nicholasville, Harrisburg okay to go to sleep? You are. How's the rotation looking coming into Corbin? Barely anything. Louisa, Kentucky, the storm line should be dying down by the time it gets to you in about 3 hours or so. What about Florence, Kentucky? Not even a remote threat up there. Lily, Kentucky is also in that tornado warning as well for the next 5 minutes. But judging based upon past actions, this tornado warning is probably going to be allowed to be extended. The tornado warning updated. Can you look and see what it says now? It still says the same thing. That it's still into effect. Pretty much all it says there. Severe thunderstorm warnings now been issued for Boonville, Island City, Manchester, Barberville, Pineville, Middlesboro. Again, 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts, the main threat in those areas. Nancy, Kentucky, you're all clear. Mount Sterling, 60-mile-per-hour wind gust is the threat on that warning box there. Okay, that warning up there for Vanceburg is going to be allowed to expire. In Whitley City, go to sleep. That's correct. You are behind the line. You can go to sleep. Corbin, Kentucky's under that tornado warning. It'll be in your area in about 45 seconds or so. I'm going to zoom in on this area now so that way, because now that it's on top of you, I will zoom in. See, I got you guys taken care of. Just breathe. Just breathe. There is no tornado warning in Somerset. Somerset, your severe window is shut. Mount Sterling warning is supposed to expire probably about 15, 20 minutes. Yes, Lexington, Kentucky is clear. Somerset is clear. Somerset is clear. Somerset is clear. The wind finally died down a bit in Kiwi, but I hear a lot of London. Whitley City's all clear. Once this storm line gets on top of you, it takes about 15 minutes to get through. So for those of you asking how long this is going to take, it takes about 15 minutes to get through once the storm line is on top of you. No, Corbin, Kentucky is not clear. As you can see on your map there, the tornado line has still not made it through you yet. Thank God. This tornado warning is going to be set to expire. It is not going to be renewed. So consider this tornado warning expired, as it should have been a long time ago. Okay, so we'll zoom back out now, reset this to here. There will be no active tornado warnings in the state. Please let everyone know in the chat. I'm going to the potty. No active tornado warnings. All right. We got to turn the heater on. Tornado warning is gone. Look. You guys down there in Southeast Kentucky last year went through some of the most crazy weather Kentucky has seen in a while. You can handle this just fine. Just fine. Trust me. You guys are pros now. You never want to be a pro handling severe weather, but you guys are pros now. This is nothing compared. This is nothing compared to that stuff. So, again, severe warning does exist for Pineville, Barberville, Williamsburg, Manchester, London, Corbin, East Bernstadt, Burning Springs, Juanita, or however the word you say that, Booneville, McKee, Greyhawk, Irvine, Sand Gap, Stanton, Jeffersonville, Frenchburg, Owensville, Salt Lake, Mount Sterling. All those warnings are for 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts and some very small hail. If you will also notice, there is no tornado possible tag on either of these warnings. So, again, these are purely straight line winds that are coming through here. Now, we'll say East Bernstadt, Livingston, London, Lilly, Hopewell, and Corbin. You probably are seeing some very rowdy winds and lightning and thunder. But, again, no tornado possible mention, no tornado warnings. These are all these are all straight line winds. Mike, you're good, bro. I got it from here. Get you some sleep, man. Get you some sleep, man. What is the yellow outline for? It's for the severe thunderstorm warning for 60-mile-per-hour wind gust. Susie, thank you for the 5. I appreciate that. By the way, thank you to everyone that has been sending stars on Facebook. I know I haven't been thanking anybody, but thank you guys very much. Oh, my wife texted me. Whoops, I'm in trouble. Good night. I love you. Hopefully, I will join you soon. And chat, it is now just me and you. It is now just me and you. Yes, you're going to come out in Corbin. Again, guys, there are no active tornado warnings in the state. The tornado risk is extremely low. Extremely low. Ooh, it's warming up here now. I'll tell you what, though. Hey, listen. Temperature has dropped to 47 degrees here in Radcliffe behind this line. I tell you what, it is cold. Yes, for East Bernstadt, London, for you folks asking about when you can go to bed, give it like 5 more minutes. You've already set up this long. Give it about 5 more minutes. Just let that line get through a little bit more, and then you can go to bed. So Winchester is good. Where the heck is Winchester? I know someone told me earlier. I can't remember. Let me know where Winchester's at. I'll answer your question. Tell us the EF4 story. I mean, it's really not a story for it. Just a tell-in Charlie that went along the line of storms that just refused to die. He refused to die. I was live during that one. I think I shed a few tears. It was not warned for a while. It should have been warned. I think Ryan and I were both talking about how it should have been warned. I'm still surprised at that one. That was a wild event. That was a supercell that has started in Missouri. So all the way out here is where it started at. It made it all the way through to London and was rotating that entire time. Miss Penny, thank you very much. I appreciate that. Yes, very strong thunderstorm going through Corbin right now. Moorhead, severe threat is very low for you, but 60-mile-per-hour winds are the main threat there. Winchester is between Richmond and Lexington. Oh, well, then you're clear. Lexington's clear. Will right near Pikeville. Yeah, I mean, you might have a 60-mile-per-hour threat later on in about a couple of hours or so, but this storm line should continue to weaken. Yes, Berea's good to go. London, give it about 3 more minutes, and then you'll be good to go. Irvine, Kentucky's under that severe warning for the next, you probably got about 15 more minutes or so. London's got about 3 more minutes. Nicholasville's by far clear. Result confirmed on the no, Madisonville did not get hit very hard. Stanford and Crab Orchard. Oh yeah, you're fine. You're fine. Williamsburg. Where was that one at? Ain't that down here? Yeah, you got about 5 more minutes till that's clear there. Nothing up here yet. Yeah, okay, good. You're good, Austin. How long for Barberville? Probably be in your area in about 30 minutes, 20, 30 minutes or so. West Liberty, you have about an hour and a half, maybe. 60-mile-per-hour winds are the main threat there. Berea is all clear. Paintsville, wind, about 2.5 hours. Richmond, Virginia, do not cover that area. I only cover Kentucky. Corbin, you are all clear. For my Corbin friends, you are all clear. Glasgow, Bowling Green, and Edmonton by far clear. Kiefer, thank you very much. I appreciate that. Laurel County, you're all clear. Well, wait. Eastern side of Laurel County still has to kind of stay up a little bit, but western side of Laurel County is all clear. London, 1 more minute. 1 more minute. Kamina, I do not cover Virginia, my friend. What about Manchester? About 40 minutes till it gets to your location. Maybe not 40. Maybe it looks like it's speeding up. Maybe 30 minutes. 60-mile-per-hour one gets to the main threat there. Holy sh! There's no way I'm reading that right. There's no way. Mike, am I reading that right? Hold on. There's not a chance I just read that donation correctly. No, YouTube, I don't need to go to sleep. I just got an ad on my own video where I have ads turned down. That's ridiculous. Did I just read that correctly? There's no way. Yo, what the heck? I'm sorry, guys. Hang on. My chat's not pulling up. Peter Stone with the $200 donation. $200? Are you ridiculous, dude, in this economy? Thank you very much. W's in the chat for Peter. Thank you very much. I thank you. I thank you a million times. That just woke me up a little bit. See, all you got to do is send me money. I'm just kidding. But thank you. Seriously, thank you very much. I appreciate that. Kamina, I do not cover Virginia. Once again, thank you very much for that $200 donation. That is crazy. That is insane. Thank you very much. I can't even. That is crazy. Thank you. Thank you. That's insane. Bro stole his mom's credit card. I hope not. That's getting charged back. Oh my goodness. Okay, let's get back to the weather here, shall we? But Peter, thank you again for real. I appreciate that a ton. Thank you a ton. Okay. Barberville, Manchester, Island City, Boonville, Pineville, Williamsburg, Annville, Greyhawk, McKee. Severe thunderstorm warning now for 70-mile-per-hour wind gusts there in that location. Stanton, Frenchburg, Mount Sterling, Camargo, Irvine, Owensville, Sand Gap again. 60 miles per hour in that location. Safe for Irvine to sleep. No, you're still under that severe warning. Yo, that is crazy. Peter, thank you again. I can't even. That's crazy. I had to text my wife about that. Thank you very much. Richmond tornado watch is back. No, it is not. Richmond is all clear. Please do not spam misinformation. London is clear. Okay, let's go ahead and ban that person out of here. Yes, London is all clear. Thank you, Kendra, for helping me out with that. Ashland, Kentucky, you still have a few hours till it gets to you. Yeah, a couple of hours till it gets to you, right? Ashland, you're up here. Yeah, a couple of hours. Should be non-severe. I see that we're getting back to the very small towns. Guys, I love you all. I don't know where every single small town is in Kentucky. If you can help me out, give me a bigger city that's near you. I can answer your question a lot faster and get you a much more efficient answer. So again, if you know you live in a small town, again, please give me a bigger city near you. Would love to see Northeast Kentucky. The reason you're not seeing it is because there's no severe risk up there. See? Dead. Back down here we go. Williamsburg, severe threat is over. Maysville's all clear. Kiwi in London. Again, I believe, yeah, Kiwi, you're on the, where is that Kiwi at? London is all clear. Yeah, you're all clear. There you are. What about Georgia? I don't cover Georgia, my friend. Yeah, pea-sized tail is not severe, KD. It's just not. If I throw a pea at you, is it going to hurt? No, it's not severe. West Liberty, do you know about when it would hit? It got about an hour or so out there. 60-mile-per-hour winds, the main threat there. Yes, there was a tornado watch in Richmond. It's probably still active, but as you can see, the storm line has now passed Richmond, and you're left with just some rain, so you are all clear. I do not cover Ohio, my friend. London is in the clear. Corbin is in the clear. Moorhead, where are you at, Moorhead? I know you're up here. Where are you at? Where are you hiding from me? Got about 40 minutes or 30, about 30 minutes or so till the line gets to you. 60-mile-per-hour wind gets the main threat there. Corbin is clear. Richmond is clear. Jared, and thank you very much. I appreciate that. All right, Christian, have a good night, my friend. I'm really enjoying blocking people tonight. If there is there ever a chance the storm turns around? No, that's not how this works. Yes, Lexington, Kentucky still has a tornado watch, but you are all clear. Barberville is not clear yet. You still have about 10 minutes till that line gets into your area. And when you do, 70-mile-per-hour winds is possible. Harlan, Kentucky, got about an hour and a half till it gets to your location there. 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts for the main threat there. Whitley City is all clear. That is correct. What about Owingsville? I see it up there. 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts for the main threat there. About 5 minutes until you're all clear of that threat. Yes, the worst is over for London. How much longer for Barberville and Pineville? Barberville got about 30 more minutes. Pineville's got about 40 more minutes. Yes, Corbin is clear. Just zoom in and scroll so we can see. No, unfortunately, we cover all of Kentucky, so we have to kind of keep it here on a more broad view. And even if I did scroll in, there will still be people asking me about locations. Lexington's all clear. Manchester got about 20 minutes till it enters your location. 70-mile-per-hour winds are the main threat there. Albany, Kentucky's all clear. The weather app radar, I mean, it looks more, weather app radar looks different from yours. Is yours more accurate? I mean, it just depends on what weather app you're looking at, right? Most of those just use very generic radars. Weatherwise radar is very good. When will McKee and Annville be clear? Probably about 10 minutes or so. Stanton, Kentucky, got about 10 minutes as well until you're all clear. 60-mile-per-hour wind gust main right there. How dangerous are 70-mile-per-hour winds? Well, let me put it to you this way: hurricane force winds start at 74 miles per hour, so they must be pretty dangerous. The main concern for Greenup, Kentucky is damaging wind gusts up to 60 miles per hour. Florida, then Kentucky now. Thank you for the update there. Lexington, Kentucky's all clear. Mount Sterling, you are all clear. Again, when I say all clear, it means all clear of the severe threat. Does not mean all clear of storms. You're going to continue to hear storms all night, but it means you are all clear of the severe threat. Sandy Hook, West Liberty, Campton, Jackson, Beattyville, Moorhead, you are now under a severe warning for 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts. How likely is a tornado for Manchester? Probably about 1%. It's a bit windy in Harlan. Yeah, you got about an hour or so until it gets to your location. 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts remain the main threat there. How long until West Liberty? Probably about 40 minutes. Shannon, thank you very much. I appreciate that. Mikey, thank you very much, brother. I appreciate you. Yeah, Guitar Man Joe. I understand the anxiety. My job is to help ease that, and the way we ease that tonight is by letting you know that tonight is not a violent night when it comes to tornadoes. It's just not. Is Stanton safe to go to sleep? Let's see here. Give it about 3 more minutes, and then you'll be all clear. Yes, that's correct. Lucky. Irvine, Kentucky tonight. Where was that Irvine at? I know I remember seeing. Yeah, there it is. Irvine. Get about 2 more minutes, and then you're all clear. What is the chance of a tornado in Moorhead? Probably about 0.5%. Is Sand Gap north of McKee safe? Yes, you are all clear. And thank you, by the way, for describing where you were at. See how fast I could give that answer? London, Kentucky, all clear. Manchester, severe thunderstorm warning for 70-mile-per-hour wind gusts. Enter your area in about 3 minutes. About 15 minutes, 6:06. Yeah, Guitar Man Joe, the planet's getting a little bit warmer here. Getting a little bit warmer. When it gets warmer, you get more severe weather. Kiwi's all clear. We have now crossed the 7-hour threshold here. We've been live for 7 hours with you guys. Lucky, thank you very much. How much longer for Barberville? Barberville. Now that the storm line has entered your area, you got about 12 to 14 minutes. Okay, 6:06. I got you. No kidding, Dunk. No kidding. Yes, we have some snow showers moving in. By the way, I think they have already started. There you go. There you go. That's going to dive on right in here. Just an absolutely insane few hours here. Richmond is all clear, yes. Oh, I got you, Mike. Lexington is all clear. Yeah, Annville, you're pretty close to. Yeah, Annville, you're actually all clear, by the way. Yes, Corbin is clear.